So in today's video we are gonna see what if Deku became a Power Rangers and had harem. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is The Heroes of the Morphing Grid by MHAANDN13ND0 fan. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Here's the thing. Not all people are treated as equals. A young boy learned that at the age of 4, he lacked a quirk, so he was put down by almost everyone. Almost. Inko. Boys, it's time for school. This is Izuku Midoriya, a single mother raising her kids. Despite what people think, she isn't single because of a divorce. Her husband, Hisashi Midoriya, was once the number 3 hero. However, Hisashi died not long after the birth of their kids. Inko was devastated, but she wasn't going to let that get in the way of her duties as a mother. Izuku. Coming, Mom. This is her son, Izuku Midoriya. He's quirkless in a superhuman society. People think that he's the reason Inko's single. It ticks Inko off every time people say that. Especially to her face. Clover. Just a sec. This is Izuku's fraternal twin brother, Clover Midoriya. He believes in giving justice to everyone. His quirk allows him to shoot projectiles. So he likes to use a toy gun. Especially because he loves cowboys. His quirk's strength depends on how strong his sense of justice gets. He hates seeing his brother getting bullied. So he makes sure to stick with Izuku at all times. The two brothers quickly get ready and eat their breakfast. Clover. Hey, Izuku. Did you hear about what Mirko did last night? Izuku. Do you even know me? Of course I did. She went straight into a gang of thieves and beat them all up. I wish I could have seen it and analyze her quirk. Clover. So that's what happened. I only overheard that Mirko did something awesome on the morning news. I was too late to join to get the info. Inko chuckled softly. She enjoyed seeing her kids get along so well. They're her pride and joy. Whether they have a quirk or not, she will love them unconditionally. That will never change. The twins finished eating their breakfast and took off. Izuku and Clover. Bye Mom. Inko. Bye, boys. They left the house and started running to their school. Eventually, they stopped to see Clover. Whoa. Izuku. A giant villain. The villain smashed a pole and it was about to hit some civilians. But the pro hero, Death Arms, came in and caught it. Man. Oh, nice. Way to go, Death Arms. Then, water started to flow in front of the civilians and acted like a rope. That was the doing of the pro hero. Backdraft. Backdraft. Everyone, please stay back. This area is far too dangerous. Clover. Hey, sir. Do you know why this guy is going full monster out here? Man. Some amateur that stole someone's bag and got cornered. Clover. That's lame. The two brothers slowly stepped through the crowd to get a better view. That's when Kamui Woods came in and a bunch of girls started fangirling. Kamui jumped up above him. Izuku. This is gonna be good. It's Kamui Woods. Kamui Woods used his quirk to get himself above a pole while dodging the villain's attack. Izuku. He may be new, but he's making a big name for himself. Clover. No kidding. Starhead. One look at those dopey grins and I know what you boys are. Fanboys. Izuku. Sorta. Clover. Yeah, more so my brother. Kamui Woods ran up to the villain and dodged him, trying to squish him, and ran up his arm. He then wraps his vines around the villain's arm and flings himself to a rooftop. Kamui Woods. Assault, robbery, and the illegal use of powers during rush hour traffic. You are the incarnation of evil. He began to use his ultimate move. Izuku. There, his special move. Starhead. Come on, Tree Man, show us something flashy. Izuku and Clover. The preemptive. Kamui Woods. Binding. Izuku, Clover, and Kamui Woods. Lacquered chain prison. But before the attack could hit, Mount Lady, Kanon Cannon. Everyone stared in shock. Clover. Okay, that just happened. Then a bunch of fanboys started to take pictures. The twins were confused at first, but then Clover realized. Clover. Bro? Her rear end is exposed. Realizing this, the two brothers covered each other's eyes. Mount Lady. Piece of cake for the world's next hottest hero. Hi there everyone, I'm Mount Lady. And you don't have to worry about this bum anymore. The crowd started to either cheer or continue taking pictures while the brothers decided to talk about her quirk. Izuku. Gigantification, huh? Wells, he's definitely got the looks and the attitude to be a crowd favorite, and her quirky's really showy. Translation. Well, she's definitely got the looks and the attitude to be a crowd favorite, and her quirk is really showy. Clover. Yeah, but it'll be kinda hard for her to get around much in the city without damaging a lot of things, so she might not be very useful in. Translation. Yeah, but it'll be kinda hard for her to get around much in the city without damaging a lot of things, so she might not be very useful in. Starhead. What's that, fanboys? You two talking notes over there? Wanna be a hero, too, huh? Clover. Of course, Izuku, more than anything. Later at Aldera Junior High, teacher. So, as third-year students, it's time to start thinking seriously about your futures and what you want to do with your lives. I could pass out some aptitude tests, but why bother? He threw the papers in the opposite direction. Teacher, I know you all want to go to the hero track. Most of the students cheered and recklessly used their quirks, and honestly, most of their quirks were awful. Teacher. Yes, you've got some very impressive quirks. But no power usage allowed in school. Get a hold of yourselves. Oh yeah. The Midoriya twins want to go to UA High, is that right? Hearing that, most of the class bursted out laughing at poor Izuku. Student 1. Midoriya, as in Izuku Midoriya? You're kidding, right? Student 2. Maybe his brother could make it in, but no way could he. Those two students were punched in the face. Katsuki. Shut up, the way I see it, he has a better chance of getting into UA than any of you losers. There's more to being a hero than QIURKS, you idiots. This is Katsuki Bakugo. He is Izuku and Clover's childhood friend. He's the only other person who defends Izuku from the constant bullying he receives. Katsuki. Listen, Izuku. These damn rejects ain't got nothing on you. You, me, and Clover are all getting into UA together, understand? Izuku. Why yeah. Thanks, Kachan. Later at the end of the day. Katsuki. Hey, guys, tomorrow I'm planning on going to the movies. You guys wanna come? Izuku. Thanks, but I'm gonna pass. If Clover and I wanna pass the UA entrance exam, we need to work hard. We can't afford to waste a single day. Katsuki. Come on, nerd. We've got 10 months. That's plenty of time. Clover. Kachan, Izuku needs to work harder than the rest of us, you know that. Katsuki. Fine. Then I'll help you train, Izuku. Really? Katsuki. Yeah. What are friends for, Izuku? Thanks. The three started to walk out of class and decided to take a different route. Clover. Man, though. I hate how you're always being treated like trash, bro. Izuku. I'm just relieved to still have you guys supporting me. Katsuki. Of course we'd support you, nerd. It's not like you're any less human than the rest of the people in this world. It would be extremely petty to bully you for something like not having a quirk. After all, you'd treat me the same way you always do even if the roles were reversed. Izuku remembered what he was told the day his dreams were thrown in the trash. Flashback. Izuku. Clover. There's always a smile on All Might's face no matter how bad things get. Brother, do you think I can be a hero too? Clover hugs his crying brother. Clover. What kind of stupid question is that? Of course you can. Heroes are more than just quirks. They're about doing what they know is right. So the answer to my question is yes. You can become a hero. And I'll be there to support you all the way. End of flashback. The three friends continue down the path and go through a tunnel, but then, they turn around to see Clover. Whoa. Didn't see that coming. Sludge villain. I'm sure one of you will make a perfect skin suit for me to hide in. But who to choose? Eeny meeny miny. You. The three run in different directions, but the sludge villain gets a hold of Izuku. Katsuki. Izuku. Clover. Brother. Izuku couldn't breathe. Panicking, Clover tried shooting the villain while Katsuki tried to blow him up. But their attacks were completely ineffective. Sludge villain. Sorry, kid. My body's made of fluid. Thanks for the help. You're a real hero to me, kid. I didn't know he was in the city. I gotta get out of here fast before he tracks me down. Izuku was starting to black out. He was dying. Clover continued to shoot the sludge villain in desperation to save his brother. Clover. Somebody. Help my brother, Katsuki. Izuku. Hang on. A sewer pipe then shot open and everyone stared into its direction. Clover. Wait. Is that Katsuki? No way. All Might. Have no fear, you're safe. Now that I am here, that is. Clover and Katsuki. It's All Might. All Might. Texas. Smash. The three friends were blown away and unconscious, but they were safe. All Might. Whoops. Only the green-haired boy was captured, not the other two boys. Later, All Might. Hey, wake up. Hey, the three woke up. All Might. Thought we lost you there. The three had incredibly shocked expressions. Freaking out, they backed up. All Might. Well, looks like you boys are moving around all right. Sorry about that back there. I didn't mean to get you three caught up in my justicing. Usually I pay more attention to keeping bystanders safe. But it turns out this city's sewer system is pretty difficult to navigate. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, you three were a big help. Thank you. I've captured the evildoer. He showed them two bottles that both held the sludge villain. Izuku. The most amazing hero in the entire world. All Might. The real thing. In the flesh. Standing right in front of us. He looks so much cooler in person. Holy crap. I gotta get an autograph. Katsuki. Duh. This doesn't just happen every day. Izuku. Please sign my notebook. He opened it and saw that it was already signed. Izuku, Clover, and Katsuki. He already did. All Might. Welp. I've gotta get this guy to the police so they can take care of him. Stay out of trouble. See you round. Izuku. Wait. You're leaving already? All Might. Pro heroes are constantly fighting time as well as enemies. Now stand back. I'm taking off. He then jumps very high up. All Might. Thanks for your continued support. Clover. Wow. Katsuki. This just went from the worst day ever to the best. What do you think, nerd? They then noticed Izuku was gone. Clover. Where's Izuku? Katsuki. Hold on. You don't think? Clover. No, he wouldn't. They look up to see Clover and Katsuki. He did. The two start freaking out and run after them. They kept running after All Might until they finally reach him when he lands on a building. Clover. Panting bro. Don't do that. You had us freaking out. Katsuki. Panting damn it nerd. What the hell were you thinking? All Might. Those two are right. You had us all concerned for your safety. Now, I have to go. See you on the flip side. Izuku. Wait, hang on. I have to know, is it possible to become a hero, even if I don't have a quirk? He stops. Izuku. I'm a normal kid without any powers. Could I ever hope to be someone like you? All Might. Without a quirk? Something then happened. Steam was coming out of All Might, but Izuku didn't notice. However, Katsuki and Clover did. All Might. Oh no. Not now. Damn it. Not here. One would be bad enough, but three. Izuku. People think I don't have a chance. Katsuki. Nerd. Izuku. That not having any powers makes me some kinda weakling. Most of my classmates make fun of me. Kachan and Clover here are the only ones who don't. But you know what? That makes me wanna prove them wrong. Clover. Bro. Izuku. Ever since I was a kid, I've thought that saving people is the coolest thing you can do. I want people to see my fearless smile and feel safe. And be the kind of hero that everyone in the world looks up to. Just like you. Katsuki and Clover. Izuku. Look. The three then see. The three then scream in surprise. In an alleyway, the sludge villain that was captured woke up. The bottle it was in dropped out of All Might's pocket. Sludge villain. Where am I? What happened? Oh yeah, that bastard. If it weren't for him, I'd be out of town already. Then, someone accidentally kicked him and released him. Now he was ready for round 2. Meanwhile, Izuku, Clover, and Katsuki. Ah. Izuku. What happened? Katsuki. I think he. Clover. Deflated. Izuku. Where'd All Might go? You're not him. You're a fake. And I am. Clover. Bu. Not that. We don't need to start hearing the word Seuss all over the place. Katsuki. The hell are you talking about? Clover. Forget it. All Might. I assure you that I am all M. Blood started to spill from his mouth. Katsuki. Impossible. Clover. Okay, that's disturbing. All Might. You know how guys at the pool are always suckin' and flexin' and tryin' to look buff. I'm like that. Clover. How can you even pull that off? Izuku. All Might's a giant of a man who saves everyone. He defeats all obstacles and wins the day with a fearless smile. All Might sighs. All Might. There's plenty of fear behind that smile. He sits down. All Might. I'm counting on you boys to keep your mouths shut. Don't go talking about this online or telling the rest of your friends. Izuku. What other friends? All Might's sweat dropped. All Might. Okay. That was a little awkward. Katsuki. It's really just the 3 of us being friends. A lot of people want to be friends with me and Clover back at our school, but no way in hell are we going to be friends with the people who hurt Izuku. All Might then shows them. Katsuki. Holy shit. All Might. Pretty gross, right? I got this in a big fight 5 years back. My respiratory system was basically destroyed. I lost my whole stomach. All the surgeries have pretty much worn me out. And it can't be fixed. Right now, I can only do hero work for about 3 hours a day. Rest of the time, this is what I look like. Izuku. 5 years ago. So does that mean it was the fight with Toxic Chainsaw? Clover. I doubt it. This doesn't look like an injury he could cause. All Might. Wow, you boys know your stuff. But no, the punk might have landed some hits, but he couldn't bring me down. Most of the world has never heard of this fight. I did everything I could to keep it under wraps. I'm supposed to be the guy who's always smiling, right? I'm the symbol of peace. People everywhere have to think that I'm never afraid. But truth is, I smile to hide the fear inside. It's just a brave face I put on when the pressure is high. This job isn't easy. Clover and Katsuki dreaded what he was going to say next. All Might. Pro heroes are always having to risk their lives. Some villains just can't be beaten without powers. So can you be a hero like me? Not without a quirk. Izuku felt his world shatter and Katsuki and Clover were clenching their fists in frustration. But then, All Might. Key words. Like me. Izuku. All Might. I'm not saying that you can't be a hero. You just can't be one like me. A hero in general. That's a different story. Saving people doesn't always require powers. You don't need a quirk to be a hero. It's just difficult. Only an idiot would believe you can't be a hero. It's the heart that matters. The power just gives you a better chance. So can you be a hero? Of course. Just not one like me. The foes I fight are too dangerous for those without a quirk. But there are still villains that can be defeated without powers. Take the pro hero Eraserhead for example. His quirk allows him to erase the quirk of whoever he looks at. But it doesn't increase his abilities at all. In fact, it kinda limits it because the effect ends once he blinks. So he fights quirkless. And when it comes to those with mutant-type quirks, his quirk is useless. But that doesn't stop him, now, does it? No. Becoming a hero like me may be impossible for you, but you can become a hero. You just have to work harder than anybody. Do you understand? Izuku felt his dreams being rebuilt again. Izuku. Why yes, thank you. All Might smiled softly. All Might. No worries. You needed the support anyways. He then left. Clover. Izuku. Katsuki. You good? Izuku turned to them with a smile. Izuku. I was just told that I can become a hero by All Might himself. Of course I am. I feel more motivated than ever. However, they see a giant smoke cloud off in the distance. Clover. What was that? Katsuki. I don't know, but I got a bad feeling about it. Izuku. Let's go check it out. Clover and Katsuki. Hi. However, they weren't the only ones following the smoke. All Might was too. It turns out, it was the sludge villain from earlier. He found a new hostage. There was fire everywhere. All Might must have dropped him in the air. I was distracted, worrying about my time limit. I can't believe I made such a rookie mistake. I'm pathetic. Unbeknownst to him, the three from earlier had just arrived and saw what was happening. Clover. Isn't that Katsuki? Shit, Izuku. The villain who attacked us. But didn't All Might capture him? But the bottle. He dropped it. That means it's my fault. Clover. Don't say that, Izuku. Katsuki. It's not like anyone could predict this. Wait, I think there's a hostage in there. Izuku. What? How could they have survived for this long? I thought I'd die after only a few seconds. Oh, man. He looked down. Izuku. I'm the one to blame. He wasted his energy on me. All Might. I'm worthless. Izuku. He can't power up yet. And none of the other heroes have the quirks to stop this monster. All Might. So pathetic. Izuku. It's my fault. I'm sorry. So sorry. All Might clenched the pole he was holding onto. All Might. A disgrace. Izuku. Help will show up and save the day. I'm sure. All Might. I'm not a real hero. Izuku. Someone, a real hero will come soon. Izuku then saw the face of the hostage. It was a girl. He couldn't make out her entire face because it was being consumed by the sludge. What he could see was that she had long crimson hair tied into twine tails using yellow ribbons. But he also saw in her ruby eyes a message. That message was just a single word. And that one word was help. And then Izuku just started running. Not away. He was running towards the villain. Everyone who saw this was in complete shock. But none more so than All Might, Katsuki, and Clover. Clover and Katsuki. Izuku. Death arms. No, you idiot. Stop. You're gonna get yourself killed. Sludge villain. Not this brat again. The girl slowly opened her eye. W-H-O. Izuku. What am I doing? Why am I running? Why can't I stop? Sludge villain. You're toast, kid. He was about to attack Izuku. Izuku. What do I do? What would a hero do right now? Izuku. Page 25. Right. Acting fast, Izuku took off his backpack and flung it at the villain. Some of the stuff in his backpack hit the villain in the eye, causing him to flinch back and gave the girl time to catch a huge gulp of air. Acting quickly, Izuku started to claw at the villain. What the? Who are you? What are you doing? Izuku. I don't know. My legs. They just started moving. He really didn't know why he did this. It might have been his desire to be a hero. Maybe it was the look on the young girl's face. But he knew one thing for certain. Izuku. I couldn't just stand by and watch you die. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. The same for Clover, Katsuki, and All Might. Clover. Go bro. Go. Sludge villain. Just a little bit longer, kid. And I'm done playing with you. The sludge villain was about to kill Izuku. But then, the sky suddenly ripped open. There, what they saw was Katsuki. What the hell? Clover. What is that? Then suddenly, a massive blast of light came from the strange tear in the sky and hit Izuku dead on. Clover and Katsuki. Izuku. However, time suddenly stopped and Izuku found himself in a white void. Izuku. WH what? Where am I? Then, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku turned to see. His eyes widened. Izuku. WH who are you? I'm Green. We are the Morphin Masters. For many years, we have searched for a teenager with the heart of a true hero. Your actions have impressed us to say the least. The one in the gray cape approached Izuku and took off his mask to reveal. Zato. I am Zato. The leader of the Dino Fury Power Rangers. Izuku. WH what? Power Rangers. Zato. Yes, what you are about to see is of the utmost importance. Using his staff, Zato showed Izuku everything about the Power Rangers. Izuku. Wow, but why am I here? Zato. Because you have the heart of a ranger. You never met that girl. Not even once. And yet you have risked your own life to save her, despite nearly dying to that same villain not that long ago. And only because you wanted to do something about it. Because of your actions, we have chosen you to become a ranger. Izuku. Me. Zato. Yes, you shall become a Power Ranger like the ones I showed you earlier. But not just any Power Ranger. You will be able to morph into every Power Ranger out there. Then, something showed up on Izuku's wrist. Izuku. What is this? Zato. This is the Master Morpher. With it, you will be able to morph into the Rangers that came before you. With this, you will become a hero even greater than All Might. But you must keep this a secret from everyone except for those who you trust more than anything. Do you accept the power? Izuku. Yes, I accept. Zato smiled. Zato. Cool, coolio. The other Morphin Masters face-palmed and Izuku's sweat dropped. Zato. Sorry, ahem. Good luck, Izuku Midoriya. And may the power protect you. With that, Izuku vanished and was back in front of the sludge villain. Sludge villain. The hell was that? Doesn't matter. I'll kill you for sure, this time. Izuku smiled and his morpher changed. Clover. Kachan. I don't recall Izuku having, whatever that is. Katsuki. I don't know about you, but I got a good feeling about this. Sludge villain. Any last words? Izuku. Yeah, he steps forward. Izuku. Jungle beast. Spirit unleashed. Izuku. With the courage of a wolf. Jungle fury. Wolf ranger. A large explosion showed up behind Izuku for no apparent reason. Clover. Okay, two things. 1. Katsuki. That was fucking awesome. Clover. Yeah. And 2. Where did that explosion come from? Katsuki. I have no clue. Sludge villain. What's with the spandex? Izuku ran up to the sludge villain who tried to punch him. But he was able to block it. Izuku. This new power feels amazing. I feel like taking care of this villain should be no problem now. Izuku punched the villain in the eye and he stumbled back quite a bit. Sludge villain. Where did this power come from? Before he could act again, Izuku got in front of him, grabbed the girl, and yanked her free from his slimy grasp. He then jumped back. Sludge villain. You bastard. Give back my meat shield. Izuku. Never gonna happen. But I'll give you something else instead. Izuku then charged up his wolf morpher. Izuku. Wolf beam. Izuku launched a massive purple beam at the sludge villain and it exploded and splattered across the area. Everyone stared at him in complete shock. The crowd then bursted into cheers. Izuku the demorphed and looked at his morpher. He did this. Like a real hero. He then got up and went to check on the girl. Izuku. Are you okay? Focus on your breathing, okay? She blushed. Thanks for helping me. My name's Stella. Stella Vermilion. Izuku smiled. Izuku. Nice to meet you, Stella. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Stella. Don't start smiling like that after what just happened. HMPH. Izuku. Sorry. Holy crap, I'm talking to a girl. Katsuki. Ah geez. Clover. Here we go again. Izuku's turning into a tomato. Death Arms then approached Izuku. Death Arms. You got a death wish or something. You nearly got yourself killed. Izuku looked down. Death Arms. That being said. Death Arms. You did good, kid. You managed to save the day like a hero. Just be more careful next time. You trying to become a hero. Izuku. Yeah. I'm going to UA. Death Arms gave him a thumbs up. Death Arms. I think you got what it takes, kid. So keep training hard and reach your goal. Stella. He's going there too. I guess I'll see him there. Later that day, Izuku. And that's what happened. Katsuki. Damn, nerd. I'm actually pretty jealous. That ought to show those extras who's really hero material. Then, All Might showed up. All Might. I am here. Izuku, Katsuki, and Clover. Whoa. All Might. Clover. What are you doing here? Katsuki. I expected a bunch of reporters coming around. He laughs. All Might. I stand for justice. Not sound bites. Because I am all MI. He then spits out blood and turns back to normal, causing the boys to scream again. All Might. Young man, I came here to thank you. I wasn't able to do anything back there. But you did. Izuku. No, it was my fault he was there to begin with. I got in the way of your hard work. I wasted your energy and, not to mention your time. All Might. I'm not done. You told me you didn't have a power. I also overheard that story you just told your friend and brother. I'm quite impressed. And seeing a timid, quirkless boy act to save the life of someone he had never met before would have inspired me to act as well. There are stories about every hero. How they became great. Most have one thing in common. Their bodies moved before they had a chance to think. Almost on their own. And today, that happened to you. The wind blew behind them. All Might. Young man, the Morphing Grid, and the Morphin Masters, could not have picked a better candidate such as yourself. Izuku was in awe by what he said. So were his friend and brother. All Might. And so, I deem you worthy of my power. My quirk is yours to inherit. Izuku, Katsuki, and Clover. Huh, Izuku. Wait, what do you mean, inherit? Inherit what? All Might. Ha ha ha, the look on your face is priceless. Don't worry, I won't force this onto you. Listen well, young man. This is your choice. He started puking blood again. All Might. Do you wanna accept my awesome power or not? Katsuki. The hell are you talking about? All Might. There are a couple things you should know about my abilities. Journalists always guess my quirk is super strength or some kind of invulnerability. When people ask in interviews, I always make a joke and dodge the question. That's because the world needs to believe that their symbol of peace is just a natural-born hero, like any of them. But I'm not. There's nothing natural about my ability. I wasn't born with this power. It's a sacred torch that was passed on to me from someone else. Clover. Someone gave you your quirk. All Might. Yes, and I have decided that your brother is next. I can give him my abilities. Izuku. Wait, hold on, this is a lot to process. It's true that there's a lot of debate as to what your quirk actually is. Nobody's ever figured it out. It's one of the world's greatest mysteries. Katsuki. Yeah, people always talk about it online. Izuku. But, well, the idea of passing on aquacore inheriting it just doesn't make sense. Tom, I've ever heard anything like that before, have you, Clover? Translation. The idea of passing on a quirk or inheriting it just doesn't make sense to me. I've never heard anything like that before. Have you, Clover? Clover. No, Avant powers are supposed to be unique to each individual element. Since the first superpowers no one's ever been able to just give someone else their power like a present. That's crazy. Translation. No, I haven't. Powers are supposed to be unique to each individual. I mean, since the first superpowers, no one's ever been able to just give someone else their power like a present. That's crazy. Both. If this is true, it would cause us to think everything we know about quirks to begin with. All bets are off the table and mutter. Translation. If this is true, it would cause us to rethink everything we know about quirks to begin with. All bets are off the table and mutter. All Might. Do they do this often? Katsuki. All the time. You'll get used to it. The two just kept going on and on until finally. Katsuki. Stop nerding out, you two. They snapped out of it. All Might. You'll have to adjust your reality and accept this new truth. I can transfer my quirk to someone else. And that's just one facet of my secret abilities. The true name of my power is one for all. Izuku, Katsuki, and Clover. 1. 4. All. All Might. Yes, one person improves the power, then hands it off to another person. It continues to grow as it's passed along. It is this cultivated power that allows me to save those who are in need of a hero. That's the truth behind my strength. Clover. Whoa, Izuku. But why would you choose to give it to me? What if I can't live up to it? All Might. I was on a long hunt for a worthy successor. And then, I watched you jump into action as the rest of us stood idly by. You may just be a quirkless fanboy, but you tried to save that young girl. A girl you have never met before. There's a reason why you were also chosen to wield the powers of the Power Rangers. You acted like a hero. Izuku was starting to tear up. All Might. Seriously, you gotta stop crying so much if you want my quirk. Come on, kid. Katsuki. Izuku, what are you gonna do? Izuku. Huh. Clover. Bro. Kachan and I can't help you with this decision. It's up to you to decide whether to accept his quirk or not. So, what's your answer? Izuku. I'll do it, all might. No reluctance. That's exactly how I figured you'd respond. Now, I want you three to meet me at the Takoba Municipal Beach Park first thing in the morning, 2 days from now. I'll explain more when you get there. The trio nodded and left for home. 2 days later. All Might. Hey. It's pretty comfy up on this fridge, how are you doing down there? Izuku fell down. All Might. People move these every day, you know. And most of them don't even have any super strength. Clover. Says the 600-pound man of pure muscle sitting on top of said fridge. All Might. Nah, I've lost weight, so I'm down to 560 these days. In this form, at least. Katsuki. Right, because that makes such a huge difference. Izuku. Why do you have me dragging trash across the beach, anyway? All Might laughs. All Might. Take a look at yourself. You're not ready for my power. Izuku. What? But I thought you said I was worthy. He starts to freak out. Clover. Calm down, bro. He probably means physically. Izuku. Huh, All Might. Your brother is right. One for all is a whole lot to handle. The combined physical abilities of everyone who's ever used it creates a hurricane of pure force. An unprepared body can't fully inherit it. Your arms and legs would shoot off if you tried to. Izuku and Clover. Seriously. Katsuki. That actually sounds pretty cool. They look at him with expressions that say, what's wrong with you? Katsuki. I mean, does that mean that this whole trash thing is really some kind of hardcore gym workout with you as the trainer? All Might. Nice save. Katsuki. Thanks, I thought so too. All Might. As for the answer to your question, yes, but there's another reason, too. I did a bit of research yesterday. Turns out this part of the beak used to be beautiful, but it's been a total mess for the last few years. He tapped the fridge and made a dent in it. Clover. He didn't even try to damage it. Katsuki. He's right. I remember going to the beach with my cousin a while back before all this trash showed up. Because of the ocean currents, anything that's dropped in the water ends up here. Clover. People do take advantage of that when they're illegally dumping their trash. So all the locals avoid this place nowadays. All Might. Heroes these days are all about showing off and capturing flashy villains. All Might puts his hand on the top of the fridge and starts crushing it. All Might. Things were different before quirks. Service was what mattered. Back then, heroes were those who helped the community. Even if it was kinda boring. He finishes crushing the fridge and trash nearby gets flown always by wind pressure, revealing the sunrise. All Might. You boys will restore the coastline for this entire section of the beach. That is the first step on your path, boys. Towards becoming heroes. Katsuki. Whoa, wait. All this. Izuku. But there's so much. Clover. Impossible. All Might. Young Bakugo. Young Midoriya. Izuku and Clover. Which one? All Might. Oh, guess I should call you two by your first names to avoid confusion. But I was referring to both of you. Izuku and Clover. Oh, All Might. You boys want to go to UA, right? Izuku. Well, yeah. Of course. Clover. After all, you went there. So it must be the best school around, right? Katsuki. We're shooting for the moon here. All Might. You boys have a lot of spirit. But, as I've mentioned before, you can't become a hero like me without a quirk. At least, I presume. I'm not experienced with the knowledge of Power Rangers like you, Izuku. I don't like it any more than you do. Trust me, and UA is the hardest hero course to get into. Which means, Izuku, that I have to prepare my body for your quirk really fast. UA's exam is in 10 months. All Might. Not to worry, boys. I've got you covered, with the help of my handy, aim to pass, American Dream Plan. Katsuki. The what? Clover. That might be the stupidest name I've ever heard. Izuku. Said the boy who once wanted his hero name to be, Gun Hat. Clover chuckled. Clover. Touché. All Might. Follow this to the letter and the beach will be cleaned up just in time. I also detailed every other aspect of your lives. Katsuki. Damn, even our sleep. Wait, we're all doing it. Clover. Sounds good to me. We're a team, remember. We all promised each other that we would make it into UA together. Katsuki. Good point. All Might. If I'm being honest, this is going to be super hard. Think you boys are up to it? Izuku. Sure, I have to work harder than anyone else to get in. Besides, this could be great for my ranger powers. After my fight with the sludge villain, I was feeling pretty tired. So this could be more beneficial than it was meant to be. Clover. All right, let's do this. Their training was no easy task. Izuku wasn't allowed to use his ranger powers because that would defeat the whole purpose of the training. He would carry bits and pieces of trash up the steps that led out of the beach and over to Katsuki, who would be wearing wrist and ankle weights. Then, as Izuku goes back to get more trash, Katsuki would use his explosion quirk on the trash to send it flying high up. Meanwhile, Clover, who is also wearing wrist and ankle weights, would be running all around the beach and destroy the trash that Katsuki would fling up into the air using his new move that he liked to call Full Justice. By charging up his next attack, he could triple the size of the projectile he could shoot. So, while Izuku was training his body and his ranger powers, Katsuki and Clover were training their bodies and quirks. The weighted cuffs made the process harder because they would drain at their stamina. But they wouldn't give up. No matter how many times they fall, they would get back up again. Even outside of their beach cleanup schedule, they would still train. Clover and Katsuki weren't allowed to take off their cuffs in order to make it more fair. Clover was also supervising Izuku because he knew his brother well enough to understand that he would try to go off schedule to finish earlier. At school, people started to treat Izuku differently. But the trio knew it was only because of Izuku's newfound powers. So they didn't go on ahead and become friends with their other classmates. They were also put on a pretty strict diet. When Inko and Mitsuki questioned their sons, they had to make up an excuse and pray that it would work. Thankfully it did. As training went on, they were starting to get the hang of things. Their strength and powers were getting better. Even at school, they would train. One time, their training involved swimming and a bunch of girls showed up. Katsuki. Hey girls, like what you see, but they started to just fangirl over All Might, which left Katsuki bummed out while Izuku and Clover laughed at his misfortune. But All Might was enjoying being surrounded by girls. Clover was just thankful it wasn't Izuku that the girls were ogling. He doesn't want to have to reboot him. And eventually, the day of the exam, they had finished. They cleaned the entire beach. So they let out a war cry of victory. All Might. Hey, holy crap boys. You even cleaned up outside the area I told you boys to. Seriously, there's not a single speck of trash left on this beach. Only a few minutes to spare, but you've exceeded my expectations. Holy, stinkin', super crap. The three boys fall off the trash pile they were standing on and All Might caught them. All Might. Excellent work. Izuku. We finished everything. All Might. We did it. Do you think I'm ready now? All Might. Yeah, you boys did good. I gotta say, I'm impressed. He let the boys down on their feet. All Might. I knew you had it in you, but this is beyond. Look at this. He shows them an image of Izuku crying when they first started training. Clover. All Might. Clover, it's your brother. Crying 10 months ago. Take a look at how he looks now. Clover paid more attention to Izuku's physique now. Clover. Damn, bro. You look really buff now. All Might. There's still a long road ahead before you can inherit my full power set. But it's starting to look like you can do it. Izuku. All Might. Do I deserve this? Are you sure? Katsuki. What are you talking about? Izuku. You all put so much time and energy into helping me. How did I end up so lucky? Katsuki. Whoa, nerd. Luck has nothing to do with this. Clover. It wasn't us who made you buff. That was all you. We were just training alongside you while All Might just gave us advice on what to do. But your role was the most important. There's no one out there who deserves one for all more than you. Don't you ever forget that. All Might. Precisely. Now, For your reward, Izuku Midoriya. But then, the sky bursted open and the morphing grid showed up again. Katsuki. What the? Clover. Hey, isn't that the morphing grid? Why is it showing up? And why now? And then, a giant beam of light struck again. But this time, Katsuki and Clover were the ones who were hit. They were now in a white void, same as Izuku. Katsuki. The hell? Zato. Katsuki Bakugo and Clover Midoriya. They turned to see Zato. Clover. Why, you're Zato, right? Zato. Indeed I am. And you two have been chosen to become rangers alongside Izuku. Katsuki. Seriously, Clover. But why? Zato. For your dedication to Izuku. The amount of training you went through alongside him already made you good candidates to become rangers. But it was your encouragement to Izuku that showed me and the other Morphin Masters that you both have the heart of a ranger. That's why we have chosen you to wield the power alongside Izuku. However, this will only happen if you accept it. We will not force you to do so. And one more thing, with Izuku as the first candidate, he will be meant to be the leader of the team. Do you accept these conditions? Katsuki. Is that even a question? Hell yeah, Clover. Of course, I don't care who's leader. At the end of the day, we'll always be a team. Then, two other Master Morphers show up on their wrists. Zato. I was hoping you'd say that. Good luck, and may the power protect you. With that, they vanished and were back in the real world. Izuku. That light, are you guys? They showed Izuku their Master Morphers and filled him in on what happened. Izuku. Me, the leader, Clover. Who else? All Might. I'm proud of you all. Now. He plucked off a hair. All Might. Someone told me this once. There's a difference between being lucky and deserving. One's an accident, the other a reward. Never get the two confused. Take that to heart, boys. These gifts, you earned them with your own valiant efforts. Now, Izuku. All Might. Eat this. Rangers. What? All Might. To inherit my power, you've got to swallow some of my DNA, that's how it works. Clover. Tell me you're joking. Katsuki. I don't think he's joking. Izuku. This isn't exactly how I imagined it. Clover and Katsuki. Neither did we. All Might. Well, how did you imagine it? Izuku. I expected something like blasting me in the chest with some kind of orb of power that you would create. Clover. I figured the same thing. Katsuki. I thought it would involve an incantation while wearing some kind of body paint. All Might. Hey, I wish, although that last one was just weird. In any case, there's no time. You'll be late for the exam. Eat, eat, eat. Later, the Rangers were finally at Ua. Clover. You good, man. Izuku was holding his hand over his mouth. Izuku. I may have swallowed the hair, but I don't feel like anything great has happened to me yet. Do you guys ever feel like you're being watched? Clover. Why, Izuku? I feel like there are a lot of eyes on me. Katsuki. Probably because there are. Clover. Kachan, you're not helping. Katsuki. It's just the truth. Are you really that surprised, leader? Izuku. Fair enough. But now, let's go. Let's become heroes. Izuku. Or maybe I'll just die. But before he landed, he started floating. Clover. Uh-oh, Katsuki. Not good. Ochako. Hey, are you okay? Izuku started panicking from floating before Ochako helped back on his feet and brought her hands together. Ochako. I stopped you with my quirk. I'm sorry I didn't ask first. But I figured you wouldn't mind me catching you. Izuku had a weird expression on his face. Ochako. Isn't this all, like, way nerve-wracking? Izuku. Katsuki and Clover. This is our leader. Ochako. Well, I guess I'll see you inside. Bye. She then went inside while Izuku said nothing until. Izuku. Holy whoa, I just talked to another girl. Katsuki. Nerd, you didn't. Clover. Just let him have this moment. It's awkward enough as is. Later. Present Mike. What's up, UA candidates? Thanks for tuning into me, your school DJ. Come on and lemme hear ya. Silence. Present Mike. Keeping it mellow, huh? That's fine, I'll skip straight to the main show. Let's talk about how this practical exam is gonna go down, okay? Are you ready? Rangers. Yeah, present mic. Thank you, little listeners. Extra points. Izuku. Guys, can you believe it? It's the voice hero. Present mic. Clover. Do you think we'll be on his radio show for playing along? I hope so. Present mic. Like your application said, today you rockin' boys and girls will be out there conducting 10-minute mock battles in super hip urban settings. Gird your loins, my friends. Katsuki. What does that mean? Clover and Izuku shrugged. Present mic. After I drop the mic here, you'll head to your specified battle center, sound good? Rangers. Yeah, present mic. Alright, they looked at their cards. Clover. Uh-oh, they're splitting us up so we can't work with friends. Izuku. Yeah, you're right. Our examinee numbers are one after the other, but we're assigned to different battle centers. Present mic. Okay. Let's check out your targets. Present mic went on to explain the rules. Excuse me, sir, I have a question. The Rangers looked to see a pale-skinned girl their age with pale blue eyes and long white hair in a ponytail with a silver, icicle-shaped tiara. Present mic. Hit me. White-haired girl. On the printout, it shows 4 villains. Not 3. I would like you to explain. Also, you 2 boys over there. Izuku and Clover. Us. White-haired girl. Stop your muttering. It's distracting. Katsuki. How about you shut up? It wasn't distracting me. Izuku. Kachan. Calm down. Present mic. Alright. Please calm down. As for your question, the 4th foe is worth 0 points. It's just an obstacle. It can be beaten, but there's really no point in doing so. The girl sat back down. Katsuki. Grumbling what a jerk. After that, the presentation ended and it was time for the practical. Izuku. Hey, guys. Katsuki and Clover. Yeah. Izuku. Good luck. Let's make it together. They gave each other fist bumps and left for the exam. Izuku. Okay, this is it. A mock battle. How come none of these guys seem nervous at all? Are they that confident? Some of them even have special gear. Then again, I technically do too. So do Kachan and Clover. He then notices Ochako. Izuku. Hey, it's her. The nice girl we met at the school gates. The one who kept me from falling. I should probably thank her for helping me back there. He then felt a hand on his shoulder and turned around to see the girl that chewed him and Clover out earlier. Izuku. She's here too. White-haired girl. Quit trying to distract her when she's trying to focus. Understand? Izuku. Whoa. I wasn't going to do that. I swear I was just. Hey, leave him alone. You don't even have all the answers from him. They turned to see. White-haired girl. Fine. She then left. Hamiko. You okay? I'm Hamiko Toga, by the way. I was supposed to be in my 2nd year of high school, but I was held back a grade. Izuku. Hamiko giggled. Hamiko. The way you panic is just adorable. Izuku had a huge blush on his face. Hamiko. I think I'll call you Bunny. You sure are cute like one. Hope to see you in class, Bunny. She walked away and Izuku started to turn into a tomato. Meanwhile, Katsuki. Grumbling stupid ice princess. She has no idea what he's been through. I bet her tone would change if she knew, damn it. Wow, you seem like totes mad right now. Katsuki turned and was met with. Katsuki. Damn right, I'm mad. My friend has always been given the short end of the stick since he and his twin brother were born. Kami. Are you sure they're twins? They don't look alike. Katsuki. What are you, an airhead? They're fraternal twins. Not all twins look alike. Kami. You're totes right. I'm Kami Utsushimi by the way. Katsuki. Katsuki Bakugo. She's kinda cute. Meanwhile again. Clover. Hope Izuku's doing alright. Izuku. That's the name of your brother. Clover turns to see. Clover. Yeah, Chara. I assume you two are twins, right? Clover. How do you know? Chara. I know twins when I see them. I'm also a twin. I'm Chara Uraraka by the way. Clover. Clover Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Chara. It's pretty cool how your brother's the one who took care of that sludge villain. Clover. Yeah, it was. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't concerned for his safety. Chara. Totally get it. I would feel the same way if it was my sister. The gates then open. Present mic. Right, let's start. Get moving. There are no countdowns in real battles. Run, run, run listeners. You're wasting airtime here. With that, everyone but the Rangers took off before realizing that they were being left behind. Clover. Crap, here goes nothing. His master morpher then became. Clover. Alright, it's morphin' time. Dino Charger ready. Energize. Unleash the power. Clover. Parasaur. Dino Charge. Black Ranger. Clover went through the gate. With Katsuki. Katsuki. Let's see what these powers can do. His master morpher becomes. Katsuki. Here goes nothing. Quantum power. Katsuki then ran after them. With Izuku. I gotta act fast. His morpher then becomes. Izuku. Samurai Storm. Ranger form. Couldn't find a GIF. Izuku runs after them and soon comes across a one-pointer. Normally, Izuku would be scared. But with his new powers, not to mention a freaking sword, he went after the robot without hesitation and destroyed it. Since Izuku chose the Green Samurai Ranger, Ninja Storm, not Samurai, he had to get in close enough to hit his opponents with his sword. Luckily, speed wasn't much of an issue here. Most students couldn't even come close to the Ranger's speed. However, there was one that was a different story. Just as Izuku was about to destroy a three-pointer, it got destroyed first. The one who destroyed it was a fair-skinned girl who actually looked a bit younger. She had silver eyes, neck-length black hair with red tips, and a giant scythe. Whoops, sorry, I didn't know this was your kill and whoa. You're that guy in the spandex. That weapon you used against the gross villain was amazing. And that sword looks awesome too. I'm Ruby Rose by the way. Izuku. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Ruby. Nice to meet you Izuku. Oh, we shouldn't be talking right now. I'll chat with you another time. Ruby then ran off at incredible speed. Shaking his head, Izuku went back to fighting the robots. Meanwhile with Clover, he and Chara decided to partake in a competition to motivate each other. Whoever destroys the most robots wins. And combining the Dino Morpher Blaster with his quirk was making things very easy. As for Katsuki, he was going nuts on those robots using the Quantum Defender and his explosion quirk. Although this girl who had a red streak in her hair stole one of his kills and he started to get into an argument with her before she had enough of him and ran off. But then, the ground started to shake, and out came a giant robot. Izuku. Is. Katsuki. That. Clover. The. Rangers. 0-pointer. Unfortunately, the Rangers have learned that they have not yet reached the point where they can summon their Zords. Which means they don't have a way of fighting back just yet. But they could help people who would get crushed otherwise. Katsuki was able to fend off the robot for a split second with his freezing strike. Just long enough for a girl blonde hair tied in a ponytail to escape. Clover managed to help a girl with black hair that had orange tips. And Izuku was helping a lot of different people but then. Help. Izuku turned to see a girl with chestnut hair and tanuki ears and a tanuki tail. She was trapped under rubble and was about to be crushed by the 0-pointer. And then, he acted without thinking. Izuku. Izuku. Super Samurai Mode. Izuku rushed towards the trapped girl and activated One for All and jumped as high as he could. Thanks to the Super Samurai Mode, his body was reinforced and could tank the backlash of it. However, it can only take 3 hits. And 2 of them have been used due to saving both of Izuku's legs. Now high above the ground, Izuku used One for All on his arm and punched the robot while saying a single word. Izuku. Smash. Izuku destroyed the robot and it blew up. However, Izuku had to morph now and no longer had the energy to morph again. Izuku. Damn it, I'm such an idiot. He warned me of the backlash. And this was the end result of using it while in Super Samurai Mode. However, before he could hit the ground, someone swooped in and saved him. Are you okay? Izuku opened his eyes and what he saw made him blush brightly. He was in the arms of Toru. You should be a bit more careful, you know. Izuku. Toru waved her hand in front of Izuku. Toru. Hello, Izuku. Tanuki girl. Think you broke him. Toru. Oops, present mic. And that's it. Time's up. Tanuki girl. Oh no. He might not pass because of me. Toru. I wouldn't worry about it. I doubt this test was based on only taking down villains. There's more to being a hero than that. Tanuki girl. I hope you're right. Later, Katsuki and Clover were laughing hysterically at Izuku's pain. Clover. I wish I could have seen that. Ha 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 ha. Katsuki. Damn nerd. Any other guy would have loved to be in your position but you fainted. Ha 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 ha. Izuku. Shut up guys. A week later. Izuku. Got anything yet? Clover. Nope. Still no clue on how to limit your power so you don't run such a risk. We were lucky with Super Samurai mode. If 3 hits was all it took for you to demorph, I get the feeling you would have broken your bones had you not morphed in the first place. And if our enemies can somehow keep us from morphing, we'll have to rely on our quirks. And for now, that's gonna be a big problem on your part. Izuku. Let's just hope we find an answer before something like that happens. Clover nodded and then a knock on the door was heard. Inko. Boys, you received letters from Ua. Well, it's one letter meant for the both of you. Izuku and Clover looked at each other before gulping and taking the letter while Inko waited outside. Izuku. Ready Clover. Clover. Moment of truth. They opened their letter and a hologram projector falls out and shows. All Might. Booyah. I am here as a projection now. Izuku and Clover. Ah. Izuku. Wait, All Might. Clover. But this is from Ua. All Might. I know it's been a while, but with great power, comes a great amount of paperwork. My apologies, boys. Truth be told, I didn't come to this city just to fight crime. You're looking at the newest Ua faculty member. Izuku and Clover. You're working at Ua. A hand was shown signaling All Might to hurry it along. All Might. Huh, yes, what's the matter? Who's showboating? Oh, sorry, I'll wrap it up, but I have to show them something first. Wait, I have to do how many of these things? Size asterisk right, so, moving on. You boys managed to pass the written exam. Now, in the practical exam, Clover, you managed to get 64 combat points while Izuku got 59. Clover. Sorry, leader. Looks like I beat you. All Might. But there were other factors in this test. Rescue points. A panel of judges watches, and they award points for heroic acts beyond just fighting villains. Clover Midoriya, 67 rescue points. And Izuku Midoriya, 100 rescue points. You both passed. Welcome, Rangers. You and Katsuki Bakugo have all made it to your hero academia. Izuku and Clover. We did it. That was the day that the promise the Rangers made became reality. It was the night after the good news. The 3 Rangers were finally able to see All Might again. Izuku. Hi All Might. All Might. Gak. Too loud kid. There was a couple nearby that overheard them. Clover. He's just kidding. The couple seemed bummed out. Rangers and All Might. Phew. Katsuki. Ya gotta be more careful. Izuku. I know. All Might held up his hand. All Might. Congrats on getting in, Rangers. Izuku. I couldn't have done it without your help. He high-fived All Might. All Might. Speaking of which, I didn't tell anyone at UA that I've been training you boys or anything. Really, I wasn't one of the judges, and I didn't pull any strings for ya. You boys earned your spot all on your own. Katsuki. Good. I hate being treated like I'm some kind of chosen one. Ever since. He went quiet. All Might. Ever since what? Clover. You don't have to tell him if you don't want to, Kachan. Katsuki. No, he needs to know. Truth is, not long after I got my quirk, people started to treat me like I'm some kind of chosen one. It got into my head. I started to think that I was truly the greatest and started to steer away from these 2 being my friends. All Might. I see. What happened that stopped all of that? Katsuki. When we were little kids, Izuku tried to protect this kid from me and my 2 ex-friends. I used my quirk on him and laughed at it. But, when I saw the pained expression in his face, I realized, I was acting like a villain. After that, Clover wouldn't let me come anywhere near Izuku for the next month. We were able to make up, but, even though Izuku and Clover have forgiven me for my actions, I don't think I ever will. All Might patted him on the back. All Might. It takes a big man to admit when he's made a mistake. At least you realized what you were doing wrong before you caused any lasting damage. Katsuki. Thanks All Might. Izuku. There's one thing, All Might. Your power. I only used it on my legs and arm and it caused me to demorph right after. I can't control it. What do I do? All Might. You'll learn to manage in time. Hoping to master it is like asking a baby to run a marathon. You still have to go through the process of learning how to walk. Katsuki. Hold on. Just to clarify, you knew something like this was going to happen. All Might. Not really. If this all happened before your ranger powers, I would. As it stands, I had no idea of the outcome. But at least now we know what you're dealing with. Right now, Izuku's quirk is either 0% or 100%. One day, you'll learn how to control your output. Then, you can adjust how much power you're using. Izuku. I just need control. Clover. I get what he's saying. Right now, you're overflowing with energy. But with training, your body should be able to hold it better. All Might buffed up and crushed a can. All Might. Precisely. Then it's yours to command. Sadly, they forgot about the couple and recognized him. Izuku. You can't blame me for that. All. Agreed. They started to jog through the beach for a while. The first day of school. Inko. Are you two ready? Izuku. Of course. Inko. You sure? You didn't just pack action figures, right? Clover. Come on, Mom. You know we wouldn't do that. Inko. Before you go, I just want you to know that I'm proud of you. Hearing those words, the boys smiled and left. They met up with Katsuki and made their way to Ua. Surprisingly, they arrived first in their class. So, they decided to look at the ranger database that they were given from Zato to learn about them. After everyone arrived, the team looked up and realized they were screwed. Why? These are their classmates. Yep, those are their classmates. And Clover and Katsuki knew better than anyone that Izuku is not great with girls. Katsuki. When are the rest coming? Ruby. There is no rest. Wait, are you guys the only boys in this class? Kami. Wow, that's totes hilarious. Clover. Maybe for you. But for us. Izuku. Gee guys, I'm freaking out. Why are we the only boys in this class? Izuku tried to run out but got pinned down by Katsuki and Clover. Clover. Oh no you don't. Katsuki. It's our first day. We ain't letting you run out on us. Especially this early. Izuku. Let me go. Aizawa. If a bunch of girls in this class is enough to make you scared, you've got some issues and should leave. They all turned to see Shota Aizawa in a sleeping bag. Katsuki. Still wanna leave. Izuku. On second thought, I'll stick around. Aizawa got up and out of his sleeping bag. Aizawa. Hello, I'm Shota Aizawa. Your homeroom teacher. Everyone. Our teacher. Izuku. Thank goodness our teacher's a man. Aizawa. Now, before we get started, I want you all to introduce yourselves to the class. But before that, sit down, boys. They followed his directions. Aizawa. All right, you'll all be introducing each other via seat order. When it's your turn, come up front and introduce yourself to the class. Go. Himiko went up first. Himiko. Hi, I'm Himiko Toga. My quirk is transform. By ingesting someone's blood, I can transform into them. The amount of time it lasts depends on the amount of blood I drink. Also, the clothes get piled up, so it's pretty uncomfortable. Izuku. Hang on. It involves you ingesting blood. Doesn't that mean that you need a steady source of blood or else you go through blood withdrawal? Himiko. Yeah, I know it's freaky, but... Izuku. No, I just wanted clarification, that's all. Besides, quirks are freaky on their own. It's what makes them unique. Himiko smiles. Himiko. Thanks, Bunny. Izuku freezes up. Ruby. Bunny. Himiko. Can you blame me? He's like a bunny. Izuku fell backwards in his chair. Clover. God damn it. Katsuki. Good thing I brought smelling salt. Katsuki used the smelling salt to wake him up. Aizawa. Next. The girl with a black bow came up next. Blake. Hello. I'm Blake Belladonna. My quirk is called Shadow. It allows me to create shadow clones of myself. Katsuki got an idea. Izuku. Kachan. Don't. Please. Katsuki. You can't stop me. Clover knocks him on the head. Clover. Ignore that, please. Everyone's sweat drops at this. Aizawa. Next. The girl with the red streak went up. Ryuko. I'm Ryuko Matoi. My quirk is called Senketsu. In exchange of my blood, I can activate this form of mine that enhances my physical abilities a ton. But I hate that form, so I prefer to use my weapon. Katsuki. Hold on, you're that girl that stole my kill. Ryuko. Oh, let it go already. Katsuki. You damn. Izuku. Kachan. Quit it. Katsuki. Fine. Aizawa. Next. Toru walked up. Toru. Hiya, I'm Toru. My quirk is dragon. It's what I am. That's all. Aizawa. Next. The white-haired girl with the cat ears and tail walked up. Kaneko. I'm Kaneko Tuju. My quirk is Nekomata. It gives me the abilities of a Nekomata. However, the more light there is, the weaker I become. And just for the record, I hate perverts. So if you boys ever think about peeking on us girls while changing, you'll. Katsuki and Clover started to laugh hysterically. Kaneko. Why are you laughing? Katsuki. By, you boys, are you referring to points at Izuku him? 'Cause if so, that is the funniest thing I have ever heard. This guy, peeking on you while you change. He's having a hard time trying not to faint in this damn classroom. Izuku. I wanna die. Kaneko. She was staring at Izuku. Izuku. Hi. She said nothing and went back to her seat. Clover. That was odd. Aizawa. Next. The girl with pink tips walked up. Betty. Hi, I'm Betty Nor. The entire classroom tenses up. Izuku. And no, I thought you were reported to have died. Betty sighs. Betty. No, it wasn't me that report was about. That was my older sister, Bet Nor. She simply used my name to pretend to be someone nice. I'm nothing like her, I promise. She sat back down. Izuku. Sorry. She turns to him and gives a kind smile. Betty. Totally understand. My sis did cause a lot of trouble in the past. Aizawa. Now that we got that cleared up, next. Ruby walked up. Ruby. I'm Ruby Rose. My quirk is called Petal Burst. It allows me to dash at incredible speeds while leaving rose petals in my wake. I love weapons, and the weapons that I saw the Rangers use are enough to make me squeal. They all sweat drop. Aizawa. Next. The girl that chewed Izuku and Clover out earlier came up. Weiss. I'm Weiss Schnee. Clover. Still waiting on your apology. Weiss. I have nothing to apologize for. Clover. You. Izuku. Just let it be. Weiss. My quirk is called Glyphs. It allows me to create glyphs that can be used in a variety of ways. Create a slippery platform to skate on at high speed. Generate mid-air platforms to manipulate my trajectory in the air and perform limited time dilation that can speed up actions, to name a few. Aizawa. Next. Chara walked up. Chara. I'm Chara Uraraka. My quirk is called Determination Knife. Depending on how determined I am, I can create powerful knives out of thin air. I can choose whether they're deadly or not. Aizawa. Next. Stella went up. Stella. I'm Stella Vermilion. My quirk is Pyrokinesis. It's self-explanatory. Chara. She sounds like Ruby. Wait, weren't you the girl that was taken hostage in the sludge villain incident? Stella. Yes, and let us not speak of it right now. Ruby. Hi, Aizawa. Next. Ochako went up. Ochako. Hi, I'm Ochako Uraraka. I'm Chara's twin sister. Everyone was surprised. Not that they were twins, but. Stella. Am I crazy, or do we have the exact same voice? Ochako. Now that you mention it, yeah. Weird. Anyways, my quirk is zero gravity. If I place all 5 fingers on an object, I can negate its gravity. But if I do it too much, I puke. Aizawa. Next. The girl with blonde hair in a ponytail came up. Lily. I'm Lily. My quirk is called Nihilego. I can do whatever a Nihilego can. But I'm weak to psychic, water, steel, and especially ground-related quirks. I also am not good with animals. I don't want to talk about it. Izuku, if you ever feel the need to, you can always talk with us. Lily, thanks. Aizawa. Next, another blonde girl comes up. Zelda. I'm Zelda Hyrule. My quirk is Sealing. The more evil my foe, the more powerful my quirk becomes. I can use it in many forms. But they all involve light. Aizawa. Next, the girl that Izuku saved at the entrance exam came up. Raftalia. I'm Raftalia. My quirk is Tanuki. It doesn't do much, but I'm very skilled with swords so I use those instead. Kami then came up. Kami. Yo, I'm Kami Utsushimi. I was going to go to Shiketsu High, but my parents had to move at the last second, so, here I am. My quirky is called Glamour. I can create super cool illusions. Aizawa. Next, the girl with orange tips came up. Nezuko. I'm Nezuko Kamado. My quirk is called Demon. It has multiple uses. I can shrink, grow, regenerate, and even turn my blood into pink flames. I can choose who these pink flames can harm. However, like Kaneko, the brighter it is, the weaker I get. Aizawa. Next, the last girl came up. Yang. I'm Yang Xiaolong. I'm Ruby's half-sister. My quirk is called Burn. I can absorb kinetic energy from every blow I take and use it to make myself more powerful. It's called Burn because it sometimes covers my hair in flames, and if you ever mess with it, I will break every bone in your body. Understand? Everyone. Hi, Aizawa. And finally, the boys will do their introduction together. Izuku sighed in relief as they went up. Katsuki. The name's Katsuki Bakugo. My quirk is called Explosion. I sweat a nitroglycerin-like substance and make it explode. Clover. Howdy, I'm Clover Midoriya. My quirk is called Justice. It allows me to shoot projectiles. That's why I carry a toy gun with me. Also because I like cowboys. My quirk gets stronger depending on how strong my sense of justice gets. Izuku. My name is. Clover put his hand on Izuku's shoulder and gave him a reassuring smile. Izuku. Thanks, I needed that. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I'm Clover's twin brother. My quirk is called Superpower. I'm a late bloomer and my quirk just manifested, so I was misdiagnosed as quirkless. Blake. You must have had a rough life then. Izuku. Why yeah, my mom, Clover, and Kachan were the only ones who kept me going. Yang. Guess your dad's still looking for the milk, huh? Izuku and Clover groaned. Izuku and Clover. For the last time. No. Yang. Geez, I was just joking. Katsuki. About their dead father. Silence. That's all that was heard until. Yang. Shit. Katsuki. Yeah, Yang. Sorry, Izuku. It's fine. Anyways, I'm also the one who, saved Street Stella. Stella blushed a little remembering that day. Then the class started talking about how cool he was back there until Aizawa got them all to shut up. Izuku. And not only that, but just before the entrance exam, Kachan and Clover became rangers like me. So we're a team, hey. Katsuki brought him into a headlock and playfully noogied him. Katsuki. Damn right we are. And this nerd is our leader. Aizawa. Now that introductions are done, get dressed and meet up outside. They all left. However, Kaneko, Izuku, Kachan, Clover, you three are as close as ever, huh? Students. What? A quirk assessment test, Ochako. But orientation. We're gonna miss it. Aizawa. If you really wanna make the big leagues, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies. That's why I had you all do introductions earlier. Here at UA, we're not tethered to traditions. That means I get to run my class however I see fit. You've been taking standardized tests most of your lives. But you never got to use your quirks in physical exams before. The country's still trying to pretend we're all created equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. One day, the Ministry of Education will learn. Izuku, you managed to get the most points on the entrance exam. Izuku. Why yeah, Aizawa. What was your farthest distance with a softball back in junior high? Izuku. 55 meters. Aizawa. Try doing it with your quirk. He goes to the circle in the field. Aizawa. Anything goes, just stay in the circle. Izuku. Alright. His morpher then changed into Izuku. Overdrive accelerate. I can't find a GIF or video of the full morph sequence. Sorry. Izuku. Overdrive Red Ranger. Izuku then threw the ball with tremendous strength and it landed 803.4 meters away. When Aizawa showed the score, everyone freaked out like crazy. Zelda. 803.4 meters. I'm impressed. Ruby. I wanna go too. This seems fun. Toru. We get to use our quirks as much as we want. Aizawa. Fun, you say. Clover. Uh-oh, Aizawa. You have 3 years to become a hero. You think it's all gonna be games and play time. Idiots. Today you'll compete in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last has none, and will be expelled immediately. Students. What, Izuku? Immediate expulsion. 8 tests. Crap, I can only use one for all at either 0 or 100% right now. And I get the feeling that I can only tank 1 hit in my ranger form considering it only took 3 in Super Samurai mode. I don't have any control yet. Aizawa. Like I said, I get to decide how this class runs. Understand. If that's a problem, you can head home right now. Clover. A huge test on the first day of school. Crap. Chara. Hold up, you can't send one of us home on the first day. That's not fair. Aizawa. In case you haven't noticed, the world is unfair. There are many unfair things in this world and heroes exist for the sole purpose of counteracting that unfairness. Besides, I think that if anyone knows unfairness, it's Izuku. Students. Huh, Aizawa. Did you forget what he said in his introduction? Izuku said that his quirk only recently manifested. Izuku, when was the first time you used your quirk? Izuku. The entrance exam. Aizawa. Which explains why you turned back to normal after destroying the robot. You have no control over it since you only got it about a few weeks ago. Izuku looked down and nodded. Aizawa. It's not your fault, kid. Personally, before today, I thought you were just being reckless. But I know better now. However, the main point is that he was misdiagnosed as quirkless. How many quirkless people have you encountered? Everyone thought about it and realized they didn't know anyone quirkless. Aizawa. Exactly. That's because the quirkless are treated like second-class citizens. I've seen my fair share of quirkless people. Most of them gave up on their dreams and isolated themselves from society so they could be safe from discrimination. I get the feeling that Izuku was treated the same way. Am I right, Izuku? Izuku. Yeah, Aizawa. Which means you definitely know how unfair this world is. For that, I commend you. Kaneko. Izuku. What happened? Aizawa. If you wanna be a pro, you're gonna have to push yourself to the brink. For the next 3 years, UA will throw one terrible hardship after another at you. So, go beyond. Plus ultra style. Show me it's no mistake that you're here. Now, let the games begin. Test 150-meter dash. The first match was Weiss versus Nezuko. Weiss was able to beat Nezuko with her glyphs to skate at a high speed. The second match was Ochako against Kami. Ochako lightened up her clothes, but Kami made an illusion to make her think that the goal was closer than it actually was and realized too late that she was being tricked. The third match was Ruby against Toru. Toru won, but only by 0.3 seconds. The third match was Izuku against Katsuki. Katsuki. May the best ranger win. Izuku nodded. Izuku's morpher then changed too. And Katsuki's morpher transformed into Izuku. Dino Thunder. Power up. Ha. Katsuki. RPM. Get in gear. Izuku. Tyranno Power. Dino Thunder Red Ranger. Katsuki. RPM Red Ranger. The two take off at incredible speed. Izuku was able to win but Katsuki came very very close. Katsuki. Damn it, I lost. Izuku. Good try, Kachan. Katsuki. Thanks, nerd. The fourth match was of Clover against Kaneko. Kaneko. So what form are you gonna use, Clover? Clover. I'm glad you asked. His morpher then became Clover. Samurai Morpher. Gold Power. Clover. Gold Samurai Ranger, ready. Kaneko didn't stand a chance. Clover's speed was faster than the eye could see. The remaining matches didn't have much going on. Just simple running, so let's move on to the next test. The grip strength test. Izuku transformed into the red Jungle Fury Ranger while Katsuki became the blue and Clover became the yellow Ranger. Male version of Jungle Fury Yellow Ranger suit. With Jungle Master mode, they were able to destroy the gripper. Although not as quickly as Toru, who became a dragon and smashed it instantly. The third test was standing long jumps. However, the boys had to refrain from morphing in order to conserve energy for the rest of the tests. Luckily, they still had their natural ranger abilities and were able to jump pretty far. Kami did the worst of everyone else while Katsuki did the best at it. The fourth test was the ball throw. Since Izuku already did it, it wasn't necessary to do it again. Katsuki managed to get over 700 meters while Clover blasted the ball into space. Toru did the same thing. Ochako got infinity as well since she made the ball weightless. Chara threw her ball and then impaled it with a high-speeding knife that sent it flying over 500 meters. Stella used the blunt part of her sword and swung it like a bat to knock it far away. Kaneko simply threw it, but it got a better score than Chara's. Betty was able to launch the ball over 600 meters thanks to her incredible soul power. And Nezuko was able to launch it about 450 meters. Everyone else got average scores. The rest of the tests were simple and didn't involve quirks. Although the side-to-side steps were something that Blake was able to do very well thanks to her shadow clones. At the end, Kami had gotten last place but Aizawa. And I was lying. No one's getting expelled. Just wanted to make sure you gave it your all. Students. What, Lily? You didn't know. Aizawa doesn't have the authority to do that, you know. Everyone's sweat dropped. Aizawa. Alright, we're done for today. Pick up a syllabus in the classroom. Read it over before tomorrow morning. And so ended their first day of UA. Although, on the way home. Blake. Hey, Kaneko, was it? Kaneko. Yeah, Blake. You acted weird while looking at Izuku. Is there a reason behind that? Kaneko. You really want to know? Blake. I do. Kaneko. Fine. When we were little kids, we were friends. I first met Clover when I lost track of my big sister and he helped me out. That's when we became friends. A week after that, he introduced me to Izuku. And I kinda, well, Blake. Fell in love with him. Kaneko blushed. Kaneko. How did you? Blake. I'm not dense, Kaneko. But there's something that doesn't add up. If what you're saying is true, why didn't they recognize you? Kaneko. Well, one day, I lost control of my quirk and attacked them. I nearly caused lasting damage on them before I was able to regain control. After that, I erased their memories of me. That was the last I saw them, until today. Blake. I see. But how come you didn't recognize them at first either? Kaneko. Give me a break, Blake. I haven't seen them in 10 years. It's not like I could have recognized their voices or something. But when Kachan and Clover mentioned how Izuku was handling being in a classroom where they were the only boys, I knew it was him immediately. Blake. So, what will you do about this? Kaneko. I don't know just yet. I'm hoping to figure it out soon. But it's nice to know that Izuku is still the same cheerful boy he's always been. After that, they went their separate ways home. It was the next day. Despite being a hero school, UA is still a school. So there were regular classes. And just like normal school, those classes were very boring. So let's skip to the good part. All Might. I am here. All Might. Coming through the door like a hero. All the students were freaking out that All Might, the #1 pro hero, is their hero basic training teacher. Ruby. It's All Might. He's here. Weiss rolled her eyes but secretly, she was just as excited. Blake. Isn't that his Silver Age costume? Ryoko. Talk about going old school. All Might. Welcome to the most important class at UA High. Think of it as Heroing 101. Here, you will learn the basics of being a pro. And what it means to fight in the name of good. Let's get into it. Today's lesson will pull no punches. It's battle training. Ryoko. Yes, All Might. But one of the keys of being a hero is Looking good. He points to a wall that opens and shows suitcases. All Might. These were designed for you based on your Quirk registration forms and the request you sent in before school started. Get yourselves suited up, and then meet me at training ground beta. Students. Yes sir. Time skip to the training grounds. The students were walking to All Might, having put on their hero costumes. All Might. They say that clothes make the pros, young ladies and gentlemen, and behold, you are the proof. Take this to heart. From now on you are all heroes in training. For their hero outfits, RWBY have their original hunter outfits on. Chara is wearing a green hoodie, so think Story Shift Chara. Kami is wearing her canon hero outfit. So is Ochako. Nezuko is wearing a kimono from the Taisho era. Betty is wearing a sweatshirt that is pink and purple. Toru is wearing her maid outfit. Stella is wearing a red bodysuit with decorative flames around it. Ryuko is wearing the same outfit as the picture from 2 chapters ago. So is Raftalia. Kaneko is wearing a white kimono. Toga is wearing a suit that's similar to Vlad King's. Lily was wearing an outfit that resembles a shiny Nihilego. Zelda was wearing her ceremonial robes. Clover was wearing his cowboy outfit. Katsuki's outfit was the same as in canon. And Izuku's was pretty basic. It was mostly casual clothes. It was the jacket he was wearing that was different. It was a black jacket with the Power Rangers logo on the back. All Might. This is getting me all revved up. You look so cool. Now, shall we get started, you bunch of newbies? It's time for combat training. Weiss. Sir, this is the fake city from our entrance exam. Are we doing urban battles again? All Might. Not quite. I'm going to move you 2 steps ahead. Most of the villain fights you see on the news take place outside. However, statistically speaking, run-ins with the most dastardly evildoers take place indoors. Think about it. Backroom deals, home invasions, secret underground lairs. Truly intelligent criminals stay hidden in the shadows. For this training exercise, you'll be split into teams of good guys and bad guys and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. Zelda. Don't you think this is a bit advanced? All Might. The best training is what you get on the battlefield. But remember, you can't just punch a robot this time. You're dealing with actual people now. Blake. Sir, will you be the one deciding who wins? Katsuki. How much can we hurt the other team? Ochako. Do we need to worry about the losers getting expelled like earlier? Weiss. How will you be splitting us up? Yang. Do you think boys would like this getup? All Might. I wasn't finished talking. And what does that last one have to do with this exercise? Listen up. He opened. Clover. Seriously, a script, he can't even remember. All Might. The situation is this. The villains have a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout. The heroes must try to foil their plans. To do that, the good guys either have to catch the evildoers or recover the weapon. Likewise, the bad guys succeed if they protect the bomb or capture the heroes. Time's limited, and we'll choose teams by drawing lots. Weiss. Seriously, Izuku. Makes sense to me. Pros often have to team up with heroes from other agencies on the spot, so maybe that's the reason we're seeing that here. Weiss. You do make a good point. All Might. Now, let's draw. Team A. Chara and Raftalia. Team B. Toru and Izuku. Team C. Katsuki and Kami. Team D. Ryuko and Lily. Team E. Blake and Stella. Team F. Ruby and Clover. Team G. Betty and Nezuko. Team H. Weiss and Yang. Team I. Ochako and Kaneko. Team J. Zelda and Toga. Author's note. These were all decided by random. I used an online wheel spinner for that. Toru. Wow, looks like we're a team. Toru was getting very close to Izuku and he was blushing bright red. Izuku. Why yeah. Please back up a bit. Toru smiled and stepped back. Stella, Ochako, and Kaneko were watching with jealous looks. This didn't go unnoticed by Chara, Clover, and Katsuki. They all had evil smirks on their faces. 1. All Might. I declare that the first teams to fight will be these guys. He pulled out 2 orbs. One in a black box that said villain, and one in a white box that said hero. The one he pulled from the black box had the letter I on it and the one he pulled from the white box said J. All Might. Team J will be the heroes. Team I will be the villains. Everyone else can head to the monitoring room to watch. Students. Yes sir. Time skip to the start of the match. Zelda and Toga were in front of the building. Zelda. So Toga, are you able to use the quirks of those you transform into? Toga. I never tried it. It's possible, but we have to take this as the real thing. Not a test run. Zelda. You make a fair point. Meanwhile with Ochako and Kaneko. Ochako. So, this is the weapon, huh? Kaneko. It's fake. We have to focus on our plan. Ochako. What plan? Kaneko. My quirk gives me incredible strength. So it would be wise for me to take them on myself. You should defend the bomb. Ochako. Sounds like a plan. Kaneko. One other thing. Considering what Toga said about her quirk, she might use it to impersonate me. If that happens, tell her this. 2 minutes later. All Might. Heroes begin. With that, Zelda and Toga rushed into the building. Zelda. So what do you know about Nekomata? Toga. Honestly, not much. Something to do with flames I think. Just then, Kaneko showed up out of nowhere and punched them both in the face. In the monitoring room, Clover. What the heck? Where's the justice in a sneak attack? Katsuki. Did you forget she's one of the villains? Besides, sneak attacks are acceptable for heroes as well. Izuku. He's right. Getting the drop on your opponent is a great strategy. Clover. Oh, back at the building. Kaneko. You heroes were foolish to come here. Now face the wrath of the Nekomata. She suddenly lights her fists on fire. In the monitoring room, Izuku and Clover were holding their heads. Katsuki. Hey, are you two alright? Izuku. Yeah, it's just that something about this feels familiar. Clover. You too, huh? Blake noticed this and put her hand on her chin. Blake. Could they be remembering her? Back to the fight. Zelda. Toga was right. Nekomata use flames. Kaneko. Wrong. It's senjutsu. It gives me control over the flow of ki. Toga. What is this? DBZ. Disclaimer. I have never seen Dragon Ball. 4. Kaneko deadpans and rushed at them again. She tried to punch them but Zelda blocked it with a light shield. Author's note. In this story, Kaneko is not a devil. Just want to point that out before I get comments that say she should be in pain or something. Toga seized this opportunity to jam an injector into her shoulder and take some of her blood. Zelda. Go, now. Toga rushed off and Zelda smirked. Zelda. Looks like you lost now. Kaneko rammed her knee into Zelda's stomach before headbutting her and wrapping the capture tape around her. Kaneko. I don't think so. I had a feeling this would happen. All Might. Zelda is captured. The hero team loses a member. Zelda. What do you mean by that? Kaneko smirks a bit. With Ochako. Ochako was waiting around in case Kaneko would come back. She then walked in. Kaneko. Hey, Ochako. Toga ran off. We need to be careful. Ochako. I agree with you. Your little sister, Kuroka would want that, right? Kaneko. Yeah, she would. Ochako put her hand on Kaneko's shoulder. Ochako. I got your back. Kaneko smiled, but then Ochako's quirk activated and she was now floating helplessly in the air. Kaneko. Oh Ochako. What are you? Ochako. Nice try, Toga. Kaneko doesn't have a little sister named Kuroka. Kuroka is her older sister. Toga's eyes widened as the real Kaneko came in. In the monitoring room. All Might. That was a clever move. Back in the fight. Kaneko. I knew something like this would happen, so I came up with a plan. A disguise is only useful if you know everything about the one you disguise as. Ochako then put the capture tape on Toga. All Might. Toga has been captured. The villain team wins. Time skip to reviewing the match. All Might. Now, the MVP of this match is young Toujo. Nezuko. Makes sense since the villains won. All Might. That isn't why young Touho was the MVP. Young Touho came up with a clever plan for this match. She knew what young Toga's quirk could do, so she came up with a trick to expose if she was the real Touho or not. While young Uraraka managed to put that plan into action, she was the one who followed it instead of made it. That is why young Tuho was MVP. Kaneko bowed and thanked him. All Might. Now the next match will be these guys. He pulled out another 2 orbs. The black one was F and the white one was A. All Might. Team A will be the heroes. Team F will be the villains. Time skip to the start of the match. Ruby. So, Clover, how do you think this match will go? Clover. I say we both take them on. However, my Quirk is a no-go on this. Ruby. How come? Clover. Remember, the power of my Quirk depends on how strong my sense of justice is. Since we're on the villain side, my Quirk isn't gonna work. It goes against justice. Ruby. So, you won't be able to do anything. Clover. I didn't say that. Watch and learn. Clover's morpher then became Clover. Dino Knight Morpher. Ruby. Ooh, what does it do? Clover. It depends on whether or not it has one of the Dino Knight keys. Without one, it won't be as strong, but it was used by a former villain, which is what we're pretending to be. Here goes. Void Armor. Clover then became Ruby. Whoa, that's such a cool saber and shield. Clover. Thanks, Ruby. What happened to your voice? Clover. Don't worry about it. It's just part of the armor. All Might. Begin. The team rush down the building until they come across Chara and Raphtalia. Ruby. I'll take Chara. You take Raphtalia. Ruby then rushed at Chara with incredible speed. However, Chara was able to hold her scythe back. Clover. We didn't even come up with a plan. Clover charged at Raphtalia. She did the same. The two clashed their swords against each other. Chara was able to push Ruby back and then sent a red slash her way and hit her dead on. Clover. Ruby. Raphtalia took the chance while he was distracted to hit him with her sword. This staggered him a little before blocking her sword with his shield. Clover. I have to think of something fast. Raphtalia. First light. Raphtalia summoned a bright light that blinded everyone. Chara. Raphtalia. I can't see. Clover. But I can hear. Clover turned to the direction of Chara's voice. Clover. Void slash. Clover unleashed 2 slashes that were in the shape of an X, and since Chara couldn't see, she couldn't find out where it was coming or if she was going to bump into anything. So she was hit by the full force attack and was now unconscious. Their vision returned not long after. All Might. Chara has been incapacitated. The hero team loses a member. Raphtalia. Chara. I'm so sorry. Ruby then appeared in front of her. Ruby. You let your guard down. She slammed the blunt part of her scythe on Raphtalia and wrapped the capture tape around her. All Might. Raphtalia has been captured. The villain team wins. Time skip to the review. All Might. Now, Clover was the MVP here. Does anyone want to guess why? Weiss. It's simple. Clover may not have used his quirk, but considering what we know about it, the circumstances must have made it impossible. So he improvised with his ranger powers. On top of that, when Raphtalia blinded everyone with her light, Clover must have used his other senses to locate where Chara was. All Might. Exactly, young SCHNEE. Now the next fight will be these guys. This time, the black orb was D and the white orb was G. All Might. Team G will be the heroes. Team D will be the villains. Time skip to the start of the match. Betty. This'll be a first. I'll be treated as the hero instead of the villain. Nezuko. You too, huh? Betty. Yep, having a murderous older sister automatically makes you the target of abuse of people. But I wouldn't give in so I could prove them wrong. Nezuko. Glad to hear that. Wonder what Ryuko's armor will look like. Betty. I wonder that too. Thank goodness that All Might isn't biased. Nezuko. Of course not. Author's note. Exactly. What do you think this is? An Assmite fanfic? Nah. With Ryuko and Lily. Ryuko. I sure hope the boys in our class don't stare. Lily. Why would they stare? Ryuko sighs. Ryuko. You'll see. Trust me. All Might. Begin. Ryuko. Let's go. The two girls ran down the stairs and tried to sneak attack the hero team, but they beat the villain team to the punch. Ryuko. Nice hit. Nezuko. Surrender now, villains. Ryuko. Never. Life fiber synchronize. Kamui Senketsu. She pulls this tab on her glove and transforms and becomes. Everyone. What are you wearing? In the monitoring room. Izuku and Clover. Avert your eyes. The twins wrap their arms around each other's eyes and turn away. Katsuki. You guys are pathetic. All Might. Actually, I would have reacted the same way if I was their age. Kaneko. You haven't changed a bit, huh? Back with the fight. Ryuko. Now you understand my point, Lily. Lily. Yeah, how are you not embarrassed? Ryuko. Doing that consumes more of my blood. In fights, every second counts. And I only have so much blood. Anyways, enough staring, let's fight. Lily. Right. Nezuko sent pink flames their way. Lily. Power gem. The two attacks countered each other and cancelled each other out. Lily rushes towards Nezuko and uses power gem again and hits her. Ryuko ran towards Betty and attacked with her scissor blade, but Betty created a bright pink sword to counter it. However, Ryuko's strength was too much and Betty was flung across the room. Nezuko. Betty. Lily. Iron head. Lily's head turned to iron and slammed it onto Nezuko. Nezuko. Gah, that headbutt was almost as strong as my big brother's. Nezuko then fell unconscious, but not before wrapping capture tape around Lily's head. All Might. Nezuko has been incapacitated. The hero team loses a member. And also, Lily has been captured. The villain team loses a member. Ryuko. Thanks Lily. Now to just deal with Betty. Ryuko started to run towards Betty, but then. Betty. Sorry about this. Ryuko then saw something terrifying. She watched her entire family get murdered in front of her eyes. But after about 10 seconds, she snapped back to reality. All Might. Ryuko has been captured. The hero team wins. Ryuko went back to normal. Ryuko. What the hell? She looked over to see Betty in tears. Betty. I'm sorry. Sob, I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to show you all that. Please forgive me. Ryuko brought Betty into a hug. Ryuko. I'm not mad. You did what you had to do. Honestly, that was pretty cool. I didn't know you could do that. Betty wiped her tears. Betty. Thank you. Time skip to the review. All Might. This time, the MVP goes to young Noire. WHO would like to tell me why. Izuku's hand shot up. Izuku. I noticed that when Ryuko was running towards Betty, her eyes turned pink. Betty must have made her see something that scared her enough to make her freeze in place long enough to wrap the capture tape around her. Betty looked down. Izuku. What she did was an incredibly smart move. Using her opponent's fear to give her the necessary time to capture her is a smart move. Betty. I bet it was pretty villainous, huh? Izuku. Huh, what are you talking about? Betty looked at Izuku. Izuku. Just because you used your abilities to make her freeze in fear, doesn't make it villainous. Look at All Might. His presence alone makes villains scared. But that doesn't make him villainous. Betty's eyes widened. Izuku. Just because your sister is Bednor, doesn't mean you are going to be just like her. I may not have known you for long, but I can tell that the only similarities between you and her are your quirks and appearances. But your personalities couldn't be more different. And the personality makes the hero. Not the quirk. So no, it wasn't villainous. Not in the slightest. Betty rubbed her right arm shyly. Betty. Thank you. What is this feeling? All Might. Well said, young Midoriya. Now, the next fight will be these guys. This time, the black orb was H and the white orb was B. All Might. Team B will be the heroes. Team H will be the villains. Time skip to the start of the match. Toru. So, what's the plan, Izuku? Izuku. Clears throat with Weiss's quirk. It will be a struggle since we don't know everything it can do. We'll need a foolproof plan. As for Yang, she absorbs kinetic energy. So, Izuku's morpher then changes into Izuku. SPD emergency. Izuku. SPD Red Ranger. Toru. Niece. So you're basically a police officer. Izuku. You're thinking a bit small, Toru. The SPD Rangers do more than just arrest robbers. I chose the red SPD Ranger because it comes with 2 guns. With them, Yang won't be able to absorb much kinetic energy. Toru. What do you mean by much? Izuku. No matter what attacks we use, they all require kinetic energy. It involves movement, so using small attacks like from blasters should be able to reduce the amount of kinetic energy she can absorb. Toru. Good thinking. All might. Begin. Izuku and Toru walked inside and were met with Weiss and Yang. Yang. Let's do this. Weiss. Just stay out of my way. I'll take the dragon girl. Using her glyphs, she took off at great speeds. But so did Toru and they started to fight. Author's note. I know that Toru could easily defeat everyone, but for the sake of the story, I have to nerf her. I'm deeply sorry, but I mean it when I say I have no choice. Yang charged at Izuku, but he made sure to keep his distance and blast Yang with his blasters. Izuku. I knew it. She may be able to absorb kinetic energy, but if she can't get close enough to land a blow on me, her quirk isn't much help. Yang, come here and fight like a man. Izuku. She also seems to be pretty hot-headed. Reminds me of Kachan. Toru and Weiss were struggling to land hits on each other. They were too fast for either of them. Yang then got a plan. Yang. If memory serves correctly, this broccoli boy struggles when it comes to girls. Hee. Hey, maybe if you come to me, I'll give you a kiss. She winks at him, but it seemed to have no effect on him. Izuku. SWAT. Mode. In the monitoring room. Ruby. Dang it, Yang. Clover. What's up, Ruby? Yang tends to be a big flirt. I can tell she was flirting with him when she winked at him. I'm honestly kinda surprised that Izuku didn't react to it. Clover. That's because his mind is focused on the fight. When he's in a fight, he focuses on it completely and nothing can break that concentration. Not even if Ryuko suddenly did that transformation in front of him. Ryuko. Never use that analogy again. Clover. With pleasure. All Might. No surprise that Izuku is doing well in this fight. He was always good at reacting quickly in a crisis. He spent years writing his notes and internalizing them. That fanboy knowledge of his is paying off. Same can be said for his brother and young Bakugo. Back to the fight. Yang. Izuku then pointed his SWAT gun at Yang. Yang. Uh-oh. As this was going on, Toru unleashed fire breath at Weiss and hit her. Toru then shot forward and wrapped the capture tape around Weiss. As for Izuku and Yang, Izuku unleashed a massive blast at Yang. Yang was on the ground, but she wasn't out and got enough kinetic energy from that blast. Yang. Yes, just need one more. Izuku. Confinement mode. Yang was suddenly trapped inside. Yang. What the? All Might. Both of the villains have been captured. The hero team WIIIIIINS. Time skip to the review. All Might. The MVP of this match was Izuku. WHO would like to tell me why. Nezuko raised her hand. Nezuko. It's because of what he learned yesterday. Yang's quirk only allows her to absorb kinetic energy. When it comes to fighting, she does this with her bare hands. Izuku knew this and kept his distance from Yang while Weiss was preoccupied fighting Toru. Had Weiss teamed up with Blake to take Izuku down, they could have won. All Might. Precisely. Now for the final match. IT will be Team Century as the heroes and Team E as the villains. Let's start. Time skip to the start of the match. Kami. I'm totes excited for the match. What about you? Katsuki. Hell yeah, I've been looking forward to this all day. That's why I'm doing this. It's morphin' time. Katsuki's morpher then became Katsuki. Power Star. Lock in. Ninja Spin. Katsuki. Power of the Ninja. Ninja Steel Red. Then. Katsuki. Lion Fire Armor. Katsuki then gained. Katsuki. Out of the fire and into the fight. Lion Fire Red. Kami. Wow, that's rad. Katsuki. Damn right it is. This is gonna be awesome. All Might. Begin. The heroes rush in. They didn't find any of their foes, however. It was ticking Katsuki off until they found the bomb and saw Stella and Blake there. Blake. You heroes can use as much power as you want, but it won't work. She sent a bunch of shadow clones at them. However, Katsuki used his quirk to gain speed and slash at them. But then, Stella went right in front of him and tried to slash him. Luckily, Katsuki blocked it with his sword. Katsuki. Nice try. They started to have a sword fight with neither side giving an inch. Kami used her illusion quirk to try and confuse Blake by giving her the illusion that multiple Kamis were charging at her. But Blake's clones were easily able to find out which one was the real one. Katsuki. Damn it, if I don't take care of the redhead soon, we'll lose. What do I do? Wait, I got it. Hey, villain. Stella. Katsuki. I bet you that Izuku would find you fighting me pretty sexy. Stella. Katsuki. Now, taking advantage of the situation, Katsuki threw her off and wrapped the capture tape around her. All Might. Stella has been captured. The villain team loses a member. Stella. Why you played me? Katsuki. Shamelessly. Katsuki put away his sword. Katsuki. Burst speed. Using his explosions, Katsuki rushed to Blake while she was busy handling Kami and slashed her with the blunt part of his sword which was set aflame. She wasn't out, but Katsuki was right in front of the bomb and touched it. Katsuki. I would have loved to beat you in a one-on-one match, but I need to treat this like the real thing. All Might. The hero team WIIIIIIINS. Time skip to the review. All Might. Now, young Bakugo was the MVP of this fight. Would anyone like to explain why? Blake. I know why. Katsuki took advantage of my focus on Kami so he was able to land a powerful strike on me. As for his fight with Stella, while he played a bit dirty in getting Stella to lower her guard, what he did wouldn't be considered villainous, nor would it have caused anything bad to those who would be nearby. As for what he said, I wasn't able to hear it. Katsuki. And I'll be taking that secret to my grave. Stella. Good. All Might. Exactly. Great job everyone on your fights. You all performed admirably. If you feel down on your mistakes, not to worry. It's only the beginning of the year. Now, watch and learn how a pro hero exits. Lika, he's got somewhere to be. He rushed off at incredible speeds. Izuku. Amazing. After that, the school day ended and everyone went home. At Betty's house, Betty's dad. Betty, you okay? You've been staring off into space since you came back. Betty. Sorry dad. It's just, there's this strange warm feeling in my chest. It hurts a bit, but it mostly feels nice. Every time I think about this boy in my class now, my heart beats faster, my cheeks heat up, and I can't stop thinking about him. What's wrong with me? Betty's dad chuckles. Betty. Dad. Betty's dad. Betty. I know what's wrong with you. Betty. What is it? Betty's dad. Nothing. You're in love. Betty's eyes widened. Betty. Love. Betty's dad. Tell me. When did you start feeling this way? Betty. Well, it was after my match in heroics class. I thought that this boy, Izuku Midoriya, would think of me as villainous because of my quirk being exactly like, you know. Betty's dad. Bet. Yeah, I know. Does he know that she's your sister? Betty. The entire class does. Anyways, he said to me that even though our quirks and looks are the same, our personalities couldn't be more different. That's when I started feeling this way. Betty's dad. Then it's perfectly fine. You fell for him because he knows you're a good person and that just because you're Bet's sister, doesn't make you exactly like her. You fell for his kindness. Betty. How'd I stop it? Betty's dad. Falling out of love with him. Betty. How'd I do that? Betty's dad. That's nearly impossible. You can't do that on your own. This Midoriya kid would have to do something horrible that would rid you of your love for him. But Betty, this isn't the kind of love you're aware of. Betty. Betty's dad. This kind of love isn't an acronym. It's not level of violence. It's just love. This kind of love is a good thing. It means you found someone you genuinely care for. Falling in love is a good thing. So you don't have to worry about it. Betty. Promise. Betty's dad. Promise. Betty. Thank you. In love, with Izuku. It was almost time to wake up. However, Clover was dreaming about something in his past. Clover's dream. A 5-year-old Clover was playing on the swings in the nearby park alone. But he wasn't enjoying himself. Just last week, His friend beat his brother up. Past Clover. I'm such a coward. I couldn't even protect my brother. Izuku had locked himself in his room ever since that day and wouldn't talk to anyone. Not even Clover. Past Clover. It's not fair. Izuku is a wonderful person. The best brother anyone could ever ask for. Why did he have to get the short end of the stick? Clover felt like a failure of a brother. He wanted to cheer Izuku up but he didn't know how. That's when he heard crying. Past Clover. Is someone crying? Clover rushed to the sound of crying and saw a white-haired girl about his age with a scraped knee. Past Clover. Hey, are you okay? Sniff. Why yeah, but I can't find my big sister. And I scraped my knee. Past Clover. Don't worry. I'll help you find your sister. Why you will. Past Clover. Of course. Why? Past Clover. Because me and my twin brother have a dream. We want to be heroes. And what kind of hero wouldn't help someone in their time of need? Thank you. Past Clover. No problem. Oh, by the way, my name is Clover Midoriya. What's yours? I'm Sharon Tuju. It's nice to meet you. Clover grabbed Sharon's hand and helped her up. The two then left to find Sharon's sister. That's when Clover woke up. Back to the real world. Clover. NNGH. What the heck? That girl looked a lot like Kaneko. Wait. Did we meet before? Time skip to when the twins arrive at school. Izuku. Clover. Why are there so many reporters here? The two were then bombarded with questions from the reporters. Clover. Hey, I know you all want to get answers out of us and all, but guys, look, an alien. Reporters. Where? They turned around, which gave the two brothers the opportunity to flee. Reporter. I can't believe we fell for that. In the classroom. Katsuki. You guys okay? Izuku. Yeah, we were able to distract them. To get inside. Katsuki. Those reporters are such a hassle. Clover was deep in thought, however. He was a good distance away from his ranger friends so no one would hear him mumbling his thoughts. Clover. This Sharon girl looked a lot like Kaneko, but it didn't feel like a dream. It felt familiar. Did I meet Kaneko in the past? If I did, why can't I remember here? I remember playing on the Zings at that time, but I didn't remember meeting her back then. Cold at Beth that my memories were altered, and if that's the case, I something said for Izuku and Kachan. Maybe it would explain the way she stared at Izuku and mutter. Translation. This Sharon girl looked a lot like Kaneko. But it didn't feel like a dream. It felt familiar. Did I meet Kaneko in the past? If I did, why can't I remember her? I remember playing on the swings at that time, but I don't remember meeting her back then. Could it be that my memories were altered? And if that's the case, is the same thing said for Izuku and Kachan? Maybe. It would explain the way she stared at Izuku and mutter. Aizawa then walked in. Aizawa. All right class, sit down. The class sat down. Aizawa. Good job on your battles. But as of right now, you need to pick a class representative. The class then went into an uproar of people wanting to be class representative. They eventually decided on a vote. In the end, Izuku ended up winning with 3 votes and Weiss won vice representative with 2. Izuku. How did I get 3 votes? Katsuki. So, who else voted for him? Clover. Me. Who did you vote for? Izuku. Izuku. I voted for you. Katsuki. Wonder who else voted for you. Clover looked over to see Kaneko with a small smile. Clover. I guess it was her. Aizawa. Okay, so it's Izuku and Shni as your class rep and vice rep. Time skip to lunch. Izuku. Why did you two vote for me? Katsuki. Izuku, you're our leader. Of course we'd vote for you. He then noticed Clover staring off into space. Katsuki. Clover. Clover. Huh, Izuku. You've been like that all day. What's going on? Clover. Truth be told, I'm not completely sure. Maybe. That's when an alarm sounded off saying that there's a level 3 security breach. Katsuki. The hell's a level 3 security breach? 3rd year student. It means someone is trespassing on school grounds. This has never happened in my 3 years. Hurry. The Rangers rushed to try and get the exit, but it was incredibly crowded. Izuku was pushed to a window and saw that it was just the media. He tried to calm everyone down, but no one heard him. Then he got an idea. Izuku's morpher became Izuku. Ninja Storm. Ranger form. Ha. Izuku. Power of water. Izuku then brought out. Izuku then shouted into the sonic fin. Izuku. Everyone stop. They all turned to his direction. Izuku. It's okay everyone. It's just the media outside. There's nothing to worry about. We came here to be heroes. So we can handle this. Weiss. He certainly seems to be taking his role seriously. The next day, Aizawa. For today's hero course, we will be doing something different. We will be going to the USJ. Ruby. Universal Studios Japan. Zelda. No, it's the unforeseen simulation joint. It's a place with built-in environments that heroes may encounter while trying to rescue people. Aizawa. Exactly. Now, let's go. And so, the class left for the USJ. There, they met 13, who gave them a rundown on what was going to happen and about how deadly quirks can be. But that's when a purple portal appeared, and out came a bunch of villains. The ones who stood out the most were Lily. Wait, are they supposed to be here? Aizawa. No, they aren't. Stay back. Those are real villains. Kurogiri. The only real heroes I see are 13 and Eraserhead. Perplexing. According to the schedule we retrieved from UA, All Might should be here as well. Aizawa. So you scumbags used the press as a cover and sneaked onto campus. Tamura. Where is he? I went through the trouble of bringing so many friends who are eager to meet him. They want All Might, the great symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here. Maybe if I kill a few kids, he'll come out to play. Zelda. How did they all get into UA in the first place? Lily. 13, why aren't the alarms going off? 13. I'm not sure. Blake. Do you think the entire campus is under attack? Or is it just here? Either way, one of the villains must be behind it. They chose this isolated facility as an entrance point at a time when we as a class were being taught. They seem to have thought this out. The only question is, what's their plan? Aizawa. 13. Get them out of here. Alert the main campus as well. Actually, if they've got the ability to block our sensors, then they might be jamming our regular communications, too. Izuku. What are you gonna do? You can't fight them on your own. There's too many of them. Even if you can nullify their quirks, your fighting style's not suited for this. Your power works best in stealth and one-on-one fights. That's not gonna help with a group. Aizawa. You can't be a pro if you only have one trick. I'll leave it to you, 13. Aizawa then jumps down the stairs. Finger gun. Shooting squad. Take your aim. Needle hair. Didn't our intel say it was just gonna be 13 and All Might out here? Who's that? Shooting squad B. Don't recognize him. But if he thinks he can take us down easy, he's dead. Shooting squad. Let's gun him down. Aizawa then activated his quirk and the shooting squad's quirks wouldn't work. Finger gun. My quirk. Shooting squad B. Where are my bullets? The three thugs were then wrapped up by Aizawa's binding cloth and villain. Idiots. That's Eraserhead. A pro. He can cancel your quirks just by looking at you. Steel bulwark. Cancellation. Bet you can't erase the quirk of a mutant type like me. Aizawa. Yeah, you're right. I can't. He dodges a punch from Steel Bulwark and punches him in the face. Aizawa. But a villain like you is only dangerous if you can reach me. Aizawa then flings Steel Bulwark across the area. Aizawa. Good thing I've taken precautions to make sure that doesn't happen. Aizawa. Now, which one of you gutter punks is next? Tamura. There he goes, trying to intimidate us. He is strong, and since he's hiding behind those goggles, you can't tell whose quirk he's erasing. He's making it hard for us to work together or rely on each other's powers. Aizawa kicks two villains and knocks them out. Tamura. How annoying. The worst thing about dealing with pros is when they live up to all their hype. While the class was fleeing, Izuku and Clover were still watching. Clover. Whoa, Izuku. He's holding them off. I guess I shouldn't have underestimated him. Katsuki. Come on, nerds. We need to go. Izuku and Clover nodded and joined them. Unfortunately, Kurogiri showed up right in front of the exit. Or is it entrance? Whatever. You get what I mean. Kurogiri. There is no escape for you. Aizawa. Damn, I blinked, and the guy who seems like the most trouble got away. He tried to get to his class, but the villains surrounded him and prevented him from reaching them. Kurogiri. It's a pleasure to meet you. We are the League of Villains. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice to say hello. Ruby. Hi. Kurogiri. Hello. And besides, isn't this a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath? Chara. That reminds me of something. Take two. Sorry. Kurogiri. I believe he was supposed to be here today, and yet I see no sign of him. There must have been some sort of change in plans we could not have foreseen. Ah, well, in the end, I suppose it doesn't matter. I still have a role to play. 13 was about to use her quirk, but Katsuki and Ryuko rushed in recklessly and attacked. Ryuko. Like hell we're letting you tear this place apart. Unfortunately, the attacks had no effect on Kurogiri. Kurogiri. You live up to your school's reputation. But you should be more careful, children. Otherwise, someone might get hurt. 13. Get out of the way. Kurogiri. I'll scatter you across this facility to meet my comrades, and your deaths. He then warped a good majority of the students to different areas of the USJ. Only Ruby, Ochako, Blake, Toga, Nezuko, and Yang were able to escape. Izuku ended up in the flood area of the USJ as he fell into the water. Izuku. He must have a warping quirk. They came here to kill All Might. I guess it's a good thing he's not here in class right now. But where is he? He then saw Kaneko, who was about to be harmed by a half-fish villain. Izuku. Crap. He then clamped his mouth because there's no air. So he had to think fast. He had to morph. Even underwater, the morpher will work. But he could only make one choice. He had to act fast. Luckily, he knew what ranger would work in this situation. His morpher then transformed into Izuku. Link to Morphing Grid. Izuku. Moza Fury. Gold Ranger. Dino Fury Power. Izuku then took aim at the villain and shot. High with his blaster. Izuku. Moza Blast. Half-fish villain. Gah. Taking this opportunity, he swam towards Kaneko at an incredibly fast pace thanks to his Moza powers. He grabbed her and rushed to the boat and jumped onto it. As it turns out, Chara was also there. Chara. Glad you guys are okay. Kaneko. I almost died. I wouldn't call that okay. Izuku then demorphed and coughed up some water. Chara. You alright? Izuku. Yeah, unfortunately, for me to morph, I have to yell out the morphing sequence. So I swallowed a lot of water. He started coughing up more water as Kaneko patted him on the back. Kaneko. Thanks for saving me. Izuku turned to her and smiled. Izuku. I'm just glad you're not hurt. Kaneko blushed slightly at seeing Izuku's smile. Chara. This is turning out to be a really bad time. Kaneko. Agreed. Izuku. I keep thinking about what that villain said. They knew our whole schedule and who would be here. They must have gotten into school files while we were all stuck in the cafeteria. The teachers were busy trying to get the media off school grounds. Kaneko. Wait, do you mean? Izuku. Yeah, they've been waiting for the perfect time to attack. Just like Blake said. Chara. You have a point. But what makes these guys think they can kill All Might? Kaneko. No one's dumb enough to just try and kill All Might straight up. I doubt these villains are going to just charge at him. They must have a plan to kill All Might. Unless they're masochists. But I highly doubt that's the case. But we should be more focused on our own well-being at the moment. Otherwise, we might not even be able to see All Might. Chara. I see your point. And even if All Might does show up, who knows if he'll make it out in one piece. That's when they noticed that they were surrounded by a bunch of villains. Izuku. Kaneko might be right. If they're here for All Might, they might have a way of beating him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have planned an attack. But out of all heroes, why is he the one being targeted? Because his very existence discourages villains and evil. Because he's the symbol of peace. Wait. It doesn't matter. I have to focus. I have to face this evil head on. If they can beat him, then we have to stop whatever it is these bad guys are planning. We have to work together and keep All Might safe. No one at UA knows what's happening. This is up to us. Let's be heroes. Landslide zone. Weiss had frozen a bunch of villains with her glyphs. Weiss, you should be ashamed of yourselves for losing to kids. Collapse zone. Katsuki. It's morphin' time. Katsuki's morpher became. Katsuki. Activate beast powers. Ha, I couldn't find a full morph sequence GIF or video that didn't involve the other Rangers. Katsuki rushed towards one of the villains and used his gorilla strength to punch him. But he also used his quirk in combination to make a powerful explosion that knocked the villain out. Mountain zone. Zelda drew her bow of light, prepared to take down the villains surrounding her, Lily and Toru. Fire zone. Stella was prepared to face off against the villain in front of her. Luckily, she was in her element. Downpour zone. Betty, Raftalia, and Kami were facing back to back with each other, ready to take on the villains surrounding them. Main area. Nezuko. Do you hear anything, Blake? Blake. Yes. Our classmates were scattered across the USJ. But they're still here. Toga. Phew. So what now? He's not affected by physical attacks and can apparently teleport stuff. 13. Ruby. Ruby. Yeah, 13. I have a job for you. Run to the school and tell the faculty what's going on here. The alarms aren't sounding, and our phones and radios are useless right now. One of these villains must be to blame. Even though Eraserhead is canceling people's quirks left and right, we're still completely sealed off from the outside world. It's likely that whoever is causing this interference hid once they were warped here. They could be anywhere. Impossible to hunt down. It'll be faster for you to run and get help than for us to find whoever's jamming everything. Ruby. But, Nezuko. She's right. There are plenty of alarms outside. That's why they're keeping all of us trapped here. Toga. All you have to do is get outside and they won't follow. Blake. Ruby, out of all of us here, you're the fastest. If anyone can do it, it's you. Ochako. I'll help you out. Ruby. Everyone, all right. Ruby got into a running stance. Kurogiri. Even if this is your only option, are you really foolish enough to strategize in front of your enemy? 13. It won't matter if you know what we're planning or not when I'm done with you. 13. Black hole. Flood zone. Chara. So, how are we gonna do this? Izuku. Those villains clearly have an advantage in the water, and assume that's where we'll fight. Kaneko. Then they must have known what was inside the USJ before warping in. Izuku. Yeah, but for a group of such careful planning, there's one thing that really sticks out to me. Chara. And that is. Izuku. They sent me here. Kaneko. What does that have to do with anything out of the ordinary? Izuku. It means they don't know what our quirks are. If they did, they probably would have sent me to the collapse zone rather than here. In a small area that's incredibly beat up and could collapse easily, I would have a hard time choosing my attacks. Chara. You make a good point. They also would have tried to send Katsuki here as well, but he's not here. Izuku. They probably split us up because they didn't know what we could do, and planned to overpower us once we were in smaller groups. Easier to pick us off one by one. We just need to use that to our advantage. They don't know what our quirks are. So, for all they know, the three of us could be super powerful. At that point, the villain, Dozeman, attacked the boat with his water control quirk. The ship was now starting to sink. Izuku. Wait, now's our chance. We can beat them. Izuku's morpher then became a Beast X morpher. Izuku. It's morphin' time. Activate beast power. Ha. Izuku. Unleash the beast. Izuku grabbed Chara and Kaneko and then, using the Yellow Ranger's jackrabbit DNA, he jumped very high towards shore. But not before doing one thing. Izuku. Delaware Smash. With the added boost in the air done by One for All's Delaware Smash, they were able to go even farther and make it to land while the villains were knocked unconscious because they were dragged into the center and the water was rushed to the middle and caused an extreme amount of pressure powerful enough to knock them out. Kaneko looked at the now demorphed Izuku in awe. Kaneko. Izuku, I guess you've changed quite a bit. You're much more confident now. Chara. Great job everyone. Izuku. Can't believe we managed to get all of them at and see to everything I had to keep my compo suritwasaka gamble what if Tadad reserves underwater that we didn't know about they couldn't mutter. Translation. Can't believe we managed to get all of them at once. It took everything I had to keep my composure. It was such a gamble. What if they'd had reserves underwater that we didn't know about? They couldn't mutter. Kaneko. Some things never change. Chara. You're creeping me out, Izuku. Izuku. Oh, sorry, Chara. You're good, but instead of second-guessing what we already did, we should probably be thinking about our next move. Izuku. Right, if we follow the shore to the exit, then we can avoid the central plaza entirely. Kaneko. Good thinking. That way, we won't run the risk of fighting any of the villains that Mr. Aizawa is facing. Izuku. Yeah, but can he handle them on his own? No matter how strong he is, he has his own limits. If he doesn't get some backup, he'll end up overexerting himself. He'll end up defeated by those villains. Chara. Hold on, you're not suggesting. Izuku. I'm not saying we should just jump into the middle of the battle. But, maybe we can find a way to take a few of those guys out and lighten his load. Landslide zone. Clover. So the plan was to scatter and then kill us. Weiss scoffed. Weiss. You were so unprepared. It doesn't even look like you had any training whatsoever. All the villains the two encountered were mostly frozen. The villains were all incredibly surprised by Weiss. Quirk. Weiss. I'm going to ask you all this once. How do you plan to kill All Might? You should know, if you stay frozen, your cells will slowly die as your body will succumb to both frostbite and hypothermia. However, I want to be a hero, and since Clover, a Power Ranger, is here, he can keep that from happening. But if you want him to do that, Clover, then you best tell us how you plan to kill All Might. The villains told them everything. Villain. So please, unfreeze us. Clover. You made the right choice. Clover's morpher then became Clover. Magical source. Mystic force. Clover. Fearsome as fire. Red Mystic Ranger. Clover then used his magic and created a flame that melted the ice around them. But then he used more magic to put them all to sleep. Clover. Power down. Weiss. That takes care of that. Let's go. But as she walked, she noticed Clover was staring off into space again. Weiss. Clover. What's with you, Clover? Huh, Weiss. You've been staring off into space ever since yesterday. What's going on? Clover. Weiss. Please, just tell me, maybe I can help. Clover sighed. Clover. Fine, I'll tell you. Clover then told Weiss about his dream from 2 nights ago. Weiss. I see, it all makes sense to me now. I wonder, do you think Kaneko put a spell on you? Clover. Is that even a thing? Weiss. Clover, we live in a society where 80% of the world has superpowers. It shouldn't be a surprise. Clover. You make a good point. Weiss. I guess if what I'm saying is correct, then you'll be like this until the spell is broken. If it will ever be broken, that is. Clover. I got it. Weiss. Huh. Clover's morpher then became the Moza Fury morpher. Weiss. What are you planning to do with that? The villains are knocked out. Clover. I'm not using this for any of the villains. He then took out Clover. Light Dino key. He put the key in his morpher and pulled the muzzle 4 times. Weiss. What are you about to do? Clover. I'm gonna shoot myself with it. Weiss. What? Clover. Let me explain. What I put in my morpher was a booster key. There are many. This is the Light Dino key. It gives the user light abilities. But it also has the ability to break spells. Weiss. It does. Clover. Yeah, if Kaneko, or Sharon, I don't know. I'm still confused. If she really did put a spell on me, blasting myself with this will break the spell. I really hope it's a spell. Because I have been a mess figuring this out. Weiss. Are you sure about this? Clover. I'm not the first human to get hit by it. I'll be fine. Weiss. Then go on ahead. Clover nodded, pointed the blaster at himself, and blasted himself. And he remembered everything. He looked down, his hat shadowing his eyes. But tears were coming from them. Weiss. CL Clover. Clover. It all makes sense now. You were right, Weiss. It was a spell. I remember everything. Weiss. Do you want to talk to me about it? Clover nodded. Clover. First thing I need to say is that Kaneko isn't her real name. It's Sharon Weiss. I see. Clover. About a week before Sharon and I met, it was a terrible day. You see, after Kachan got his quirk, he was praised for it constantly and it gave him a major ego. He started to bully Izuku because of his misdiagnosis of being quirkless. One day, he went too far and nearly caused permanent damage to Izuku with his quirk. And all I could do was watch. But when he attacked Izuku and saw his injured face, he looked horrified. But I was too angry and punched him in the face. I then told him, "What is your problem, Bakugo? How could you do that to him? I hate you." After that, I took Izuku and left for home. Weiss. Go on, Clover. After that day, Izuku locked himself in his room. He wouldn't come out for anything but eating. He wouldn't talk to anyone. Not even me. After a week, I decided to go to the playground. The following events were of my dream. Weiss. What happened next? Clover. Well, I helped Sharon find her sister, Kuroka. After that, we started hanging out a lot more often. After about a week, Izuku was finally ready to come out of his room. So I decided to introduce him to Sharon. He was shy about talking to a girl that wasn't mom, but he got used to it eventually. After a few weeks, we were able to make up with Kachan, who has never really forgiven himself. The four of us were great friends. Weiss. But why would Sharon erase your memories of her? Clover. About a year after we met, she lost control of her quirk and caused a lot of harm to us unwillingly. She was in a sort of feral state. We were knocked out and then, we never saw her again, until Ua. I guess she didn't want us to feel traumatized of her, so she got rid of any and all memories of her and Kuroka. Tears continued to flow from Clover's eyes. Clover. I wish she didn't do that. We could have helped her control her powers. Why? Weiss. How old were you when this happened? Clover. 6. Weiss. Then she clearly wouldn't have known any better. Besides, the past is something that can haunt you forever. You said it yourself that Katsuki still hasn't forgiven himself for what he did. It's likely that Sharon feels the same way. It would be best to tell her that you forgive her. But first, you need to break the spell on Izuku and Katsuki as well. Clover. Right. Anyway, we wasted enough time. Let's go. And with that, they rushed to the main area. Mountain area. The three were able to fend off the villains. Although, Lily seemed to struggle a bit. Thankfully, Toru and Zelda had her back, so they were able to handle the villains. One villain tried to sneak up on them, but Toru was able to sense him and dug him out. Toru. Let's go. Zelda and Lily. Right. They then left for the main area. Main area. Izuku, Chara, and Kaneko had arrived to see how the fight was going. Thankfully it was going pretty well. But then Tamura started to rush at Aizawa. Tamura. First it was 23 seconds. Aizawa. Final boss. He throws his binding cloth at Tamura, but he grabs it and continues to rush at him. Tamura. Then it was 24 seconds. They both charged at each other. Tamura. And then 20. And then 17. Aizawa then delivered a powerful elbow blow to Tamura's stomach, or so he thought. As it turns out, Tamura caught his elbow. Tamura. It was hard to see when you were jumping around. But I've found your tell. It's your hair. Aizawa's eyes widened in shock. Tamura. When it drops, it means you've stopped using your quirk. He started to decay Aizawa's elbow. Tamura. You're having to blink more often. Izuku, Kaneko, and Chara's eyes widened in shock at what they were witnessing. Tamura. Don't push yourself too hard, now. You might just fall apart. Wouldn't that be a shame? Acting fast, Aizawa punched Tamura with his other hand and put some distance between the two. Aizawa. He destroyed my elbow. He was forced to fight more villains while running on fumes and a destroyed elbow. Tamura. That annoying quirk of yours isn't suited for drawn-out fights against big groups, is it? Don't you think you're a little out of your element here, Eraserhead? You're much better at working stealthily. You're known for surprise attacks, not fighting head-to-head. But despite knowing that, you didn't hesitate to jump into the middle of this fight. To put your students at ease. Aizawa kept on fighting before facing Tamura again. Tamura. And look at you, you're still standing. You really are so cool. But then, Tamura. Oh, by the way, hero. Aizawa turned around and was met with Nomu. Tamura. I'm not the final boss. Nomu then attacked Aizawa, brutally. At the entrance, Kurogiri. Ah, black hole, the quirk that sucks up matter and turns it to dust. Such an astounding power. However, you're a rescue hero, 13, skilled at saving people from disasters. Consequently, that means you have little fighting experience or battlefield awareness. As he said that, he made a warp gate in front of him, and behind 13, causing her own quirk to be used against her. Kurogiri. How unfortunate, you've turned yourself into dust. 13 then fell down. She was still alive, but heavily injured and unconscious. Yang. 13. Blake. Ruby. Go. Now. Ruby gritted her teeth and took off with her petal burst quirk. Kurogiri tried to use his warp gate quirk on her, but Blake's shadow clone grabbed Kurogiri's warp gate in time. Kurogiri tried to go after Ruby, but Ochako took notice of a metal brace on his neck. Collapse zone. Ryuko. Say goodbye. She knocked 2 villains out with her scissor blade while Katsuki knocked a villain out with his gorilla strength. Katsuki. Think that's the last of these guys. Power down. Katsuki then demorphed. Katsuki. We need to take care of that mist guy. He's their way in and out. Their escape route. Then, without even looking, he grabbed a camouflaged villain's head and gave it a taste of his quirk. Katsuki. The others will be fine if these are the majority of the villains we're dealing with. Especially Izuku and Clover. Ryuko. Badass. They left for the main area. Fire zone. Stella was easily able to handle the villains in her area. Fire was totally her element. Downpour zone. The villains were in a living nightmare. The combined efforts of Betty, Raftalia, and Kami were able to transform the downpour zone into a nightmare zone. So getting by them was easy. Entrance. Ochako grabbed onto Kurogiri's metal neck brace and lifted him in the air. Ochako. I don't know what his quirk is, but he's wearing some weird armor. So he must have a physical body inside here somewhere. She tossed him into the air. Ochako. Now, run Ruby, run. Ruby made it to the door and escaped. Kurogiri. She's going to call for backup. It's over. Main area. Nomu was snapping Aizawa's bones like twigs. Tamura. You can erase people's powers. That's irritating, but it's nothing impressive. When faced with true devastating power, you might as well be a quirkless child. Aizawa erased the Nomu's quirk, but his pure strength was still there. That's when Kurogiri appeared. Kurogiri. Tamura Shigaraki. Tamura. Kurogiri, did you manage to kill 13? Kurogiri. The rescue hero is out of commission. But there were students I wasn't able to disperse and one of them got out of the facility. Tamura. What? Kurogiri. You fool. If you weren't our warp gate, I'd tear apart every last atom in your body. There's no way we can win if dozens of pros show up to stop us. It's game over. Back to the title screen. And I was looking forward to finishing this today. Damn it. Let's go home. Chara. What? They're leaving. Just like that. Kaneko. Yeah, but I've got a bad feeling about this. Izuku. You're right. Tamura. Oh, before we leave, let's make sure the symbol of peace is broken. Let's wreck his pride. In an instant, he was right in front of Izuku, Kaneko, and Chara and he reached towards Kaneko. As if it was in slow motion, Izuku knew that if he grabbed her, she would be nothing but dust. But just before he grabbed her face. Tamura. You really are so cool. Erase her head. Aizawa was using the last of his strength to protect Kaneko with his quirk. But Nomu slammed his head to the ground and knocked him out. Acting out of impulse, Izuku started to use one for all in his arm. Izuku. You. Let Sharon go now. Smash. He punched Tamura as hard as he can, but what he said caught up with him. Izuku. Wait, Sharon. Why did I say Sharon? I was trying to say Kaneko. Izuku also noticed that his arm was completely fine, but he was more focused on why he called Kaneko Sharon. That is, until he saw Nomu right in front of him. Izuku. Crap. Tamura. Smash. Are you one of All Might's disciples? Doesn't matter. I'm done with you now. Nomu grabbed Izuku and Kaneko tried to reach him, but Tamura was about to turn her and Chara into dust. But then, wires came out of nowhere and latched onto Kaneko and Chara and pulled them away from Tamura and brought behind Izuku. Tamura. What? Then, more wires came in and they latched onto Nomu's hand and forced it open, releasing Izuku. Tamura. What's happening? What's happening is that we arrived just in time. They all turned to where the voice was coming from and saw two individuals. Tamura. Who the hell are you two? I'm Gadget the Wolf. And I'm Maria the Hedgehog. Gadget and Maria. And we're here to stop you. Tamura. Stop me. This here is a creature designed to defeat All Might himself. How do you plan to defeat him? Gadget. This is how. Gadget and Maria brought out. Izuku's eyes widened. Izuku. Those are morphers. Gadget and Maria. Magical source. Mystic force. The two then morphed into Gadget. Wolf warrior. Maria. Flurry of snow. White mystic ranger. Gadget. Ready Maria. Maria. Ready Gadget. The two then rushed at the Nomu, ready to fight. Everyone watching was in shock. Two more Power Rangers. Wasn't Izuku, Katsuki, and Clover the only ones? Whatever the case, the Wolf and Hedgehog weren't going to hold back. Nomu tried to punch Gadget, but he blocked it with his shield of fire before Maria created snow gauntlets and punched Nomu in the face. But it seemed to have no effect on it. Gadget. Uh-oh. Nomu tried to land a hit on Maria, but she created a shield of ice to save herself. The two then jumped back. Tamura. Good luck trying to harm Nomu. He has shock absorption. The only way to defeat him is if you slowly gouge out his flesh. Of course, I doubt he'd just let you do that. Maria. I see, so it's shock absorption. Gadget. And not nullification. Gadget and Maria. So there's a limit. Gadget and Maria use their wire attacks and wrap them around Nomu's arms. Gadget's wire is then set aflame while Maria's is glaciated, burning Nomu's left arm and freezing Nomu's right arm. However, Nomu shook it off and rushed at them with incredible speed. It caught them off guard and punched them in the face, sending them tumbling back. It then stomped on them. Gadget. Crud. Maria. Any ideas? Tamura. Kill them Nomu. But before Nomu could do that, Clover. Full justice. Nomu was shot in the brain as it screeched in pain. This didn't go unnoticed by Izuku. Nomu got off the two as Clover rushed to them. Clover. Glad you guys are okay. Also, I'm not sure which of you is in the white Mystic Ranger suit, but I would like to say that outfit doesn't look good on you. Maria. Hey. Clover's eyes widened. Clover. You're not my brother. You're not Kachan either. Izuku walked over to Clover. Izuku. Glad you're here. Tamura. Nomu. Kill these brats already. Katsuki then showed up and sent an explosion at its face. Katsuki. Glad to see you nerds. Agai, who the hell are you two? Maria. Your new teammates. Gadget. We're Rangers as well. Izuku and Clover looked at each other. Clover. Didn't see that coming. Izuku. I was just as surprised. Katsuki. Hold the phone. Maria. Is that you? Maria. How do you know my name? Katsuki. It's me, Katsuki Bakugo. Maria. Seriously. Wow. What are the odds? Clover. You know her, Kachan. Katsuki. She's my cousin. Izuku, Clover, and Gadget. What? Tamura. It doesn't matter how many of you brats there are. Nomu can defeat you all. Nomu's burns started to heal. Gadget. Wait, I thought you said his quirk was shock absorption. Tamura. When did I say that was his only quirk? He also has super regeneration. Katsuki. You know, I did not see that coming. Gadget. So leader, what's the plan? Izuku. Me, Gadget. Yes, you. Zato told us that you're the leader. Izuku. Oh, Nomu tried to attack them, but they dodged in time. Izuku. I have an idea. Here's the thing. When Clover shot Nomu's brain, it screeched out in pain. Every enemy has their weak point. And while Nomu is able to reduce the power of punches, attacks like Clover's quirk, which don't involve punching, are not affected by this quirk. As for its super regeneration quirk, if we attack fast enough, it won't be able to regenerate in time, giving us the advantage. Gadget. So we need speed. Izuku. Exactly. And now that there's 5 of us, we have a full team. Katsuki. You thinkin' what I'm thinkin'. Izuku. Exactly. The others knew what his plan was. Their morphers then became Rangers. RPM. Get in gear. Izuku is the Red Ranger, Clover is the Green Ranger, Gadget is the Black Ranger, Maria is the Yellow Ranger, and Katsuki is the Blue Ranger. Tamura. Your little costume changes aren't going to be enough to take down Nomu. Rangers. We'll see about that. The Rangers then charge at incredible speed. They were much faster than before. Nomu tried to punch them many times, but it wouldn't hit. Izuku. Remember everyone. Use your nitro blasters. Aim for the brain. Everyone. Right. Kaneko. Izuku. Clover. Kachan. Please. Stay safe. She remembered when Izuku called Kaneko, Sharon. Kaneko. How did he remember my name? Nomu tried to escape an onslaught of blaster attacks. But it couldn't protect itself all that well due to its massive size. Since the blasts didn't involve physical blows, Nomu's shock absorption quirk was useless. And against 5 foes at once, its super regeneration wasn't going to be of much help either. Tamura was getting sick of it and tried to enter the fight himself. But then Clover teleported right behind him and blasted him in the back. Tamura. What? But, how? Clover. PSH. Like I'm going to tell you. Figure it out yourself. Clover went back into the fight against Nomu. Katsuki. Time manipulation burst. Time suddenly stopped and Katsuki was the only one who could move as he sent multiple explosions at Nomu's brain. He would have used his blaster, but time stopped for it as well. After 10 seconds, time resumed and Nomu's screech could be heard across the entire UA campus. And someone was watching the battle go on. Maria, I want to help you. But you can't get stronger if I'm always fighting your battles. So I'll keep watching your fight. And if things start to get out of hand, I'll step in. Izuku. It's working. Keep it coming. Nomu got in front of Katsuki and tried to punch him. But Gadget got in front of him and activated his shield to protect him. Katsuki. Thanks. Gadget. No prob. Maria. Energy blast. She shot a massive blast of energy at Nomu and caused a lot of damage. Izuku. Burst attack. He used his burst attack and caused a lot of damage on Nomu. He then noticed something. Izuku. Guys, Nomu's regeneration is getting slower. He was right. Nomu was still regenerating, but it had so many injuries and was healing at a snail's pace. Gadget. Now what? Izuku. We finish this. Let's summon our weapons. The team summoned their respective weapons. Clover. Now what? Izuku. We combine our weapons to make the RPM Enforcer. Rangers. Right. Tamura. Kurogiri. Stop them. Before Kurogiri could try anything, Weiss, Chara, Kaneko, and Ryuko stopped Kurogiri and held him down. Ryuko. Nice try, but I know you have a physical body considering that stupid accessory of yours. Tamura. Damn it. The Rangers combined their weapons to create the RPM Enforcer. Gadget. Hold on. Isn't this considered killing? Izuku. Not exactly. That thing, it's not even a living being. It's essentially a reanimated corpse. We have to put it out of its misery. Gadget nodded. Gadget. Then let's finish this. The blast hit Nomu dead on and it exploded into nothing while they turned their backs towards it. Because that's super cool. Tamura. What? No. This wasn't supposed to happen. They cheated. The Rangers then fell down on one knee while demorphing. The girls who were holding Kurogiri down ran to the Rangers. Izuku. Wait. Don't let him. Tamura ran up to them with his hand out. His face showing pure rage, but then, a yellow projectile grazed his arm. Tamura. Gah, what the? You Rangers did great. I'm proud of you, Maria. Maria. I know that voice. Then, someone new showed up in front of the class. And his mere presence terrified Tamura. Maria. Shadow. Shadow looked back at her and smiled. Ryuko. Holy shit, you're Shadow the Hedgehog. I'm your biggest fan. Hold on. Turns to Maria *. How do you know Shadow? Maria. Shadow is my best friend. Shadow. I consider us more like siblings. But yes, I helped train Maria and Gadget's ranger powers. I'll handle this right now. Shadow. Chaos Spear. The spears gave Tamura a lot of injuries in his arms. That's when the other pros arrived, including All Might. Tamura. Damn it, if only those brats weren't here. We would have won then. Kurogiri. This is game over for real. Let's go home. Kurogiri then used his quirk and he and Tamura escaped. But before they did, Tamura looked at All Might in pure rage and said, Tamura. All Might, one day, I will kill you. And with that, they escaped. Gadget. Shadow, why didn't you stop them? Shadow. As of right now, there's no real point. That blue-haired man is just some lame man-child. Besides, I did promise Maria to help humans. And killing him isn't helping him. Maria. Thanks Shadow for helping. Oh, by the way, this is Katsuki Bakugo. He's my cousin. Shadow. Your cousin, Katsuki. That's what she just told you. Shadow. Nice to meet you. Anyways, I have to leave. Ryuko. Hang on. Before you leave, can I have your autograph? Shadow. All right. He then gave Ryuko an autograph. Ryuko. This is awesome. After that, everyone was lined up outside of the USJ to get reviews on their condition. Thanks to the Rangers and Shadow, all the students were okay. Nezu. Ah, Gadget and Maria, you finally made it here. Toru. You know them. Nezu. They are your newest classmates. Everyone. What? On the way home. Izuku. Clover, do you know of anyone by the name of Sharon? Clover. I actually do. I can help you understand everything, but let's wait until tomorrow for that. We've been through enough today. Izuku. I couldn't agree more. I feel very sore right now. And so, they went back home and took the rest of the day off. It was the night of the USJ incident. Izuku was having a dream about his past. Izuku's dream. Past Clover. I've had enough. You need to get out for once. Past Izuku. Past Inko. Izuku, please. It's been 2 weeks now. We're all worried about you. Past Izuku. Past Clover. Hey, Izuku. How about this? If you come out with me to the park, Mom will make us katsudon for a whole week. Past Inko. Wait, what? Past Izuku came out. Past Izuku. Okay. Past Clover. Alright, let's go. He took his brother by the arm and ran out of the house, leaving a dumbfounded Inko. Past Inko. I never agreed to that. Sigh well, whatever it takes to help my children. With the brothers, they had just arrived at the park and were waiting. Past Izuku. Clover, why are we waiting here? Past Clover. We're waiting for my friend. Past Izuku. Who's that? Past Clover. Well, Clover. Clover and Izuku turned to see a little girl who looked a lot like Kaneko running towards them. Past Izuku. Huh. A girl. Past Clover. Yeah, the girl went right in front of them. Hey, Clover, who's this? Past Clover. This is who I was telling you about. This is my twin brother, Izuku. Past Izuku. Hi. Past Clover. He's a little shy around new people. Well, nice to meet you Izuku. My name is Sharon Tuju. Past Izuku. And nice to meet you. Sharon. Why don't we hang out and play? Past Clover. Sounds like fun. Past Izuku. Oh okay. That's when Izuku woke up. Back to the real world. Izuku had woken up at 1 in the morning. Clearly confused. Izuku. Was that girl Kaneko? But why did she say her name was Sharon? Could this have anything to do with what happened yesterday? I need to get some air. Izuku decided to go on a night walk. Ever since the trio started their training, Inko was okay with letting them go on night walks for their training. But she had a camera installed to check how long they were gone for. Izuku decided to go to the forest that the three friends played in when they were little and sat down on beside a tree. Izuku. Just what was that? Did I meet Kaneko in the past? There's so much I don't understand. My, it's been quite some time since I last saw you. It was a feminine voice that Izuku heard. It put Izuku on guard as he shot upwards and brought out his morpher which changed into the quantum morpher. Izuku. Who's there? Wow, I almost didn't recognize you. You're certainly a lot more confident than when I last saw you. If it weren't for your broccoli hair and diamond freckles, I would have mistaken you for someone else. Izuku. Show yourself. The woman watching him jumped down behind him. When Izuku turned around, ready to morph, he saw. Izuku. Who are you? The woman frowned. Sigh, I guess you still have yet to remember. Izuku. What are you talking about? Kuroka. Well, perhaps re-introductions are in order. Izuku. I already know who you are, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku's eyes widened. Don't act so surprised. We've met before. Izuku. I have never seen you in my life. Oh, but you have. And so has your twin brother. As for who I am Kuroka Tuju. Izuku. Tuju. Are you related to Kaneko? She frowned again. Kuroka. Yes, she is my sister, but I thought you would have remembered her real name by now. Izuku. Why are you here? Kuroka. To tell you the truth. Your brother has already remembered. But you have yet to realize the truth. Izuku. What truth? Kuroka. You are under a spell. Your memories have been altered drastically. You met my sister and me a long time ago. Izuku. A spell. Kuroka nodded. Kuroka. You've been under that spell since you were 6. Your brother has managed to break the spell on himself, but you have yet to remember exactly what happened. Izuku. How do I know I can trust you? Kuroka. My sister told me that you're a Power Ranger now. I managed to get my hands on a bit of Ranger data. Izuku's eyes widened. Izuku. How? Flashback. Clover. Hey bro, Kachan. I found this stray cat. It was a black cat. Katsuki. Isn't that bad luck? Izuku. That's just a myth. We should probably view more of our Ranger data. Clover put the cat down. Clover. Let's view the Mystic Force Rangers since we finished seeing the SPD Rangers. Katsuki. Still pretty impressed that the Omega Ranger could handle being transformed into that little ball of light. Izuku. It could be useful when in tight situations. Katsuki. You do mean literal tight situations, right? Izuku. Yeah, unbeknownst to them, the black cat that Clover brought in stole the flash drive for the SPD Rangers and ran away. Clover. Aw man, there goes the cat. End of flashback. Kuroka. You remember that cat that Clover brought? Izuku. That was you. Kuroka. I'm a Nekomata. So I can transform into an ordinary cat. Same as Shish Kaneko. He has to remember her name on his own. Izuku. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I would really appreciate it if you gave it back. Kuroka. Don't worry, I will. I only borrowed it for viewing purposes. And the SPD morpher basically has a lie detector of some sort. Izuku. It's more like finding out if a person committed a crime. Kuroka. True, but the way it was demonstrated was when finding out if the wannabe ranger ate the last slice of chocolate cake. That's not even illegal. Izuku. You make a fair point. Alright, Izuku's quantum morpher became the Delta morpher. Izuku. Judgment mode. He activated judgment mode to find out if she was telling the truth. As it turns out, she was found guilty, which in this situation, is a good thing. Izuku. Guilty. So I am under a spell. Kuroka nodded sadly. Kuroka. You and Kaneko used to be so close. She never really healed from what she did to you back then. Izuku. What did she do? Kuroka. I'm afraid that I can't be the one to tell you. I promised her that I wouldn't tell you everything, and I care for her more than anything. Izuku. Then why tell me this much already? Kuroka. Because I want her to be happy. So I managed to find a loophole. I just wish there was a way for you to break the spell. Izuku. Wait. There is. Kuroka. There is. Izuku's Delta Morpher became the Moza Blaster. He then brought out the light Dino key, placed it inside, and pulled the muzzle 4 times. Kuroka. Could you explain please? Izuku went on to explain what the light Dino key can do. Kuroka. That's great, so how does it play into action? Izuku. I have to shoot myself with it. Kuroka. What? Izuku. Relax, it won't kill me. In fact, I think Clover did the same thing as well. So I'll be fine. Kuroka. I really hope so. Izuku pointed the gun at himself. Izuku. Light Dino Blast. Izuku shot himself and broke the spell on him. Izuku. Kuroka. Izuku. Izuku. It all makes sense now. I remember. Sharon. Kuroka. Do you remember me as well? Izuku. Yeah, I remember. I need to speak with Sharon the next time I see her. Kuroka. Are you mad at what she did? Izuku. No, I'm just sad. She's been suffering mentally for her past mistake and needs help. And I'm going to do just that. Kuroka could see the fire in his eyes. She was happy that her sister fell in love with this person. Kuroka. Thank you, Izuku. Oh, also, here. She handed Izuku the flash drive with the SPD Rangers data on it. Kuroka. It's yours anyways. Izuku took it back. Izuku. Thanks Kuroka. I better get back home before Mom and Clover wake up. Don't want to worry them. Izuku then rushed back home. Kuroka. He does realize that it's 1:27 a.m., right? She could help but give a small giggle. Kuroka. You may have gotten older, Izuku, but there is plenty of your personality that may never change. She grew a mischievous smirk. Kuroka. Hope I won't have to wait too long to become an auntie. Hey. The next morning. Clover. Bro, wake up. It's time I tell you. Izuku got up. Izuku. No need. I remembered everything. Clover. You did. Izuku nodded. Izuku. It's a bit of a long story so I'll explain. And so, Izuku explained what happened that night. It was finally time to head back to Ua. Over the weekend, Izuku and Clover also helped Katsuki remember Kaneko. Since he wasn't as close to her as Izuku and Clover, the spell had a bit of a stronger effect on him. But it was no match for the light Dino key. They are currently walking through the halls to class. Katsuki. So what do we do about this? Clover. What do you mean? Katsuki. I mean how should we talk to Sharon about this? She clearly feels bad about attacking us back then. Otherwise, she wouldn't have erased our memories of her. Izuku. We should probably wait for a time when it's just us. I doubt she would want to talk about it in public. Clover. Good idea. The Rangers then enter the classroom. Gadget. Hey, it's you guys. Gadget and Maria were already in the classroom. Izuku. It's you too. We never really introduced ourselves, did we? Maria. I mean, not properly at least. In my case. In Gadget's case, yeah. Izuku. Then we should introduce ourselves now. Seeing as how we're a full team now, it only makes sense. Gadget adjusted his glasses. Gadget. Sounds good. I'm Gadget. Maria. And I'm Maria Robotnik. Katsuki's cousin. Katsuki. Well, Gadget, I'm Katsuki Bakugo. Nice to meet you. Clover. I'm Clover Midoriya. Izuku. And I'm his twin brother Izuku. Welcome to the team. Gadget. Great to be here. What's our team name? Izuku, Clover, and Katsuki tense up. Maria. We don't have one, do we? They held their heads down. Izuku, Clover, and Katsuki. No. Gadget. Then we better come up with one. Eventually. We have class coming up. Izuku. Yeah, honestly, I'm just happy that there's another guy in this class. Katsuki. So, you and Maria are good friends, huh? The two blush and look at each other. Clover. Why are you blushing? Katsuki. Wait a fucking minute. Are you too? They nodded without looking. Katsuki. Izuku. Kachan. Katsuki. I'ma kill him. 5 minutes later. Katsuki. Ga. Izuku. You gonna stop? Katsuki. No, Clover. What was that? Couldn't hear you. They were holding Katsuki in a painful position to keep him from killing Gadget who's dating his cousin. Clover had to increase the pain. Katsuki. Ga. Clover. You gonna leave him alone? Katsuki. Fine. Just let me go. Izuku. You promise? Katsuki. I said fine. They let him go. Gadget. Phew. That was close. Maria. Not even Shadow went this far when he found out. He just gave you the shovel talk. Author's note. For those who don't know, the shovel talk is when a person who's close to someone you're dating basically says, if you hurt them in any way, you're as good as dead. Katsuki. Sorry, Gadget. It's fine. Maria did say you can be pretty aggressive at times. Odd considering Maria is often pretty calm. Katsuki. That's because she's from my dad's side of the family. He's way more chill, unless you piss him off. Trust me, you don't want that. Of course, compared to that time I broke Izuku's All Might action figure, that was nothing. Clover shivered. Clover. Don't remind me of that day. Maria. He doesn't look like he could be that terrifying. Clover. Ever heard the saying, don't judge a book by its cover? That goes for Izuku. Repeat, don't piss him off. Izuku's sweat dropped. The 5 Rangers kept talking with each other as the rest of their class came in. Eventually, Mr. Aizawa came in, wrapped in bandages much to their shock. Aizawa. You don't have to worry about my well-being. What's more important is that your fight isn't over yet. The UA Sports Festival is coming. Gadget. Hang on, is that really a good idea? We just dealt with a villain attack. Maria. What if they attack during the sports festival? Aizawa. The administration thinks this is a good way to show that the threat has been handled and our school is safer than ever. They're also beefing up security compared to past years. This event is a huge opportunity for all students at UA. We can't cancel it. In order to become pros, you need to go to internships. And the sports festival shows pro heroes just what you can do. 1 chance a year, 3 chances a lifetime. No aspiring hero can afford to miss this festival. So train hard. Students. Yes sir. Aizawa. Class dismissed. On their way to lunch, Ochako and Chara told them that they want to become heroes to earn money for their parents to live an easy life. That's when All Might came in. All Might. The Power Rangers are here. Gadget. Whoa, no way. All Might. Maria. Why are you here? All Might. I wanted to invite you Rangers to lunch. Wanna eat with me? Ochako and Chara. That's adorable. All Might. Whaddaya say. Gadget and Maria. Yes. Izuku, Clover, and Katsuki. Sure thing. And so, they went to eat lunch with All Might. Izuku. All Might, is there something else you wanted to say? All Might. Yes, I believe it's only fair if I reveal my secret to your new teammates. All Might then deflated. Gadget and Maria. Ah. What happened? All Might went on to explain his story. All Might. As it stands now, I don't have much time left. At this point I can barely look like All Might for 2 hours. It probably would have been lower had you not showed up when you did. Gadget. That's pretty concerning. All Might. That's why I asked you two to join. Now that all 5 of you are a team, there shouldn't be any secrets between you. Maria. This is all pretty fascinating. To think a quirk could be passed down to others. Katsuki. We were pretty surprised too. All Might. I'm hoping that you two can keep this a secret. You can't tell anyone. Maria. Not even Shadow. All Might. I'm afraid not. Maria. I understand. All Might. My time will be up soon. And when it is, you Rangers will have to step up to take my place. The 5 of you are a team now. So I'm asking you to win the sports festival and proudly shout, I am here. The Rangers nodded. Izuku. We'll win this. So we have to train harder than ever before. Katsuki. Right. When school ended, they were about to leave, only to discover that their exit was blocked off by a bunch of other students. Ochako. You why the heck are you all here? Weiss. Do you have business with us? Raftalia. Why are you blocking our doorway? Katsuki. They're scouting out the competition. After all, we're the class that survived a villain attack. He walked towards them. Katsuki. Look, people. You're blocking our only way home and we have to train for the sports festival. So it would be nice of you to just move out of the way. Capiche? A boy with purple hair walked up to them. Shinso. So this is Class 1A. I heard you guys were impressive. I wanted to be in the hero course. But like many others here, I was forced to choose a different track. Such is life. I didn't cut it the first time around, but I have another chance. If any of us do well in the sports festival, the teachers can decide to transfer us to the hero course. And they'll have to transfer people out to make room. Scouting the competition, maybe some of my peers are, but I'm here to let you know that, if you don't bring your very best, I'll steal your spot right under you. Consider this a declaration of war. With that said, everyone left. Clover. We just can't catch a break, can we? 1A. Nope. After that, they went back to training. When they were done with training, they reviewed the Ranger database. See if they had any weapons that could counter other people's quirks in battle. And eventually, the time came for the sports festival. Ruby. It's too bad we can't wear our hero costumes. Zelda. I mean, it's only fair. Ryoko. Is it? The Rangers are allowed to use their costumes. Weiss. That's a bit different. Those suits work with just about anyone provided they were chosen to become Rangers. It's not exactly meant to improve individual quirks. With the boys. Izuku. Remember guys, even though we're a team, we're rivals today. So may the best Ranger win. They nod and make their way to the stadium. And Izuku was elected to give the student pledge. Izuku. Why me? Clover. You placed first so. Katsuki. You got this, man. Izuku went up to the stand to give the pledge. Izuku. I just want to say this. No matter what your quirk is, what class you're in, or what your reason for becoming a hero is, I want us all to go beyond. Plus Ultra. Thank you. That got a lot of applause. Midnight. All right everyone. The first event of the sports festival is the obstacle course. When you are told to start, make your way through that doorway. Present mic. Ready. Begin. And so they went off. It turns out that making it through the doorway was easier said than done. The doorway was way too small for everyone to go in at the same time, so they were all having trouble advancing. Well, most people, the Rangers, thanks to the Morphing Grid, were able to jump over the crowd thanks to their enhanced strength. I'm talking about leg strength. Toru used her dragon wings to fly over the crowd. Weiss used her glyphs to make platforms. Ochako used her quirk to make herself weightless and fly over the crowd. Nezuko, with her demon strength, jumped over the crowd as well. And Lily flew over it. Nihilego can fly. As they ran through the obstacle course, they came across a bunch of zero-pointers. At that moment, a bunch of other people showed up. Gadget. So these are the zero-pointers that you guys faced in the entrance exams. Maria. Whoa. One of the zero-pointers tried to attack them, but Weiss froze it solid. She went through the gap of the robot. But she froze the robot off balance and it collapsed. Izuku. Take cover. They ran away until Clover noticed that Chara was about to be crushed. So acting fast, his morpher changed to the Dino Thunder Red Ranger Morpher and used Connor McKnight's super speed to save Chara just in time. However, the way he was holding her was. Chara blushed in embarrassment. Chara. See, can you please put me down? Clover also blushed in embarrassment. Clover. Alright, sorry. He put her down. Izuku. Is everyone alright? Katsuki. All good here, nerd. Gadget. Same. Maria. That was close. And there are still a bunch of zero-pointers left. Izuku. We may be against each other right now, but we can still team up for the time being. It's Morphin time. Their morphers changed into Rangers. Activate beast powers. Izuku is red, Clover is blue, Maria is yellow, Katsuki is silver, and Gadget is gold. Rangers. Unleash the beast. The other competitors other than their classmates were surprised by what just happened. Gadget. So, what's the plan? Izuku. Aim for the head. The trouble will be getting up there. Gadget. Should be no problem for me and Maria. Thanks to our wire attacks, we can eat up there with ease. Maria. And with my jackrabbit DNA, I don't even need it and can carry two of you. Katsuki. With my explosion quirk, I can launch myself up there. Izuku. Then Maria, you use your wire attack to help Clover up. You need a free hand to access a weapon. Gadget. You use one arm to launch yourself and the other to bring me up. After that, we use our blasters and aim at each of the robot's head. Don't fire until I give the signal. Rangers. Hi. Using her jackrabbit DNA, Maria jumped high off the ground and used her wires to bring Clover up to her height level. Gadget used his wire attack around the zero-pointer's head and launched himself around the robot and high into the air before doing the same thing with Izuku that Maria did with Clover. Katsuki used his explosion quirk to launch himself above the zero-pointers. Izuku. Clover and Maria, Transport, Beast X Blaster, Gadget and Katsuki, Transport Striker Morpher. As they were falling, they were getting into position. There were 5 more 0-pointers, so Izuku wanted to eat them all in one shot to make it safer for the others. And then, they got lined up. Izuku. Now, Izuku, Clover, and Maria, Beast X, Katsuki and Gadget, Striker Morpher, Rangers, Blast. They all fired their blasters at the same time, destroying them all. They landed soon after. Rangers. Virus eliminated. As they said that, an explosion showed up behind them, making them look badass. Everyone else was in awe at what they witnessed. Izuku. Alright, we wasted enough time. Using his cheetah speed, Izuku rushed ahead. Ruby followed him from behind. Soon after, so did the rest of the contestants. As they kept running, they came across the next obstacle. The fall, which Weiss seems to have already cleared. The Rangers were able to jump over it with ease. Toru flew over the pit. A girl named Mei Hatsume used her gadgets to cross over it. Lily also flew over the pit. So did Ochako. Everyone else had to go the normal way, which took longer. While that was going on, they came across the final challenge. A full-on minefield. Weiss was using her glyphs to platform herself safely over the minefield. Unfortunately for Gadget and Maria, they had nothing they could latch onto. So Gadget was at a disadvantage. And Clover was no different. Katsuki used his explosions to rush across the field. Luckily for Clover and Gadget, Izuku used his cheetah speed to rush through the minefield. He was moving too fast to get caught in the explosions. It also left a path in his wake for them to cross. At this rate, it didn't take long for Izuku to rush right past Weiss and take first place, with Weiss in second, Katsuki in third, Maria in fourth, Gadget in fifth, and Clover in sixth. After that, the rest of his classmates, as well as 1B, Hitoshi Shinso, and Mei Hatsume crossed the finish line with them. After that, Midnight announced it was time for the cavalry battle. She explained the rules, including how Izuku was worth 10 million points. Midnight. Alright everyone, it's time for you to pick your teams. So let's. But then, she got blasted from behind. Midnight. Gah. The students stared in shock and saw that she was blasted by Nezuko. What is that? Rangers. An orange-headed CRYBOT. Orange Crybot. Ha 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 ha. So, these are the so-called heroes in training, huh? Pathetic. Izuku stepped up. Izuku. How did you get in here? They beefed up security. Orange Crybot. Maybe so, but I had a bit of help. Then, in came. The Ranger's eyes widen in absolute shock. Izuku. And no. Psycho Pink. Katsuki. The only one that actually killed a Ranger. Clover. But how? She was destroyed. That's when a bunch of Vivics and Pteranodrones showed up as well from above. Izuku. Damn it, everyone. We're under attack. We have to evacuate everyone in the stands. As this was going on, widespread panic was happening and heroes that were guarding the outside were rushing on in. However, the Vivics and Pteranodrones were blocking the exit and holding the heroes off. They were dropping with ease, but there were hundreds of them on each side. All Might had to rush to help them. The UA Sports Festival was under attack. Civilian. 3 Vivics were about to attack an innocent civilian. Luckily. Flashfire Fist. The 3 Vivics were all taken down by one fiery punch. Civilian. Wire. This is Toya Todoroki. Or at least, he was. Many years ago, he cut ties with his family. You might be wondering how this came to be. Well, we need to go far back in the past. Back when Toya was on the verge of death. Flashback. Past Toya. Someone, please, help me. Just before any lasting damage could have been done on poor Toya, the fire that was burning him was gently put out. It seems we made it here just in time. I'm glad we were able to save you before it was too late. When Toya got up, he saw. Toya. Who are you? I'm Merrick Baladin, and I'm Princess Shayla. Toya. Why did you just say princess? Shayla giggles a little. Shayla. Yes, but that's not important right now. What is what happened to you? Toya. Why did you help me? Merrick. That's why. Toya. Huh, Shayla. We helped you because you needed help. That's all. Now please tell us what happened. If it's a sore subject, you don't have to tell us. Toya couldn't help but open his heart to these two strangers. There was just something about them that made him open up. Shayla. That's horrible. What kind of father does that? Toya. I'd hardly call him a father. But, I guess I should go back now. You. Shayla. No, you're not. Toya. Merrick. You don't deserve a rotten father like him. Toya. But, I have nowhere else to go. Merrick. That's true. Shayla. Then we'll take care of him. Toya and Merrick. Come again. End of flashback. After that, Toya was adopted by Merrick and Shayla, and changed his name to Toya Baladin. He also dyed his hair black to match Merrick's. As far as the world knows, Toya Todoroki was dead. For years, he trained alongside his new parents. Their training was a lot different from what he was used to and was allowed breaks when needed. He was happy with them. He even knew about Merrick being a Power Ranger. So upon learning that there were new Power Rangers, Toya jumped at the opportunity to see them in action. Unfortunately, they were under attack, so Toya was in the middle of fending them off. Meanwhile at the stadium, Psycho Pink. Which of you are the new Power Rangers? Rangers. She's looking for us. Psycho Pink. I am out to destroy them. But if you don't show up, I will destroy everyone here. The Rangers step forward. Izuku. Then look no further. Clover. We are the new Power Rangers. Katsuki. You got a problem with that? Psycho Pink. As a matter of fact, yes. I hate you Rangers. Always a thorn in my side. That's why I will destroy you here and now while the Orange Crybot will take care of you kids. All Might then swoops in. And he was pissed. All Might. Detroit Smash. He punched Psycho Pink with a maxed out attack and sent her through a wall. Psycho Pink. So, this is the #1 hero. Pitiful. All Might. I will not allow any harm on my students. Your villainous ways are over. Because I am here. Gadget. All Might. Be careful. That's Psycho Pink, the only villain the Rangers faced that actually killed a Power Ranger. She's no joke. All Might. Thanks for the warning. I'll be careful. He rushed at Psycho Pink again and engaged combat. However, the Crybot got behind Izuku ready to attack. Only for Toya to show up and punch him in the face with another Flashfire fist. Izuku. No way. You are the pro hero Blue Nova the hero that is Blue Flamisto Scorchvillain second belly vates youth is a sawsama mutter. Translation. You're the pro hero, Blue Nova. The hero that uses blue flames to scorch villains. I can't believe it's you. This is awesome mutter. Clover. Bro, as much as I agree with you, we have bigger problems on our hand. Toya. Don't worry, I'm going to help. He then brought out. Gadget. Wait, that's. Toya. Wild Access. Toya. Howling Wolf. Lunar Wolf Ranger. Izuku. You're a ranger. Toya. Yeah, long story on how. You guys are rangers too, right? They nod. Izuku. Alright guys, let's work with Blue Nova on this one. Their master morphers then became Rangers. Wild Access. Izuku is red, Gadget is blue, Maria is yellow, Clover is black, and Katsuki is white. Izuku. Let's do this. They got into battle against the Orange Crybot. Crystal sabers in hand, they started slashing at the Orange Crybot. However, the Orange Crybots are the strongest of the Crybots. It wasn't going to go down so easily. While this was happening, the other students were trying to evacuate. Unfortunately, with all the Viveks and Pteranodrones, the teachers couldn't get through. So the students were on their own. Thankfully, 1A has learned not to hesitate thanks to their USJ incident, so they were capable of taking care of themselves for a while. With All Might, he was actually at a tough situation. Psycho Pink was able to match his power. Luckily, she doesn't know about his weak spot so All Might will be able to fend her off. But it won't be easy. Back with the Rangers, they have summoned their weapons and kept fighting. Despite the Crybot's strength, it would still have trouble against 6 Rangers. On top of that, it has no data on the Wild Force Rangers. Only SPD Rangers. So it was at a disadvantage. So it decided to shoot lightning out of its eyes, which managed to hit the Rangers and knock them down. But it should know that a Ranger wouldn't give up so easily. Katsuki. Nice try, but you have yet to take on our quirks. Izuku. Full cowling. Lightning starts to spark around Izuku as he uses one for all at 15%. While training for the sports festival, Izuku learned what he was doing wrong with one for all and fixed it. Now the fight was turning to their favor. With his Rhino blaster, Clover shot a full Justice Blast at the Crybot. It was hit dead on. While distracted, Gadget and Maria wrapped the Crybot around in wires and slammed it into the ground. Toya and Katsuki fired off their quirks while it was down and caused it to get launched in the air a little bit via the force. That's when Izuku, with his red lion gauntlets, rushed at him and gave him a Detroit smash to the chest and launched it into the wall. Orange Crybot. YYU. It was starting to spark as it had a hole in its chest. Orange Crybot. D_A_M_M_N_M_Y_O_U_R_N_A_G_E_R_E_R_S. The Crybot exploded after saying those words. The Vivix and Pteranodrones were taken down by the other students. While they were caught off guard and most of them were inexperienced, even without Ranger powers, Vivix and Pteranodrones could be defeated. Author's note. Oh, don't act surprised. The mighty Morphin Power Rangers were able to defeat Z-Putties even when they were not only little kids, but had completely forgotten that they were Power Rangers. All Might was beginning to run out of steam. Psycho Pink was no joke. On top of that, Psycho Pink wasn't tired in the slightest. Psycho Pink. How pathetic. To think that this is the world's symbol of peace. All Might. I won't falter. Psycho Pink. You know what I hate the most? Pink Rangers. Just the sight of them infuriates me. But you wanna know what I love the most? She turns to the students and Psycho Pink. I love seeing the shocked and heartbroken expression on a person's face as I snuff the light out of someone they care for. All Might knew exactly where she was going with this. All Might. No, stop. She then fires her Psycho Bow at Weiss. This didn't go unnoticed by the Rangers. Without thinking, Izuku rushed to help Weiss. Everything was in slow motion as Weiss had a panicked look on her face as she felt like she was about to die. And all Izuku could think about was saving Weiss. And then, in that split second, no one could move, but they all had a shocked expression on their face. And then, what followed was pure chaos. Whatever this thing was that shot out of Izuku, one thing was for certain, it doesn't belong to any of the Power Rangers. At first it started tame. These tendrils grabbed the arrow that almost hit Weiss, saving her life. But that's when all hell broke loose. Izuku. What? Clover. Brother. Katsuki. The hell? Maria. Is that Gadget? It has to be. There's nothing in the Ranger database about tendrils of energy. That's a quirk. Toya. Hold on. I thought his quirk was with that lightning that was sparking off him. How is this possible? Clover. I don't know. Psycho Pink. This is new. All Might. Detroit Smash. While Psycho Pink's heart was down, All Might punched her again. Izuku. I don't understand. What's going on? I was fine until just now. Whatever this quirk was, it was going haywire. Izuku. Run. Everyone scattered as the destruction continued. Izuku was starting to be pulled around like a rag doll. He was being slammed into walls multiple times with centrifugal force, causing him to demorph. Izuku. This isn't my power. How is this happening? It hurts. Why? What is this? As the other students ran for cover, Weiss, Raftalia, Betty, Kaneko, and Shinso looked back in worry. Izuku. I thought I had things under control. One for all. Get it together. In a panic, Kaneko latched onto Izuku to try and help him. Kaneko. Izuku. Calm down. Izuku. Get out of here, Sharon. I can't stop this. Kaneko. This isn't his quirk. I knew something was off when he talked about his quirk considering he didn't have one before, but I never expected this. And then, Shinso. Midoriya, you need to stop this. Izuku. I can't. And then, the chaos stopped. Thanks to Shinso's quirk, Izuku was brainwashed and the power he was using just stiffened. And then, It all came rushing back into his arm. Izuku was in the midst of nowhere. Izuku. What? Where am I? He tried to speak, but no words came out. He looked down to see only a bit of his hands. The rest of his body was a black mist with a green outline. Izuku. What's going on? Crap, kid. He turns and sees a black mist with a red outline, which then emerged into. You got it wrong. Dang it. Don't you know? You're not alone out there. Ya got that. It's manifesting. Now's the time. So shape up. You gotta start thinking more. From now on, you can't use your power casually. It's something bigger. Izuku. Who is this guy? I suppose I should introduce myself. I'm Daigoro Banjo, the 5th user of One for All. Izuku's eyes widened. Izuku. He's one of the past users of One for All. Daigoro. You're gonna have to work harder. Do your best. If you train like a madman, most things should work out fine. He then noticed that Izuku has no mouth to speak. Daigoro. Whoa, where's your mouth, kid? That's freaky. Whatever, don't sweat it. Izuku. I can see him so clearly. He's not a vestige or shadow or some kind of ghost. This isn't a dream either. This man, these predecessors. He gave a small huff. Izuku. Are somehow living inside of One for All. Daigoro. Feels like my time's running out. That was fast. One more thing, kid. The power you just shot out of ya was originally my quirk. Izuku's eyes widened even more. Daigoro. Guess I should explain. Our individual quirk factors mixed in with the core of One for All. They've been inside of you this whole time. Now, imagine this core rests in the middle of raging flames or a whirlpool of waves or something. Those flames and waves are the cultivated power we users added to the original. But now, after so many years, the core is starting to expand and move. Daigoro. Do you remember that dream from 2 weeks ago? You were only able to remember that because of One for All and its past users, who fought back against that spell that your cat friend put on you. Izuku. Does that also mean that they were the reason I remembered Sharon's real name? Daigoro. The reason we were able to do that is because One for All itself is growing inside you. Izuku. Why? What's going to happen? Daigoro. Think back. Earlier, you were dead set on saving that chick. It's all you could think about. Izuku did nothing. Daigoro. Ya know you could nod or something, kid. Izuku. Right, I was trying to save Weiss. Daigoro. It just so happens that the best quirk for that is Blackwhip. Which belong to me. So lucky you get to meet yours truly first. Not to brag, my power's great. But be careful, this quirk has evolved. Blackwhip's got the might of One for All swirling within it. So now it's much stronger than when it was mine. Izuku nods. Daigoro. Truth be told, this wasn't supposed to happen this fast. Honestly, I thought it would have taken at least 6 more months before manifesting one of our quirks. It seems that your ranger powers have seriously sped things along. That morphing grid is a thing of wonders. He starts to fade. Daigoro. Gah. Oh, man, I'm gonna disappear. I feel myself drifting away. Because all that's left of me is my spirit. Listen well, if you use One for All in anger, the power will react to that feeling. What's important is keeping tabs on your heart. He pokes where Izuku's chest would be. Daigoro. It's fine to get mad. Rage can be the source of incredible strength. But you need control, and not just over your body, but over your emotions as well. After being passed down through 8 people, One for All has become an awesome force. Prepare yourself. You'll have 5 more quirks manifest as you improve. Control your heart and master using those who live in this power. Good luck. We're with ya, kid. Izuku starts to wake up, but not before hearing him say one more thing. Daigoro. You're the one who will complete One for All. And with that, Izuku woke up. Kaneko. Izuku. Izuku. No time for talk, Sharon. I have to help the others. Kaneko. But, Izuku. Don't worry, I'll be okay, Kaneko. Promise. Izuku took her hand. Izuku. Promise. Kaneko blushed at his smile. Kaneko. You better keep that promise. With that, Izuku ran back into the battle. Psycho Pink was finally being given a run for her money. Clover. You're gonna regret trying to kill our classmate. Psycho Pink. I should have finished off that symbol instead. Fine then. Psycho Pink then transformed into Katsuki. The Rangers and All Might laugh at that comment. Enraged, Psycho Pink rushed at them even faster than before, getting right in front of Clover. Clover. Shit, Psycho Pink. Goodbye, Ranger. But then she was wrapped in Black Whip. Gadget. Is that Maria? It is. She was then flung into a wall. Hard. Izuku. Are you guys okay? Rangers. Izuku. All Might. Young Midoriya. Everyone. What happened? Izuku. I'll explain later. Right now, we need to stop Psycho Pink in order to save everyone. Everyone. Hi. The Rangers except for Toya morphers became Izuku, Katsuki, Clover, Gadect, and Maria, Jungle Beast. Spirit Unleashed. Izuku is red, Katsuki is blue, Maria is yellow, Gadget is the Wolf Ranger, and Clover is the Rhino Ranger. Izuku. Let's finish this. Izuku, Katsuki, and Maria, Jungle Master Mode. The 7 charged at Psycho Pink. Psycho Pink. No, I will not be destroyed a third time. Katsuki grabbed Izuku and jumped. Katsuki. You don't have a say in the matter. Explode a Pult. Using his explosion quirk, he gained a bunch of momentum and launched Izuku at a high speed. Izuku. Shark Sabers. He was moving too fast for Psycho Pink to avoid and was slashed at the stomach. Psycho Pink. Why you? Izuku. Black Whip. She was wrapped up in Black Whip. Izuku. Now everyone, hit her with your strongest attack. Katsuki. Jungle Fan plus burst speed. Katsuki launched himself at Psycho Pink, who couldn't do anything while being restricted by Black Whip no matter how much she struggled. The attack landed. Psycho Pink. Gah. Toya. Lunar Saber. Toya ran up to Psycho Pink and slashed at her with his Lunar Saber. Maria. Jungle Mace. She launched the Jungle Mace at Psycho Pink, dealing a lot of damage. Gadget. Wolf Beam. Gadget unleashed his Wolf Beam at Psycho Pink and hit her directly. Clover. Rhino Blade Super Slash. He slashed Psycho Pink down the middle. All Might rushed towards Psycho Pink and gave her an uppercut that launched her far in the air. Izuku. All Might. Give me a boost. All Might. On it. All Might locked his hands together and Izuku got on them. All Might then launched Izuku into the air. Izuku. It's over, Psycho Pink. Izuku demorphed and then. Izuku. Dragonzord. That costume sent shivers down Psycho Pink's spine. She knows exactly who that Ranger costume belonged to. Izuku. Dragon Dagger. Final Slash. With the added centrifugal force from All Might's toss, along with one for All's boosting effects, Izuku slashed completely through Psycho Pink and she knew one thing. She was as good as dead. Psycho Pink. No. With that, Psycho Pink exploded. All Might then caught Izuku. All Might. You all did well, Rangers. I'm glad you are here. And with that, the attack on the UA Sports Festival was finished. Unfortunately, the sports festival had to be cancelled, but those who were watching got to see everyone in action. So nothing major was lost. Of course, Inko obviously fainted after everything she saw. It has been a week since the attack on the UA Sports Festival. The students were given time off to rest up from that attack. During that time, the Rangers gave All Might access to the Ranger database as an easier way to learn about the heroes of the pre-Quirk era. Izuku also filled his teammates in on what happened. But now it was finally time to go back. Izuku. Can you believe Psycho Pink and an orange-headed Crybot attacked, guys? Clover. It's very concerning. If Psycho Pink was still around, who knows what else is? Katsuki. Whatever's out there, we can handle it. Gadget. Maybe, but we need to get stronger so we can handle things better. Maria. Gadget's right. If it weren't for Izuku manifesting Black Whip, Weiss would have died. We need to work harder. As they were talking, Weiss was looking at Izuku. Ever since he saved her, she felt something odd inside. She just didn't know what it was. But it made her cheeks warm. Aizawa then entered. Aizawa. Good morning, class. Students. Good morning, Mr. Aizawa. Aizawa. I trust you're all doing all right after that attack. Weiss. Barely. Aizawa. With the sports festival over, it's time for internships. Many pros saw how you fought against those villains, so everyone got offers. We'll be handing them out soon. But first, you all have to pick hero names. Students. All right. Aizawa used his quirk to shut them up. Aizawa. It's likely that these names will be temporary. But you should still take it seriously or. Midnight enters. Midnight. You'll have hell to pay for it later. What you pick today could be your code name for life. You better be careful, or you'll be stuck with something utterly indecent. Aizawa. Midnight is going to have final approval over your names. It's not my forte. The name you give yourself is important. It helps reinforce your image and shows what kind of hero you wanna be in the future. A code name tells people exactly what you represent. Take All Might, for example. They were all handed something to write down their hero names. Later, Midnight. So, who will be presenting first? Students. We're presenting these. Maria went up first. Maria. My hero name is Light. Midnight. Light. Maria. Yes, because where there is light, there is shadow. And Shadow the Hedgehog is my best friend. Midnight. I find that absolutely adorable. I love it. Then, one by one, the students came up to say their hero names. Ryuko. My hero name is Life Fiber. Midnight. That makes sense to me. Blake. I'm Gamble Shroud. Midnight. Gamble Shroud. That's quite interesting. Clover. My hero name is Gun Hat. Midnight. No, no, I'm sorry, but that's just silly. Clover. Aw man, Katsuki. Call me Dynamite. Midnight. A clever spin on your quirk. Clover. Come on. Katsuki. What, you expected me to say something like King Explosion Murder? That's just stupid. Toga. I'm Vlad Princess. Midnight. I see, you're paying homage to our Class 1B teacher, Vlad King, aren't you? Toga. Yes, actually, he's my uncle. He helped me out with my quirk during my struggles and also gave my parents a harsh lecture about the nature of my quirk. Midnight. What do you mean by that? Toga. My parents wanted me to be normal, so they wouldn't let me drink blood. If not for Uncle Vlad, I don't even wanna think about it. Midnight. You got a good uncle. Toga. I know. Ochako. This is the name I thought of. Gravity. Midnight. I just love that. Betty. This name of mine shows that I will do the opposite of what my sister did. I am Soul Savior. Midnight. A wonderful name for a hero. Kaneko. This hero name revolves around what I use. I am Senjutsu. Midnight. That sounds incredible. Lily. My hero name is Nihilego. Midnight. No surprise about that. Gadget. This name is because of what I will show. Infinite courage. Midnight. That'll show villains who to be afraid of. Zelda. This will feel like an alter ego of sorts. Chic. Midnight. That sounds cool. Ruby. I'm Crescent Rose. Midnight. Love your enthusiasm. Kami. My hero name is Iliso Kami. Midnight. How fitting. Stella. Like my quirk, my name is Levadine. Midnight. I can see the burning passion in that name already. Chara. My hero name is the name of the one thing that will not break with me. Determination. Midnight. Truly wonderful. Weiss. Mertonaster. Midnight. A little odd, but I'll allow it. Raftalia. My hero name is Vassal Katana. Midnight. I love it. Toru. Tatsu. Midnight. Ah, Japanese dragon. How fitting. Yang. I'm Ember Celica. Midnight. That works well with your quirk. Nezuko. Kazuki. Midnight. With your quirk, I don't think there's a better fit. Clover. How about this? Seigi Shiko. Midnight. Perfect. Clover. Yes, Izuku. I know exactly what my hero name should be. Izuku went up. Izuku. I am Master Morpher. Midnight. Very clever. Aizawa. Now that everyone's decided on their hero names, we can go back to talking about your upcoming internships. They'll last for 1 week. As for who you'll be working with, you will choose among your offers. You have a lot to think about. There are around 40 agencies across the country who've agreed to take on interns from your class. Each agency has a different specialty that its heroes focus on. Keep that in mind. Midnight. Imagine you were 13. You'd want to choose a place that focuses more on rescuing people, not fighting villains. Understand? Aizawa. Think carefully before you decide. Students. Yes, sir. After that, class was dismissed. On the way back home. Izuku. Amazing that we all got the same offers. Gadget. Makes sense. We are a team. Clover. But what should we choose? Maria. Are you sure we should all go to the same internship? Katsuki. You never know when something bad might happen. It's best we stick together. Then Izuku saw an offer that made his eyes widen. Izuku. Thought. No way. Rangers. What is it? Izuku. You guys, you'll never believe who we got an offer from. Clover. Who? Izuku. Ninjor. Rangers. Ninjor. Izuku. Yeah, Ninjor sent us an offer. Clover. Ninjor. Like, the same Ninjor that created the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers power coins. Izuku. Yeah, Gadget. Oh, we are so there. Maria. Ninjor may be just who we need for that extra boost in power. Izuku. So it's settled. We're choosing Ninjor. Rangers. Yeah. Izuku. Ninjor it is. Time skip to the day of the internships. Aizawa. Everyone has their costumes, right? Remember, you don't have permission to wear them out in public yet, and don't lose them or anything. Ruby. Gotcha. Aizawa. Speak properly. It's, yes, sir, Rose. Ruby. Yes, sir. Aizawa. Make sure you mind your manners during your internships. Now get to it. Students. Yes, sir. Aizawa then left. Izuku. Hey, shish Kaneko. Kaneko. Izuku. Can I talk to you for a sec? Kaneko. Sure. The two went to somewhere secret. Kaneko. So, what is this about? Izuku. Kaneko. Izuku. Izuku. I know the truth, Sharon. Kaneko's eyes widened a little. Kaneko. What do you mean by? Izuku. It's no use trying to play dumb with me. He shows her the light Dino key. Kaneko. What's that? Izuku. This is the light Dino key. It gives me access to light-based abilities. But it also has the power to break spells. Like the one that you placed on me, Clover, and Kachan. Kaneko's eyes widened more. Izuku. I want to say something to you, Sharon. Kaneko braced herself for some hurtful words. Izuku. I forgive you. Kaneko. What? She was then wrapped in a hug. Izuku. I said, I forgive you. What happened that day wasn't your fault and you shouldn't hang on to it. Despite what happened, I still consider you my friend. Kaneko started to cry a little as she returned the embrace. Kaneko. Thank you. That means the world to me. Izuku. I'm glad to hear that. But next time you have a problem like that, please talk about it with us instead. We'll understand, I promise. Kaneko. Okay, thanks. After that, they returned and got ready to go. Eventually, the Rangers got on their train and were off to the train station that was closest to where Ninjor was. Time skip. After getting off the bus, the Rangers walked a good distance to a secret place where Ninjor resides in. When they entered, they were met with an incredible sight. While there wasn't much space, there was a beautiful layout inside with a well-designed gate, candles, and a blue vase. This was the Temple of Power. Gadget. Wow, so this is the Temple of Power, huh? Katsuki. Ninjor went through a lot to hide this place. Izuku. Well, we wouldn't want just anyone to enter, now would we? As they entered, the gates shut on their own. Maria. Was that supposed to happen? Izuku. I think so, yeah. Who's out there? I want answers. Gadget. What was that? Izuku. Not, what? Who? We're looking for Ninjor, keeper of the temple. Never heard of him. Go away, please. Izuku. Please. We are having our internships with the great and wise Ninjor. Great and wise, Maybe I do know him. He. Wait, internships. Ah, that's who you are. The blue vase starts to shake. And then, out comes. Rangers. Ninjor. Greetings, Rangers. Yes, I am the great and wise Ninjor. I am happy that you came to me. Katsuki. Like the other internship offers could hold a candle to you. Ninjor. Oh, you flatter me. But I am not the only one who will be training you. Hey, come over here. The Rangers heard footsteps, and when they looked in the direction they came from, they saw Ninjor. I would like you to meet the Dark Ranger. Gadget. Heckle. Dark Ranger. No, I am not Heckle. Katsuki. Huh, if he's not Heckle, then who is he? Dark Ranger. Allow me to show you. Power down. He demorphed, and what they saw shocked them. It was Rangers. The hero killer, Stain. The Rangers brought out their master morphers, ready to fight Stain. But Ninjor. Stop. Izuku. What? But Ninjor. That's the hero killer, Stain. Ninjor. Allow me to explain. The hero killer, Stain, is nothing more than a facade. Clover. A facade. Stain. Most of what you heard about me is false. They did get one part of me right, though. My dream of creating a more righteous society. However, the way I do it is a lie. Ninjor. Here's the gist. Stain works for the HPSC. He works undercover as a villain. He attacks heroes who he suspects aren't what they say they are, and attacks them until they fess up their horrible actions. He gets those words on record and takes the recordings and the fake heroes to Madam President. Stain. Once I do so, one of two things will happen. They will either have their hero licenses permanently removed, or they will be executed. Gadget. So the deaths behind the hero killer, Stain, were done by the HPSC. The reason why I am blamed for it is because it would cause a massive blow to the people's trust in all heroes. Even All Might. So I have the HPSC say that I was the one who killed them to avoid any changes that are too drastic for society to handle. Ninjor. When I found him, I could sense that he wanted to make the world a better place. So I decided to teach him the way of the ninja. Stain. This went on for a few years. One day, Ninjor and I decided to go on a little archaeology trip and look at the dinosaur fossils. That's where I found the Dark Energem. Ninjor. Stain almost touched it, but I stopped him just before it was too late. We were able to safely contain it and make it safe for Stain to use, allowing him to become the Dark Ranger. Stain. Heck of an origin story, Izuku. Sorry we tried to start a fight. Stain. Don't worry about it. I would have done the same if I was in your shoes. Ninjor. Now that we have cleared that up, here's the deal. We have two goals to achieve for this week. The first is training you to be able to pilot Zords. Rangers. Alright, Gadget. Wait, what's the other thing? Ninjor. Something of the utmost importance. Once we finish training you in how to properly pilot the Zords, we are doing a raid on the Shi-Hasaikai. Maria. The Shi-Hasaikai. Stain. A Yakuza group. The worst I've ever seen. Katsuki. What makes them worse than the rest? Ninjor. They've been using a poor little girl as a lab rat. The leader of the group, Overhaul, uses his quirk to disassemble her, collect her blood, and then reassemble her. We don't know how many times he's done this, but, well, I'm sure you understand where I'm going with this. Rangers. Izuku. Yeah. HE will pay. Black Whip bursted from Izuku's arms. Katsuki. Nerd. Izuku. That bastard. Katsuki and Clover. He's angry. Gadget and Maria. Yikes. You weren't kidding. Ninjor. Calm down, Izuku. Take a deep breath. Izuku did just that. Izuku. Sorry, guys. Ninjor. In a situation like this, your anger is perfectly acceptable. Izuku. Thanks for understanding. Well, we better move out. Ninjor. Not so fast. Clover. But Ninjor, we need to save that little girl. Stain. While I couldn't agree more, the problem is Overhaul's quirk, Overhaul. It allows the user to disassemble and reassemble matter by simply touching them. So what if he uses his quirk on not just himself, but the entire Yakuza and becomes a big monster? We would have no way of fighting back. That's why the first thing we need to do is train you in piloting Zords. This way, we will have a counter in case that happens. Izuku. I hate to say it, guys, but he's right. Since the technology designed to make the monsters grow to tremendous size has been long forgotten, we never had a need for our Zords. But now it's different. We need to be 100% prepared. Gadget. Where do we start? And so, for the next few days, the Rangers were taught how to pilot the Zords. While they are easy to master, the problem is that there are many, many Zords. So it takes a lot of time and effort to master them all. Especially since each Ranger team had different ways of piloting their Zords. But they were still able to finish the job. Now it was time to stop the Shihasaikai. Ninjor. You have done well in mastering your Zords. I'm hoping that we won't need them, but it's still good that you have mastered them. Rangers. Hi, Stain. Ninjor and I will be coming with you. Rangers. You will. Yes, they will, and so will we. They turned to see Izuku, Katsuki, Clover, Gadget, and Maria, Time Force. Jen. Yeah, so, these are the Power Rangers Master Morphers, huh? It seems they have yet to meet their sixth member, though. Izuku. What are you doing here? Jen. We're here to help. Katsuki. I thought you Time Force officers have a rule about meddling in the past. Lucas. That rule was removed. As long as there's a big enough evil, the Time Force Rangers are allowed to get involved. Trip. Especially since in this time, all the other Rangers passed away. Katie. So we're the only ones who can help you out. Ninjor. Rangers, do you accept their help? Master Morpher Rangers. Of course. Stain. Then there's only one thing to do. Save the young girl. Izuku. Then let's do this. And with that, they leave the Temple of Power and rush off to the Shihasaikai. We join the Rangers and Ninjor as they are nearing the Shihasaikai base. Izuku was reading the quirks of every member of the 8 bullets. Ninjor. So, even though Izuku is the leader of his team, you all have to remember that everyone follows my lead, alright? Everyone except Izuku. Hi. Jen. Izuku. He said nothing. Lucas. Izuku. Still nothing. Stain. Why isn't he answering? Clover. Quick question. What is he reading? Ninjor. Just some basic transcripts on the quirks of the 8 bullets. Clover and Katsuki. Yep. That'll do it. Trip. What do you mean? Clover. My brother and I tend to analyze quirks. Although, he does it more than I do. So he's probably coming up with ways to counter their quirks. Izuku. I have a plan. Ninjor. That's great. By the way, I have decided that you should face off against Overhaul. Izuku. I see. Then I'll morph into the Mercury Ranger. Stain. Why him? Izuku. Because although Mercury has matter, it is, in fact, still a liquid. Overhaul won't be able to disassemble me in that form. Rangers. Izuku. Did I say something wrong? Ninjor. No, we're just impressed. That's an excellent plan. Now, what would you say is the best course of action for the 8 bullets? Izuku. It depends on which one we face. Shin Nemoto is probably going to stay by Overhaul's side. His quirk isn't going to help him in combat, but if he stays with him, Overhaul could merge with him, which will make things a bit trickier. Stain. What about Rikia Katsukame? Izuku. In most situations, I feel as though Katsukame would be a major problem. His quirk allows him to suck the energy out of people he makes physical contact with. However, if we're morphed, he won't be able to make physical contact. That will make him a far less troublesome opponent. Jen. Kendo Rappa. Izuku. His quirk, Strongarm, allows the user to rotate and move their shoulders at extreme speed and power. So Rappa will be able to unleash a large flurry of punches at whoever his opponent is. If one of us morphs into the Yellow Ninja Storm Ranger, we can trap him in the ground. Then, so long as we keep our distance, we can defeat him with blasters. Lucas. Good thinking. What about Toya Setsuno? Izuku. This part will be tricky. Toya Setsuno, Yu Hojo, and Sorimitsu Tabe all work together. Toya's quirk, Larceny, allows him to take any object he sees right into his hands, but there's a size limit. Our best bet for him is either the Might Morphin Ranger powers, Wild Force Ranger powers, or the Jungle Fury Ranger powers. I recommend Jungle Fury as there's no way he'll be able to take animal spirits. Tabe's quirk allows him to eat literally anything, but no way will he be able to eat animal spirits. As for Hojo, he can make large, durable crystals grow from his body. But they aren't unbreakable, so really, Jungle Fury is the way to go. I say, we send Gadget in as the Wolf Ranger. If my theory is correct, Gadget's animal spirit will be much stronger if it's specifically the Wolf Rangers. Gadget. What do you think, Ninjor? Ninjor. Splendid. Katie. Who else? Izuku. Diodoro Sakari. His quirk is called slosh. To put it simply, your body will act like when you're drunk. If one of us morphs into the SPD Omega Ranger, we can avoid falling under the effects of losing our sense of balance. Or, one of us could become one of the Mystic Rangers and use magic to reverse the effect. Clover. Hekiji Tengai. Izuku. His quirk gives him a near impenetrable barrier. The best option with him would be RPM Green Ranger and teleport inside his barrier. He'll probably stick with Rappa since that would make a dangerous combination. Maria. What about Hari Kurono? Izuku. His quirk is called chronostasis. He can slow down the movements of anything he hits. The best counter to that would be the Gold Samurai Ranger, whose speed is immeasurable. Ninjor. That leaves us with just one more. Izuku. Joy Iranaka. His quirk is called Mimic. He can merge his body and mind with an object and gain full control over it. But with the trigger drug that Ninjor told us about, I bet the size limit will be removed. Katsuki. It feels to me like our worst foe in our battle with the bullets is really the trigger drug. Izuku. If Mimic uses his quirk with the trigger drug, he'll probably merge with the walls. So using SPD Omega Ranger is the best option. I'll probably run into them while I try and find the girl and... He stops. Jen. You okay? Izuku. Anyone else feel like someone's calling for their father? Rangers and Ninjor. No. Author's note. Lol. Foreshadowing. Izuku. Guess it's just me. Katsuki. Okay, Izuku. What's the lineup? Ninjor. I'm the leader here. The Rangers listen in. Ninjor. Okay, Izuku. What's the lineup? They facepalm. Izuku. Okay, first things first, we need to find the location of the little girl. In the meantime, Gadget, you take on Setsuno, Hojo, and Tabe. Kachan, you take on Rappa. Maria, find Chronostasis. He's your opponent. And Clover, you. Then, something hit the back of Izuku's head. Izuku. Ow. He caught what hit him, which was. Izuku. Hey, isn't this? Then, out came. Author's note. Best genie ever. Nothing will change my mind. Genji. There we go. Found you. Rangers. Genji. Genji. In the flesh. I came to grant a wish for a little girl. Bring her someone who'll save her. Izuku. Crud. We were just about to go save another little girl. Genji. Actually, it's the same girl you're trying to save. Life is crazy like that, isn't it? The little girl's name is Eri. She's a good friend of mine and I hate seeing the way she's treated. So, here I am, granting her wish. Katsuki. Damn, that was really convenient. Genji. Not exactly. As we speak, she is being taken away by Overhaul. You'll have to act quickly. Izuku. Alright. Then a new plan for Clover. You handle Sakari and Mimic. Due to your quirk's nature, your attacks should be supercharged. Clover. You got it, bro. Izuku. As for everyone else, fend off Rikia and the other members of the Hasaikai. There will be many, but with all of us, we can't lose. Time Force, Stain, and Ninjor. Right. Izuku. Alright guys, remember the plan. Let's go. Genji. Genji. Alright. Galwad Misto something. With that, Izuku and Genji vanished. She Hasaikai. Overhaul. I can't believe that idiot let that dumb cat get away. He turns to Eri. Overhaul. You know his death is your fault, right? Eri was scared and tears were coming out of her eyes. But then, Genji and Izuku showed up right in front of them. Genji. You know, it's not nice to blame your shortcomings on a little kid. Overhaul glares at Genji. He then looks over to Izuku. Overhaul. Who are you? Izuku. I'm the leader of the team that will bring you down. Overhaul. As if. Eri looked at Izuku and felt hope. Izuku's morpher then became Izuku. Overdrive. Accelerate. Izuku. Mercury Ranger. Overhaul. What the hell? He then got a phone call. Overhaul. What, Rikia? We're under attack. A bunch of weird spandex-wearing brats are charging into the building and ga. Izuku. Seems like my teammates got here already. Overhaul disassembled his gloves and ran up to Izuku and grabbed him. He then blew him apart, horrifying Eri, only for him to just come back together in the form of Mercury. Overhaul. What the hell? Izuku. Nice try, but I know how your quirk works. Right now, my body is made up of Mercury. Try all you want, you can't kill me that way. Overhaul grit his teeth in frustration. This war on the Hasaikai was not going to end in his favor. Let's turn back time a little to when the Rangers finally arrived. Rikia. Huh, who are you? Jen steps forward and shows him her badge. Jen. Time Force, you're under arrest. Rikia. I'm too lazy for this. Trip. Is this guy really part of the Hasaikai? Rikia. Get them, goons. A bunch of Hasaikai members start charging at them. Stain. Any more stupid questions? Trip. Is it morphin time? Stain. I said stupid questions. That's not stupid. Ninjor. And yes, it is morphin time. Stain brought out. The Time Force Rangers brought out. Stain. Unleash the power. Time Force. Time Force. Ignore Wes. Also, there is no morph sequence for the Dark Ranger. Rikia. What's with the spandex? Trip. Your lucky Dr. K isn't here. She'd rip you apart for that comment. It's not spandex. Katsuki. Is everyone ready? Rangers and Ninjor. Ready. Ninjor. Charge. The Rangers charge forward. Time Force and Ninjor fight off against all the goons while Stain faces off against Rikia. Rikia. I hate doing shit. So I'm just going to get this over with. He grabs Stain, but nothing happens. Rikia. Shit, I can't make contact with him. He was slashed in the chest by the Spino boomerang. Rikia. Ga. Ninjor. Go Rangers. Go. The Master Morpher wielders nodded and rushed into the building. Rikia. Damn it, I need to call the boss. He called Overhaul as he got up. Overhaul. What, Rikia? We're under attack. A bunch of weird spandex-wearing brats are charging into the building and... Stain. Spino boomerang. Full Spino. The Spino boomerang obtained spikes. Stain then launched it at Rikia and it slashed his arm. Rikia. Ga. He dropped his phone and accidentally stepped on it, causing it to hang up on Overhaul. Rikia. You damn. Stain shot forward, stuck his boomerang into the bleeding wound that he caused, and then jumped back. Stain. You're finished, Katsukame. Stain took off his helmet and licked the blood, activating his quirk. Rikia. I can't move. Stain then gave him a neck chop and knocked him out. Katie. What did he do? She blasted some of the goons with her V4. Ninjor. It is Stain's quirk, Bloodcurdle. By ingesting his opponent's blood, he can paralyze them for up to 8 minutes. He slashed at some enemies. Lucas. Up to. Lucas punched 8 goons and knocked them out. Ninjor. Yes, the limit depends on the type of blood he ingests. From longest to shortest, it's B, A, and O. Trip blasted more enemies with V3. Jen. Let's hope the others are doing better than we are. Trip. We're doing just fine, though. Jen. I know, so it will be even better if they have it even easier. Katie. She's got a point. With Gadget. Gadget was running through the halls but eventually, he came across Setsuno, Hojo, and Tabe. Tabe. So this was what the alert was about. Hojo. We can handle this brat. Setsuno. Get ready to die. Gadget brought out the Wolf Morpher. Gadget. Gotta act fast. Jungle Beast. Spirit Unleashed. Gadget. Wolf Ranger. Setsuno. Well, that's weird. And I can't seem to grab that weird wrist thing. Gadget. Spirit of the Wolf. He launched a phantom of a wolf. Hojo. What the fuck is that? Tabe. I got this. He tried to eat it, but he just went right through it. Tabe. Huh, Gadget. My leader is one step ahead. This is a spirit. You can't eat it. Get him. The wolf spirit launched itself at Tabe and tackled him. Tabe. Ga. Setsuno. Damn it, that thing is way too big for me to use my quirk. Hojo used his crystal quirk on his arms and charged at Gadget. Hojo. He's obviously the source. He won't get his way for long, though. He tried to punch Gadget, but he dodged it with ease and used his wires to wrap him up. Hojo. Gotta break this. Gadget. Don't bother. They can't be broken. Tabe wasn't able to help because he was too busy being mauled by the wolf spirit. Gadget. Hey, Setsuno. Here's a gift for you. He flung Hojo at Setsuno and their skulls collided, knocking them both out. As that happened, Tabe passed out from the pain that was caused from the wolf spirit. Gadget. Mission accomplished. He tied them up with his wires and left to find his leader. With Katsuki. Katsuki ran and ran until he found Rappa and Iranaka. Katsuki. There you are, you damn bastards. Rappa. Well, aren't you a spunky brat? Katsuki. Tell me something I don't know. Iranaka. Rappa. We mustn't. Rappa. Don't ruin this for me. No shields. Iranaka. Fine. Katsuki. So he wants to fight head on, All right then. Do you like karate? Rappa. Love it, Katsuki. Then how about you face off against a martial arts master? It's morphin' time, Tyrannosaurus. He morphed into Katsuki. Ready, Rappa. So ready. The two charged at each other. Rappa used his quirk and started to punch Katsuki rapidly. At first, it started to work, however, when you spend about 15 years with Izuku, you tend to pick up a thing or two on analyzing quirks. So Katsuki started to block and counter the punches with ease, while waiting for an opening. Then, he found one. Rappa left his stomach wide open for a split second, allowing Katsuki to give him a bunch of gut punches, sending Rappa tumbling back a bit. Rappa. Finally, a real fight. Using his quirk, Katsuki blasted himself towards Rappa and kept wailing in on attacks. Even throwing in kicks occasionally. Rappa managed to land some hits on Katsuki, but they didn't seem to be doing anything. Katsuki. Time for the finishing blow. He was about to punch Rappa in the face, but Iranaka put up a shield to protect him. Rappa and Katsuki. Hey. What the hell, Iranaka? You are such an idiot, Rappa. Rappa. Why you? I said. Katsuki. Meh, I can work around it. Rappa. Huh, Katsuki. Observe, he demorphed and brought out the Rev Morpher. Katsuki. RPM. Get in gear, Katsuki. RPM Green Ranger. He pushed the lever on the morpher and teleported inside the barrier. Iranaka. What, Rappa? Sick. Katsuki morphed back into the Red Mighty Morphin Ranger. Katsuki. Now we end this. Katsuki and Rappa went back to fighting. More punches and kicks rained down until Katsuki grabbed both of Rappa's hands. Rappa. What, Katsuki? You may be able to deliver super fast punches, but the fact is, you only have 2 hands. Do you know what Aikido is? Rappa. Huh, no, Katsuki. It's a martial arts technique that uses a foe's size against them. With Aikido, you have met your match. Katsuki then knocked him out with a punch to the face. Iranaka. You may have won, but my shield is. Katsuki morphed back into the green RPM Ranger and teleported out of there and in front of Iranaka. Iranaka. Shit, Katsuki. You know, you're a hypocrite. Iranaka. How so, Katsuki? You say Rappa's an idiot, but you saw me teleport earlier, yet you still thought you could contain me. If anyone's an idiot, it's you. He then morphed into the Red Mighty Morphin Ranger again and knocked him out. He then tied them up and ran off to rejoin Izuku. With Maria. Maria was rushing through the halls and found Kurono. Maria. Kurono. So, you're one of the brats that's attacking us. Well, it stops here. He used his quirk and his hair rushed towards Maria. Her morpher then became the Gold Samurai Morpher. Maria. Samurai Morpher. Gold Power. Maria. Gold Samurai Ranger. Kurono's hair hit Maria and activated his quirk on her. He then rushed towards her and got ready to kill her with his knife. But Maria dodged it with incredible speed. Kurono. What, Maria? Nice try, but this form allows me to move faster than the eye can see. Even with your quirk in effect, I can still dodge you with ease. But as for you. She rushed towards Kurono. Maria. Barracuda Blade. She brought out her Barracuda Blade and flipped it around so the side would hit him. Maria. Barracuda bite. The attacks landed and knocked Kurono out cold. Maria then tied him up and rushed off to find Izuku. Unfortunately, Kurono's quirk was still in effect, so she's going at normal speed. With Clover. Clover was walking through a narrow hallway with an angry expression on his face. That's when he felt weak in his legs and he fell down. Clover. Geez, this must be that sloshed quirk that Izuku was talking about. He then felt a few drops on his head, which confused him until he looked up to see. Clover. Okay, that's disturbing. Sakari seemed totally distracted drinking his alcohol. Clover. Now's my chance. His master morpher became the Omega Morpher. Clover. SPD emergency. Again, there's no morph sequence for the Omega Ranger. Clover turned into a ball of light and rushed towards Sakari, knocking him down. Sakari. Ow. Clover went back to normal and pointed his gun at him. Sakari. Whoa, killing isn't legal. Clover. Yeah, I know. These aren't regular bullets in my gun. His gun started to glow yellow. Clover. Ultimate move. Justice Blast. Sakari didn't stand a chance. Clover held back on that attack to avoid killing him, but he was still knocked out. He wasn't going to wake up for a while. So Clover took this chance to tie him up and press onwards. Along the way, Mimic used the trigger drug and merged within the walls. He started moving the hallway that Clover was walking through. Clover. Yikes. So this is the trigger drug in effect. I can't use the Mercury Ranger since Izuku's currently using it. And if I press onwards in the form of a ball of light, Mimic will still be at large. Wait, that's it. He demorphed and changed his morpher too. Clover. It's morphin time. Clover. Dino Fury key activate. Link to Morphing Grid. Author's note. Best I could do. Clover brought out. Clover. Vision Dino key. He placed it in his Dino Fury saber and pulled it 4 times. Activating the key and being able to see through the walls and locate exactly where Mimic was. Clover. Sneaky asshole. This ends here. Justice Blast. He fired off his Justice Blast at Mimic and destroyed the walls as well as knocking him out cold before tying him up. After that, Clover rushed off to help out his brother. Overhaul touched the ground and sent stone spikes at Izuku in an attempt to impale him. But Izuku sent a wave of mercury from his drive detector, destroying the stone spikes. He then rushed at Overhaul with one for all. Izuku. Mercury Detroit Smash. Empowering his fist with mercury, Izuku punched Overhaul with his quirk. This sends him flying back. Nemoto saw this and planned to activate his quirk to get answers. But Izuku blasted him with the drive detector before rushing towards him and knocking him unconscious. He then grabbed Eri and jumped back. Eri. Who are you? Izuku. The one who's going to save you. Izuku rushed back towards Overhaul, who was enraged. He sent many more spikes at Izuku, but once again, he used his drive detector to send a wave of mercury and destroyed them. Thinking quickly, Overhaul instead made a shield to block his next attack before rushing at Eri. Izuku. I won't let you hurt her anymore. Izuku sent Black Whip at Overhaul and flung him back. Enraged, Overhaul sent more spikes at Izuku. Izuku. He's pretty much a one-trick pony here. Izuku sends lightning blasts at the spikes, which creates a lot of dust. When the dust cleared, Overhaul wasn't there. Izuku. What? Where did he go? He turned around to see Overhaul seconds away from grabbing Eri to make his escape. Eri was scared out of her mind. She wasn't sure what Overhaul was about to do to her, but one thing was for certain, it was going to be worse than anything she dealt with before. Izuku. Eri. However, before Overhaul could reach her, his hand was impaled by Overhaul. Gah, what? Izuku and Overhaul looked over to see. Overhaul. Another one. Izuku. Maria. Thank God you're here. However, who's Maria? That wasn't Maria's voice. It sounded like a British woman. Izuku. Why you're not Maria? No shit, Sherlock. Izuku. Who are you? I'll explain later, but we have much more important stuff to deal with. Izuku. You're right, Eri. She sounds so familiar. Overhaul. Why do you even try to help this cursed child? Izuku. What did you call her? Overhaul. She's nothing but a curse. Her quirk, rewind, caused her to rewind her father out of existence. It's no wonder her mother abandoned that cursed child. Izuku. All I'm hearing is she doesn't have proper control over her quirk yet. If her quirk can do that, she can reverse injuries. She is not a curse. She is a blessing. Both her and her quirk. Question mark. Overhaul. I'm not hearing the orange brat saying anything. That's because I'm impressed. I was worried he'd think the same thing. Izuku. I'm not an idiot. Clearly. Overhaul. Well, I won't falter. He sends a massive wave of spikes at the three. To which the unknown ranger threw her chain Solono claw to the roof, grabbed Eri, and quickly climbed up to avoid the spikes, while Izuku blasted apart the spikes that would have hit him. Are you okay, Eri? Eri nodded. Overhaul. You damn brats. Overhaul used his quirk to create a platform for him to jump up and was about to destroy the unknown ranger. But before that could happen, he was hit with Clover's Justice Blast and was sent tumbling back. The other Master Morpher wielders followed soon afterwards. Clover. You okay, bro? Izuku. Over here. They looked to his direction. Surprised. Gadget. Hold on. If you're here, then who's that? Izuku. Don't know. The unknown ranger dropped down. Thanks. That was too close. Overhaul. You bastards. Just how many of you spandex-wearing brats are there? Rangers. It's not spandex, but I can see why you think that. Eri. What's spandex? Izuku. Give it up, Overhaul. You're outnumbered. Overhaul. Shut up. You will not ruin my plans. He sends even more spikes, to which the unknown ranger brought out. The other rangers were shocked because if the unknown ranger is the orange Cosmic Fury Ranger, then they must have access to the Cosmic Morpher. But if she has the yellow Samurai Morpher, that can only mean Rangers the unknown one, she wields the Master Morpher too. Samuraizer. Go Samurai. Spin Sword. Earth Slicer. She throws the Earth Slicer at Overhaul, slicing apart all of the spikes in its past, really living up to its name as Earth Slicer. The attack hit Overhaul head-on and sent him far back. But he acted fast and used his quirk to create a tunnel to flee. Izuku. Everyone. Keep guard of Eri. We don't know where he'll show up. The rangers surrounded Eri while keeping an eye out for wherever Overhaul could pop out. Izuku was using his drive detector to track him, but he wasn't anywhere to be seen. Because he had a plan. During the fight, the other rangers ran inside the building to help out in the fight. Unfortunately, they left Rikia there. Overhaul took advantage of that and used his quirk on himself and Rikia. Becoming. He then jumped far enough and crashed through the building roof and fell right in front of the rangers. Katsuki. What the fuck? Maria. How? Overhaul. Thanks to my quirk, I merged with Rikia. Izuku. Just like Ninjor said. Ninjor. Clover. He's the reason we know about this whole thing. Which begs the question. How do you know about it? Izuku. Guys. Focus. Overhaul. You have no hope in defeating me now. I will kill you all and take back my cure. Eri. Please. Just let me go back to him. Then he won't kill you all. Izuku. That's not going to happen. Eri. Bu. No buts. Eri. I came here to save you. Rangers. So did we. Eri. One Zord isn't going to be enough to take him down. Izuku. Guys, it's time. We go for the classic. Huh. Katsuki. You have a Master Morpher, right? Yeah. Izuku. Then we go Mighty Morphin. Izuku's Morpher returned to normal. Izuku. It's Morphin time. The unknown ranger knew what to do and her Morpher returned to its base form. Izuku. Dragonzord. Katsuki. Mastodon. Pterodactyl. Gadget. Triceratops. Maria. Saber-toothed tiger. Clover. Tyrannosaurus. Izuku. We need Dinozord power. Now. The Morphin Grid opened up and out came. Eri was in awe at the sight of the Zords. Izuku. Eri, hang on to me, Eri. Oh okay. She got on Izuku's back and held onto his shoulders. The Rangers then jump into their respective Zords. Overhaul. Are you kidding me? Rangers. Zords combine. The Zords then combine to become. The Mega Dragonzord rushed toward Overhaul and punched him in the face. At least the flesh-like bird face he's connected to. And it packed a punch. In retaliation, Overhaul sent many spikes at it and it connected. While the Mega Dragonzord took a bit of damage, the spikes were destroyed upon contact, due to how tough the Zord material is. Izuku. It'll take a lot more than that to beat us. The Mega Dragonzord fired a bunch of lasers at Overhaul, although they didn't seem to be doing any major damage. Overhaul tried to punch him before getting punched by a giant Ninjor. Ninjor. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Katsuki. Good job letting that bastard fuse with Rikia. Stain. Sorry about that. Trip. In hindsight, I should have seen that coming. Clover. Whatever, we have to take care of this guy. Ninjor rushed towards Overhaul and cut off one of the arms. In retaliation, he was punched by Overhaul, before he was attacked by the Spinozord. Overhaul. Gah, you bastard. He threw off the Spinozord before getting a slash from the Time Force Megazord. Gen. You won't get away with what you've done to Eri. Overhaul sent a bunch of spikes at the Time Force Megazord, hitting them and sending them back. He then used his quirk on himself and the severed arm to get it back. Overhaul. You will not stop me. Ninjor. I disagree with you. You must not underestimate the power of ninja. The next words Overhaul said was his biggest mistake. Overhaul. Ninjas are completely stupid. Ninjor. What? Stain. Oh, you shouldn't have said that. Ninjor. I will not stand by and let the name of ninjas be tarnished. Ninjor, now powered up, ran towards Overhaul, even faster than before, and then slashed him in the stomach multiple times before firing a fireball at him, which sent him falling to the ground. When he got up, he was slashed through the stomach by the Spinozord and again by the Time Force Megazord, which froze him in time. Ninjor, Stain, and Time Force. Now, Izuku. Let's finish this, guys. Master Morpher Wielders. Right. The Mega Dragonzord then charged up energy to create Rangers. Fire. They shot the energy blast at Overhaul. When it made contact with him, it exploded and defeated Overhaul. He was almost dead. Almost. After that, the Rangers jumped out of their Zords with Eri. Eri. Is he? Izuku. It's okay. He's been defeated. Eri walks over and her rewind quirk activated and separated the two. Izuku then brought out the Delta Morpher and morphed into the red SPD Ranger. Izuku. Confinement mode. Izuku trapped both of them in confinement cards. Katsuki. In hindsight, I should have done that with Rappa and Tengai. Clover, Gadget, and Maria. Oops. Ninjor. Don't worry, we'll handle it, if we can have the SPD Morpher real quick. Izuku handed it to him. Izuku. Go on. Ninjor nodded and ran off to contain the rest of the Yakuza. For someone like Ninjor, it only took him 5 minutes. When he got back he gave Izuku back his Morpher. Rangers, the Unknown Ranger, power down. They demorphed and turned to the Unknown Ranger. Thanks for helping Eri, Izuku. It's what we came here for. But now, we'd like to know who you are. Question mark. All right, I did say I would do so. Power down. She then demorphs and shows who she is. My name is Nia. Izuku. And nice to meet you. She took notice of his stuttering. Nia. Why are you stuttering? Clover. He's pretty shy around girls. To add insult to injury, me, Katsuki, Gadget, and him are the only boys in our class at UA. Nia. You go to UA. I'm transferring to 1A tomorrow. Katsuki. Whoa, that's our class. Nia. Huh, guess Nezu knew that. Gadget. That makes sense. Eri. I knew it was you. Big sister. Rangers. Sister. Nia. Yeah, Eri is my precious baby sister. After she rewound our father out of existence and my quote-unquote mother abandoned her to grandpa, I was so appalled that I ran away from home. I cut off all ties with that woman. Afterwards, I met my best friend. His name is Dromark. I'll introduce you to him later. Ninjor. So how did you become a Power Ranger? One who wields a Master Morpher at that. Nia. A few years ago, I caught wind of what that asshole was doing to Eri and wanted to rush right there to save her. Dromark warned me about that high possibility of me dying there, but I didn't care. I was going. That's when the Morphing Grid appeared and made me a Power Ranger. Lady Nia. They turned to see. Nia. Dromark. I told you this was a family matter. Ninjor. Oh, that's Dromark. Thanks for helping me round up those foes of mine. Dromark. My pleasure. Izuku. Whoa, so cool. I wonder what your quirk is and what it can do. Does it have to deal with the armor on you and you're an animal with a quirk like our principal? Translation. I wonder what your quirk is and what it can do. Does it have to do with the armor on you and you're an animal with a quirk like our principal? Clover. Maybe that could also be human with a mutant type quirk and the armor is a bunch of support items maybe. Translation. Maybe, but he could also be a human with a mutant type quirk and the armor is a bunch of support items maybe. The twins kept muttering on and on. Nia. Do they do this often? Katsuki. Big time. After some time, you get used to it. Dromark. Young men, I cannot understand what you are saying. They snapped out of their muttering session. Izuku and Clover. Sorry. They all had a good laugh over that, except for Eri. Afterwards, they delivered the Yakuza to the police and Aries and Nia's grandpa to the hospital. They then went back to the Temple of Power while the Time Force Rangers went back to the year 3000. Nia. So this is where the power coins were created. Ninjor. Yes, and they fell into the hands of worthy people. Eri. Cool. Nia. Hey Eri, how come you haven't smiled at all? You were saved. Eri. Smile. She tried to smile but. Eri. I don't know how to smile. That was heartbreaking. Izuku. You can't smile. Eri shook her head sadly. Stain. I couldn't bear to imagine a life without being able to smile. Nia hugged Eri with tears from her eyes. Nia. I'm sorry, Eri. If only I could have saved you before. Dromark. It's not your fault Lady Nia. Izuku started muttering to himself again. Stain. Kid, this isn't the time to. Ninjor. Stain. Huh, Ninjor. I have a feeling he's coming up with ideas. Maybe. Izuku. I got it. Ninjor. That was fast. Nia. Sniff what? Izuku. This is just a hunch, but if we show her something in the Ranger database, she might learn how to smile. They looked at him with questioning looks. Nia. I don't think showing her how the Power Rangers fight will. Izuku. No. It's got nothing to do with the Rangers fighting. Nia. Huh, Clover. Wait, Izuku. You're not referring to that video are you? Katsuki. I think he is. Gadget. Oh boy, Maria. Well, maybe it will work. Izuku. I have a feeling that this video will work. Nia. Fine. Go on. Izuku morphed into the green RPM Ranger and teleported to his room to get one of the flash drives from the Ranger database before teleporting back and put the flash drive in the computer that Stain got Ninjor and pressed play for Eri to see. And what she saw was. Upon seeing just half of the video, Eri started laughing. Hard. It was just too funny for her. By the time the video was over, she crying from how hard she was laughing. Nia then hugged her with happy tears to see her baby sister laughing and smiling. Nia. Izuku. Thank you. Izuku. You don't have to thank me. I'm happy to help anyone. Especially when it comes to saving someone's smile. Nia blushed upon seeing that smile. After that, the Rangers rested for the rest of the day. For the rest of the internships, they did training alongside the newest member of their team. Until eventually, it was time to leave. Izuku. Ninjor, Stain. Thank you for all the help. We never would have defeated Overhaul without you teaching us how to pilot the Zords. Stain. You don't need to thank us. Ninjor. We are happy to teach you Rangers how to improve your skills. Take these lessons to heart and continue to get better. Rangers. Right, Ninjor. Before you go, we have one question. What is your team name? They look at each other before smiling. Izuku. We are. Rangers. The Master Morphers. Ninjor. Bit on the nose, but it's still a wonderful nickname. Now go on, and may the power protect you. Master Morphers. Hi. With that, the Power Rangers, Master Morphers, Eri, and Dromark left for home. Although, since Nia, Eri, and Dromark had no place to stay at, Clover called Inko to ask if they could stay with them. To which she wholeheartedly agreed. It was finally time to go back to Ua. Izuku, Clover, and Nia had left and caught up with Katsuki, who was giving Gadget the stink eye while Gadget was holding hands with Maria. Then the three noticed their friends. Katsuki. Oi, nerds. Cat girl. Nia. Call me that again and you'll understand just how dangerous I can be. The others chuckled at that interaction. They then continued their walk to school. Katsuki. So, nerds. How'd it go with convincing Auntie Inko to let Nia and Eri stay? I can only imagine how that went. Nia. Don't remind me of that. My back was sore for 3 whole days. Flashback. Katsuki, Gadget, and Maria had left for home, leaving the other Master Morphers, Dromark, and Eri walking to the Midoriya household. Well, Eri was riding on Dromark's back. Nia. So, how are your parents like? Clover. Let's just say that our mom will make your mom seem like a pile of shish. Izuku. Clover. Clover looked to see Eri tilting her head. Eri. Shish. Clover. Sheep wreck graveyards. Yeah. Eri. What's a shipwreck? Nia. That's not important. And Clover, watch yourself. Clover shivers. Izuku. What he means is that our mom is much better than yours. And no offense. Nia. It's our mother you're insulting. Not us. But what about your dad? Izuku. He died not long after we were born. Nia. Sorry. Clover. Don't worry about it. Eventually, they arrived at their apartment. Izuku. Fair warning, our mom can be a bit much. Dromark. I feel as though you were exaggerating a little, Master Izuku. Nia. How bad could it be? Izuku and Clover's sweat dropped. Izuku and Clover. Famous last words. They knock on the front door and Inko opened it. Inko. Izuku. Clover. I'm so happy to see you boys again. She gave them a bear hug. A really tight one. Izuku. M_O_M. Clover. C_N_T_B_R_T_E_A_T_H_E. Inko let the two go. Inko. Oh, sorry, boys. How were the internships? Izuku. About that. There are some people we'd like you to meet. Inko. Nia, Dromark, and Eri came up to her. Nia. I'm Nia. This is my best friend, Dromark, and my little sister, Eri. Inko. Are you friends with my sons? Dromark. Indeed we are. Inko swiftly brought them into a bear hug. Inko. My babies made friends with more people, I'm so happy. Nia. LL_E_T_M_E_G_O. Inko realized what she was doing and let them go. Inko. Oh, I'm so sorry. Why don't you come inside and we can talk? They all agreed to it. Nia. I now see what they meant. As they sat down, Nia told Inko everything that happened. Needless to say, she was crying up a river. Again, she then brought Eri in a hug. Not a tight one. Inko. I'm so sorry you had to deal with all of that. I'm so happy to see you're all right now. Eri smiled and returned the hug. Izuku. So, we need to address the elephant in the room. Eri. There's an elephant in the room. She looked around the room. Eri. Is it invisible? Dromark. No, young Eri. It's a saying. It means that they are going to discuss the problem that we are currently dealing with. Eri. Oh, Izuku. Nia, Eri, and Dromark need a place to stay. We were wondering if they could street stay with us. Inko. Well, of course. However, Nia and Eri looked a bit worried. Inko. We're going to need a bigger place. We don't have much room even with just me and you boys. And I don't feel comfortable with anyone sleeping on the couch. Other than that, they're definitely welcome. Nia sighs in relief. Clover. Then until then, I guess Izuku and I will share a room while Nia, Eri and Dromark have the other one. It's best that I sleep in Izuku's room. Inko. Inko. I have a better idea. Clover and Izuku. That look is never a good thing. Inko. Instead, Izuku and Nia can share a room while you and Dromark share the other. Eri and I will share a room together. Izuku and Nia blushed madly. Izuku and Nia. What? Clover. I had a feeling. Inko was easily able to find Nia glancing at Izuku with tints of pink on her cheeks. she's not dense. And so from then on, Izuku and Nia shared the same room, Inko and Eri shared the same room, and Clover and Dromark shared the same room. Clover and Dromark grew to be good friends. Inko was there to teach Eri stuff she didn't know, and as for Izuku and Nia, let's just say that things were awkward. Thankfully, Nia understood his obsession with All Might. Then came the day it was time to go back to Ua. Eri. No, please stay, Nia. Nia. I understand that you want me to stay, Eri. But I have to go to school with the rest of my fellow Rangers. Eri. No, Dromark. Young Eri, it's going to be okay. Nia will be back later today. Eri. You promise, Dromark. I promise, Eri. Okay. She reluctantly let Nia go and the three left for Ua. End of flashback. Katsuki. That is both adorable and hilarious. Maria. I honestly thought you would be a lot more reluctant given what happened with Overhaul. Nia. Dromark is very capable. And Inko is apparently terrifying when angered. Katsuki, Clover, and Izuku shivered remembering an angry Inko. Gadget. Yikes. If it's enough to make them shiver, I don't want to think about it. They then arrived at Ua and went to Class 1A. Inside 1A. Aizawa. Alright class, there's a reason why the Rangers aren't here yet. It's because we have a new student. Students. Another one, Aizawa. As it turns out, she's a Ranger like them. The class was surprised. Then there was a knock at the door. Aizawa. Here they are. The door opened and revealed the Rangers. Nia. Hello. My name is Nia. The 6th member of this Ranger team. Wow. They weren't kidding when they said that everyone else in this class is female. Nice to meet you all. With that, they sat down. Most of the classes went on as normal. It was time for the heroics class. All Might. I am here. Hope you're ready to return to our lessons. Gadget. Hang on. Nia's not back yet. Nia. I'm coming. Izuku. Nia. There you are. What are you wearing? Nia. Oh, relax you big baby. Izuku. Relax. Relax. How can I relax when my own teammate is wearing something as revealing as that? Nia. I figured you would like to see that. Kaneko. Izuku? Like this. Trust me, Nia. It'll be a cold day inside an active volcano before you see Izuku ogle over revealing outfits. Nia. And you know this how? Kaneko. I've known Izuku, Clover, and Katsuki since we were little kids. Nia. Oh. Well, sorry, Izuku, but this is how my quirk works. I'm not exactly a big fan of it myself. Ryuko. You too, huh? Nia. You're stuck with a revealing outfit? Ryuko. Yeah, although mine is far more revealing. All Might cleared his throat to get their attention. All Might. Today is hero basic training. Feels like I haven't seen you in a while. Welcome back. Now then. Listen carefully for what's in store. We're going to be conducting a little race. Take everything you've learned from your internships and apply it to this rescue training. Rangers. That won't do for us. Zords are only meant to be used in an emergency. Weiss. Wait, shouldn't we be at the USJ for this? All Might. That facility specializes in disasters. As Kay said earlier, this is a race. So prepare. You're about to step into Field Gamma. Inside is an air full of factories that form an intricate labyrinth, so good luck finding your way around. All Might. You'll be competing in groups of 6. Apart from one of you. That one will be of 7. Each person starts from a different location on the outskirts of the model city. I'll send a distress signal, and you do what you must to rescue me. Whoever finds me first wins. But try to keep the property damage to a minimum. All right. First group, get to your places. The first group was none other than the Master Morphers. All Might. Begin. They all brought out different morphers. Izuku's morpher. Katsuki's morpher. Clover's morpher. Maria's morpher. Gadget's morpher. Nia's morpher. Izuku. White Ranger. Dino Power. Katsuki. Shift into Turbo. Clover. Activate Beast Power. Gadget. Dino Thunder. Power Up. Ha. Maria. Overdrive Accelerate. Nia. Gold Ranger Power. Now that they've morphed, they rushed off at incredible speed. Each Ranger specializes in speed. But thanks to One for All, Izuku was able to outspeed everyone, allowing him to win. After that, everyone else went. What? I'm not going into all that detail. That didn't happen in the anime either. Before the class ended, All Might, young Midoriya, I want you and the rest of your team to come to me after class. We need to talk. When class ended, the Rangers went to All Might. Izuku, you wanted to see us. All Might. Ah, Rangers. Come sit down for a moment. That includes you too, Nia. They all sat down and All Might revealed to Nia his true form. Nia. Huh, what happened to you? All Might. Nia, I will explain in a little bit. But I wanted you all to come here because it's time you knew the truth. Nia. The truth about what? Izuku went on to explain his quirk, to which Nia was completely shocked. All Might. It's time you Rangers knew the origins of One for All. The Rangers were all ears. All Might. One for All was derived by another quirk. A very old one. Gadget. It used to be something different. All Might. Yes, the name of the quirk I speak of is called All for One. It allows the user to take quirks from others. The user could then keep the quirks for himself, or give them to someone else. The Rangers were shocked by this new info. All Might. This was back when quirks were just starting to show up. It was before society had figured out how to deal with the newly powered among them.